participants joining online. Hello, good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending on where you are in the part of the world today. I would like to suggest before we start, we would like to request everyone to stand so we can hear and sing together the Indonesian national anthem. Thank you very much. Please, everyone, have a seat. So, again, good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome everyone for joining online and in person in Bali, Nusa Dua. So, I would like to explain that this conference is a collaboration between the Global Water Partnership Southeast Asia, Water Convention, UNECE, UNESCO, Bappenas, and FAO. Before we start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Louise, and I am a Deputy Regional Coordinator for WP Global Water Partnership Southeast Asia regions. We are based in Jakarta, Indonesia, and I will be your host for this 2 days conference. So this regional conference is a part of effort to share innovative solutions to address regional water challenges in Southeast Asia, countries on water security and transboundary. As a part of this journey, GWPC launched call for innovations to tackle the challenges on competition for water between sector, acceleration of safe wash innovations, access, and urban flood risk reductions. 9 selected innovators will present their solutions in this conference. So I will not explain more about this because we will have our chairman to do the opening remark. So I think without further ado, I would like to ask our chairman to do the, I would like to request our GWP Indonesia chairman to do the welcome remark first to Bapak Amron. Introduction. Maybe, but Dr. Amron, before you start, I want to also introduce yourself first. So Dr. Muhammad Amron served as Director General of Water Resources from 2009 to 2012 at the Ministry of Public Works, Republic of Indonesia. And during his 5 years career in public work ministry. He formulated and implemented policy and technical standardizations in the field of water resources. He received his PhD in Land and Water Resources Development Planning and Management from Texas Tech University, USA. He currently serves as Executive Director of Indonesia Water Partnership, or GWP Indonesia, Steering Committee member of Southeast Asia Water Partnerships, Senior Advisor of NARBO, member of the River Basin and Dam Technical Committee of ICOLD, International Commission on Large Dam, and Senior Advisor and member of Indonesian of International Commissions on Irrigation and Drainage, member of ASEAN Region Working Group of ICID. He was recently elected also as a Vice President of ICID 2019 and to 2022, so it's already fast actually. So without further ado, Dr. Amron, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Louis. Good morning, everybody. Good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. To our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. Welcome to Bali. I feel extremely glad on behalf of the Indonesian Water Partnership to welcome everyone to this much awaited conference, and it gives me a great pleasure to be standing in front of you among the most esteemed personalities who have won accolades in their respective fields. I know that before we start, I would like to express also my gratitude toward you who contributed to this event to make it success. And this wouldn't have been possible without the support of each of you and everyone present here. I know that in this 2 days conference, we are going to focus on solutions to our challenges in achieving water security through the implementation of integrated water resources management, IWRM. But I suggest to you, besides that, please enjoy while you stay in Bali, the island of God. You have plenty of sunshine, plenty of temples, and also rich of culture. But you know that we learned the principle of Balinese, that Trihita Karana. I learned yesterday. That we have 3 types of person principles, that we are living in harmony with all peoples, and also with environment, nature, and with God. So the 3 principles of Balinese, Trihita Karana. So is that why we can see that natural also being protected, and also culture, and also that religions. Well, I strongly feel that the acting collectively is the need of our, and uniting our efforts for a common cause can work wonders. It's my most sincere hope that owing to our journalist endeavors, this conference will help us to make a strong resolution on how we can move closer toward the attainment of our goals. I wish you a very productive conference, and once again, welcome to Bali. Enjoy the sunshine and also the culture. I hope you stay, enjoy, and stay healthy life. Thank you. And we should close with Om Shanti Shanti.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amron, for the very warm welcome. So I think before we start with the next session on my opening remark, I would like to go quickly through some important information and house rules before we get started. So could you please go to the slide? So this conference is a hybrid format and will be recorded. So I hope everyone here is okay with this, and also everyone in the online participations. For the online participations, we request to always mute our audio, because we can hear the sounds also from here if you unmute it. And for the participants attending offline here, I would request to mute your phone or make silent in mode. For some of the sessions, we will use Mentimeter for the discussion sessions. So maybe we can have a quickly practice before we go through that after this house rules information. For the online participant, in order for us to know when you are asking questions, please type your name and affiliations or organizations. For example, IDEA and then dash GWPC when you ask question in the chat box. Also for participants who have not registered in the Google Form links previously, we suggest you to also fill the attendance list online. It will be written in the chat box by my colleagues later. So if you also encounter any problems online, you also always put your concern in the chat box so our colleagues can also help you. So next slide, please. So a little bit icebreaker and also practice for using the Menti. I would request all participants offline and online to go to this Menti by scanning the barcode or by putting the code in the www.menti.com. We will wait a little bit until people is entering the Menti. Maybe we can go directly to the Menti, not just a lot of. Yeah. So the first practice of the Menti, especially for people joining online, I would like to know where are you from, where are you joining from. So please pinpoint to the locations in the picture. Where are you at the moment? Maybe we have more participants joining from Asia because it's very early morning here, and maybe it's still late night in some other part of the world. I see we have, it's increasing. We have 7 participants, 9 joining. Maybe we'll keep improving. Oh, also the dot over there, right? Yeah. Okay, so we also have from the Europe 1 person, also from some part of America, US. Yeah, I think America continent. Yeah. Maybe we can next skip this one. So also we want to know how are you feeling today? Because Bali is a very nice place, but I hope you still have a full spirit to join the conference, even though you are in Bali. Oh, sleepy. Maybe sleepy. We need to do a lot more exercise then, or icebreaker, active icebreaker. I see there is a hopeful, wonderful, energized, curious, great, and healthy. Okay, maybe next. Okay, so I think we finished with the icebreaker. At least we have people already familiar with the Menti for the next sessions. Now, maybe without further ado, I would like to go to the next sessions. Is the opening remark from our chairman. I will skip this part because our chairman will explain this more clearly. So maybe you can turn on the video. So unfortunately, our chairman, Mr. Christopher Ilagan, couldn't join to the conference. So he is putting recording of his speech. Yeah.
Good morning. and welcome to this maiden run of the Southeast Asia Water Security IWRM Regional Conference, organized and hosted by the Global Water Partnership, Southeast Asia, or GWPC. We are doing this in collaboration with the FAO, UNECE, UNESCO, and BAPEDAS. I really wish I could have been there with you in Bali, but personal circumstances have kept me from joining you, unfortunately. This event has been months, one can argue even years in the making. In fact, the original vision of this conference was born a couple of years ago when GWPC decided to try something new. In the past, GWPC had largely followed a country-centric approach, where various activities to advance the advocacy of integrated water resources management was largely driven by each country water partnership in the region. This was effective in advancing our respective agendas in country, but lacked a regional lens oftentimes. 2 years ago, our regional steering committee decided to see what can happen if a more regional approach was adopted, investing our rather limited funds into a program that could scale into something with a more regional flavor. Our first step was to invest in the identification of country-specific challenges in implementing IWRM across the region in the hope of discovering common themes that may emerge, as well as possible common approaches to solving problems across our diverse set of countries. Through a process of aggregating these country-specific insights, 3 common strands emerged as key areas of common concern and interest: managing competition for water between sectoral users or efficient water allocation, acceleration of safe wash access, and urban flood risk reduction. While we embarked on this journey in parallel, we supported the UNEP's program to survey and monitor country SDG 6.5.1 progress, or the degree of IWRM implementation. This process, too, fed into our ultimate identification of the 3 areas I just mentioned. Over the next 2 days, we hope to be able to delve further into these topics from multiple lenses: national, regional, and even transboundary. More than just getting a good common grounding on these issues and challenges, we hope to be able to start exploring practical solutions to these via innovative processes and technologies from a set of solution providers who have responded to our call for innovations in addressing competing uses of water and water allocation, safe wash access, and urban flooding. This conference is not meant to be another talk shop. We seek to be action-oriented and hope that by the end of this, we would all be going home with an expanded network, as well as a few concrete projects or programs that can be carried forward to address the challenges we will be discussing. I therefore implore you all to exchange your business cards and contact details, intently listen in to our guest speakers and experts, and actively participate in the various conference sessions. The UN Water Conference this year gives us hope that the global water agenda is rising to take its proper place in the prioritization of the larger global climate dialogue. Water is the face of climate change. It is through the water lens we come to appreciate that something must be done to address our increasing occurrence of water-related challenges. Through this conference, in some small way, we hope to be able to provide tangible and sustainable solutions to the challenges we have identified and move action on the ground to be able to start addressing these. From theoretical to practical, that is what we hope to achieve in this conference, and we are glad that you have decided to take this journey with us. Thank you again for being here with us, and we look forward to a fruitful, action-oriented conference ahead with you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher Ilagan, for providing time for giving the opening through video. The next part is to hear the opening remark from Dr. Intavi Akaharat. If you can go to the slide, please. So Dr. Intavi Akaharat is the Director General of the Department of Water Resources Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment from Lao PDR. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Forest Hydrology and Watershed Management University, and he was the chairman of Global Water Partnership Southeast Asia. In this opportunity, we would like to hear the opening remark from Dr. Intafi as a ASEAN Water Resources Management Working Group Chairman. Dr. Intafi, the stage is yours.
Very good morning to the conference. Dear Mr. Christopher, Mr. Iligan, Chairman of the GWPC, Dr. Muhammad Amron, Chairman of the GWP Indonesia, Dr. Chang Hua Wu, Chair, Vice Chair of the ASEAN or Asia Pacific Water Forum, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Saleh, Director of the Water Resources Ministry of National Development Planning Republic of Indonesia. Innovators and all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at the time of unprecedented threat in Asia's water world. Problems about and seem to get more worse. Groundwater resources have been widely abused. Surface water pollution is almost endemic. Climate change is ensuring that uncertainty occupies center stage of our lives. It is indeed a grim picture and are not likely to get much better unless we are radically onto our way of managing our accessible freshwater resources. The world experiences water scarcity that threatens the livelihoods and well-being of billions of people. According to the United Nations, 1.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water and 4.2 billion people lack safely managed sanitation services. By 2025, half of the global population could be living in water-stressed areas. The impact of the climate change exacerbates water scarcity, with a projected about 20 to 30% reduction in renewable freshwater resources in some regions. Experts warn the extremely weather events like drought and flood become more frequent in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, while there are great challenges, solutions are possible as the water management is like key to building the green economy, climate resilience, and a more sustainable and inclusive the world for all. Innovative solutions can play a significant role in addressing the global water crisis. Science, financial resources, and innovative solutions are available to address the water crisis. This event provides a platform for innovators, practitioners, and experts in the water field to share ideas, knowledge, and practical solutions to advance prudent management of the water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be a key moment to advance those solutions and generate the political will to fast-track process and action on the SDG 6 global and target. I encourage everyone to join us in the collectively crafting and sustainable future for the water resources. I wish a successful conference and productive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inta Harat. So the next sessions, we would like to hear the opening remark, more from the Asia Pacific perspective. So I would like to invite Dr. Chang Wau to be on the stage in the front seat. Sorry. Dr. Chang Wau is a policy analyst specialized in China's environment, energy, climate change, and sustainable development. She advises public and private sector leaders on sustainability strategy and innovations. She sits on board and advisory board of some regional and global platform to drive innovations and accelerate solutions to achieve SDGs. She focuses on systemic change, key stakeholder engagement, communications, and talents with proven track record through leadership mobilizations, resources for actions, and leading voice globally and locally to advocate accelerations of China clean revolutions and redesign. She is recognized Global Woman Leaders Fighting Climate Change, recognized by Time Magazine in 2019. And she is currently interim chairs of Asia Pacific Water Forum. So, Dr. Chang Wau, please.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you very much. Dear Dr. Amran and distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. Many thanks for the kind invitation again by GWC Southeast Asia to join you all today for a deep dive innovation with a particular focus on digital and smart technology solutions to enhance our capability in IWRM in our region. And I would also like to congratulate the team and the partners for your impressive joint endeavor and the progress made. And on behalf of the Asia Pacific Water Forum, I also appreciate your collaboration and partnership over the decades in advancing water security and sustainability in Asia and the Pacific region. And I look forward to constructive and productive sessions here in Bali today and tomorrow. I think it's so important to have such a special conferences here that focus on innovation to address IWRM particular challenges, and particularly you bring together lots of innovators around the world to come to the region to work together to address those challenges. Today, more than ever, we have clarity. Progress is made, and also the gap is great. According to the 2022 IWRM survey, the Asia Pacific region has significantly progressed in IWRM planning. However, many countries still face limitations in implementing related policy instruments, primarily due to inadequate monitoring or intersectoral coordination, insufficient data, lack of financing, and limited human resources and capacity. In the meantime, we also understand that how we plan our actions proves inadequacy and also very often constrains the effectiveness of policy implementation, which leads to the consequences of falling short of committed objectives. Many countries face significant challenges in implementing transformative agendas due to excessive specialized administration and academic research. In this country, it is challenging to recognize their capacity gap and also effectively respond to new needs. Digital innovation and AI offer potentially a biggest game-changing opportunity for us all to reinforce how we tackle those related challenges. From broader perspective, forward-looking perspective, today we see that a great reset is upon us. We're learning how to adapt our species to the requisites of an animated and ever-evolving and self-organizing planet in which the hydrosphere plays a central role as the orchestrator of life. I would like to emphasize three interactive and also interactive trends that are redefining how we understand the challenges and more importantly, how they will impact how we think, rethink, reform, and redesign our strategies, tactics, actions, and the pathways forward. Firstly, the data tells us that we are on the cusp of imminent collapse of urban hydraulic civilization after 6 millennia of history. The warming of the planet has unleashed a long sequestered hydrosphere. The watery planet is evolving in wholly new ways that can barely fathom as it seeks a new normal. And in its path, ecosystems around the world are collapsing. Infrastructure is being devastated, and the lives of our species and our fellow creatures are increasingly at risk. The entire human built environment is now a stranded asset and will have to be rethought, reimagined, and redeveloped in new ways. Secondly, we are witnessing and experiencing the shift from pure politics to biosphere politics, or the emerging bioregional governance. National governments, long locked into sovereign states and fixed boundaries, as local communities begin sharing the responsibility of stewarding our common ecosystem. Globalization, already dwindling as the climate warms and the climate disasters undermine logistic chains and trade across the ocean and the air corridors. It's giving way to globalization as new, more agile, high-tech SMEs and cooperators in regions around, around the world engage directly with one another across digitally driven provider user networks at near zero marginal cost, bypassing traditional seller capitalism models. And thirdly, the dawn of the age of data and evidence-based and AI-empowered innovation is transforming how we better manage our water security and sustainability. AI is called the defining technology of our time. The relationship between AI and water security needs to be decoded and mastered, and it's also a basic problem. The question today is no longer about whether AI can help address our challenges of water security threats, but more is about how AI can best play its true role, what hurdles to be removed, what our roadmap of transition looks like at the national and regional level, as well as at cross-regional level, and how multiple stakeholders can work together to clear the hurdles while advancing innovation, deploy solutions to scale, and create shared value. Besides, we have to answer some difficult questions in light of many uncertainties with respect to AI's impact in the years ahead. The release of ChatGPT in November 2022 generated the ordinary public attention to AI. ChatGPT quickly became the most rapidly adopted product in human history, with more than 100 million users in January 2022. The website now receives about 1.8 billion visits every month. In the meantime, we know that access to large, high-quality data set is important for complex, real-world applications of AI. These data can come from various public and private sector organizations, tabular, time series, geospatial, and text data, and all commonly used in it. Data must be properly measured, digitized, and accessible for AI applications. This is very important for us to know today. think the digital innovation to be presented today are all part of the AI-enabled and empowered ecosystems. Our efforts help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the water sustainability purpose-driven process to guide how to gather data, manage data, utilize and apply data, and also regulate and standardize AI. The purpose is water for shared prosperity. I really appreciate the DWP's forward-looking mindset, the effectively developed deep diving process, and the well-structured agenda for this process. It also sets a good example for us all to prepare for the successful 10th World Water Forum next year in Bali. Thanks again for the invitation. I look forward to working with you all on this journey. Wish you a productive and successful conference, and thank you again.
Thank you again, Dr. Chang Ho too. It's very interesting to understand and hear about the perspective AI in water security. I didn't know about this before. So also quite mind-blowing for me personally. So the next process is we want to hear the keynote speech from Indonesia, 2045 Vision on Water Security. Could you go to the slide? Okay, so we have Dr. Muhammad Irfan Saleh. Dr. Muhammad Irfan Saleh is the Director of Water Resources in Ministry of Development and Planning Bappenas Indonesia. He holds a PhD in Public Economic and Policy Analysis Program from National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Tokyo, Japan, with bachelor degree on civil engineering from Bandung Institute of Technology. He has more than 20 years experience in policy development and planning on water resource department in the ministry. And before becoming director of water resources, he was the head of Center of Data Information for Development Planning in Bappenas, Indonesia. So please, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everybody. I think it's okay. Yeah. This is the example of the IT problem. Yeah. Okay, I'm Irfan from Bappenas, Indonesia Development Planning. Welcome to Bali, everybody. I think I a bit miss the business attire arrangement here because I wear the Bali and this is the khas batik from Bali, original characteristic from Bali. Thank you very much for all the participants. We our country regional and also our partner from GWP and also all participants here. Thank you for coming to this event. I stand you before here to honor our all participants and also distinguished speakers. And let me start by presenting our challenges here in Indonesia for the water security and challenges for development. I think if just information that today is one of the hottest day in the year in Indonesia. If you are go outside between 11 to 3 o'clock p.m., maybe you wear a good. Otherwise, the UV level is quite high today because now we are also in the middle of the dry season in Indonesia, particularly in Bali. Yeah, hopefully you can enjoy Bali in the morning or afternoon. But yeah, in this time of event, maybe yeah, it's better to stay here. So we understand that the water in our regions in Southeast Asia and also all around the world is become more significant, and we face more severe problems here in the world, and also in Indonesia. The challenges for water security has become our concern. Now in Indonesia, we are in the middle of our transition of government, and we will provide, as my office will provide, the long-term development planning for the next 20 years. And one of the main issues about addressing the water problem in Indonesia for the next 20 years. As we know that in the previous 20 years development plan, we already put the IWRM as one of our main principle for managing and develop Indonesia as a whole, and also based of the water security. But now we are facing more significant challenges, and I think we also should find a new way and solution to overcome this problem. Indonesia comprises vast archipelagic and islands, and I think the water challenges are varying across regions. The problem here in Indonesia, because we don't have a equal distribution among islands, because we can see here the water stress mainly here now in Java Island, the most densely populated island in Indonesia. More than 60% population of Indonesia live in this island, but the water availability is only 5.6%. And we also face challenges here similarly in this region, in Bali as well, particularly in the southern part of Bali. We are now in the southern part of Bali. This is also one of the most densely populated area. And the problem for water scarcity is already in our daily life now in some part of Indonesia. And I think the water stress will become higher due to the climate change and also population growth, and our effort to increase our economic development. We are expecting in Indonesia 20 years from now, we will have 320 million population. Now it's in the 270 something, almost 280 million. A lot of people to take care of. And then I think we should find a way to provide water to everybody and to all our citizens in Indonesia. And I think our projection for water provision, we should have more than 30% increase within 2 years for the water supply. And I think this is a very high challenge also in Indonesia, because we now exposed to the climate change and also degradation of the land and also the forest area. And now we also face challenges because our water productivity is still very low. As we know that now almost more than 80% of our water use is for the irrigation. And I think we want to have more productive water use, and the solution for that is the more efficient water management and also utilization of technology. And we can see that now we are aiming to have increase our water storage to match our need, about 30% increase for the water supply, and hopefully in the coming years we will provide more infrastructure for water storage. Next. I think this is also the problem here, because if we don't manage our water wisely in Indonesia, it will have a significant impact to our GDP. This is the study from the World Bank in our office, that we predict that our GDP will be reduced to 7.3% if we don't provide enough water and also anticipate the disaster from water-related disaster events, and also the resilience issue become very important also here. because most of our population live in the water stress area and also flood prone area, and that's why this water issue today's event, I think, very important for Indonesia to learn from all of the speakers here to get input and to improve our water management in the future. Next, I think this is our next 20 years draft for the water security. We will have some keywords to have the acceleration of our development of Indonesia and also to ensure the sustainability. We have the energy security, water and food independence. This is the nexus of water, food, and energy. That's become our main actions in the next 20 years. And also for the restoring or conserve our land and introducing new technology to ensure the quality of environment become better. And also we are aiming to have the more resilient from the disaster and climate change. And I think we are introducing a lot of technology to ensure that we can achieve these main three goals for our next development in 20 years until 2045. Because in our target, we will have Indonesia to become a developed country in 20 years. And this is the quite an ambitious agenda, and water is become the very important underlying factor for that. And next, this is our aim to have this water, food, and energy nexus for rebalancing our development. Sure, in the first strategy, we will still focus on the irrigation because if for country that more than 300 million population, we should ensure that we can provide enough food for everybody, and water still become the main source of water production because we, in the Southeast Asia country, irrigation and paddy field still become the most important sector to get water. And also we are having to increase our efficiency also for water use, and we are handling this triple planetary crisis, not only due to the climate change, but also from the demographic changes and also population increase. And also we are aiming to have these renewable energy sources that water will become one of the solution for this energy provisions in the future. And now, for instance, we are trying to implement a lot of technology for these energy needs. For instance, we are also having now the floating solar panel in our dam area that become to use the existing reservoir to provide energy beside the classical hydropower and micro hydro. And for that, we are in within 2025 and 2029. For the next 5 years, we also have some priority now to be offered to our new government. First, we will have to ensure the provision of bulk water to enhance connectivity and foster economic productivity, and also enhance our performance of irrigation service, because this is the most important factor for ensuring our water availability. Because if we can save a lot of water from our irrigation management, we can expect it to have more water for water supply and other purposes, for industry, other purposes, because now it's for 80% water use for irrigation. If we can save, let's say 5 or 10% for that allocation, and then we can have enough water to other purposes. And also we are still protecting our center of development, particularly in the urban area that also prone to water related disasters, because we know that more than 80 or not 70% of our economic center in Indonesia is located in the coastal area. We realize that in the north coast of Java, for instance, it's in the one particular island of Java, in the north coast of that area, almost 40% of our GDP produced from that area. That's why it's very important, and that's why that area now become very prone to the flood and also the abrasion and a lot of challenges in the area. And also we are now also in the middle of our reform for the water resources governance. We are just enacted our new law 2019 and now provide and now complete our institutional setting and also regulations. And I think that's one of our next 5 years priority. And hopefully, and in this event, we can get a lot of input from you, and we learn from each other how to improve our water management in the future. Lastly, because I'm the ex-Center of Data and Information Center, I agree totally with the your suggestion about the introduction of our digital technology. During my position in that area, I spent 2 years there, and I realized that in IT technology, in the technology is very fastly changed. In 5 years, the last technology are no longer used, and it's very rapid change in IT technology. And I think that's the opportunity, because in our water management is quite classical approach, still become our main approach for the development for water. And I think if we can introduce the technology and innovations for ensuring this better water management, I think the technology and IT technology will be the key factor for that. I think that's all I think for me. Thank you very much. I hope you have an enjoyable workshop.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ivan, for the keynote speech. And I hope the midterm planning will run smoothly in Indonesia then. I think with this speech, it's the end of the opening session of the conference. I would like to request all opening speakers to come in the front. And Pak Fahmi Wadahulitama, our regional coordinator of GWP Southeast Asia, also can give the appreciation. Dr. Amron, please. Dr. Intafi, Pak Irfan, and Dr. Chahwau.
New water borehole discovery technology. It is well known that fresh clean water is
Thank you very much for all the speaker for giving the very insightful, inspiring opening remark and keynote speech. Now maybe it will be good, because I remember someone else already sleepy, so maybe it will be good to have like a 10-minute or 15-minute short break. Also to know each other more, the important, like what Mr. Chris mentioned earlier, to exchange our contacts during the coffee break. So please, 15 minutes. Please come back soon so we can start again Thank you. The coffee break, it's just outside the room, conference room, please. And for participants joining online, please us. We will come back in 15 minutes.
especially when we and then we look at ideologically political confrontation. Many of them are not positive confrontation, are more negative one. And this question did ask the question how this state of geopolitics and confrontation will further worsen the impact on water security. And recently, the lesson learned from the COVID-19, why we are experiencing regionalization, globalization, and then we can see the evidence of nationalism and higher visibility of physical border. This physical border and division and nationalism are still strong at the moment in our region and globally, even though now the COVID-19 almost behind us. And we also lead to the question about a rule-based international order. Everyone seems to be, every country seems to agree that the international relation must be based on rules, on international norms and principles. But then recently, some countries or bloc challenge about the norm and rule set up by superpowers and other countries as a result of the end of the Second World War. So this tension also have some implication in the field of transboundary river basin in Southeast Asia. Next one, please. Next slide. Thank you. Yeah, I love this picture from our river basin, from our colleagues in South Asia, from Hindu Kush Himalayan assessment report, showing that yes, Mekong Basin, where I'm from, is one of several main rivers in Asia or Southeast Asia. And it's interestingly, China, in terms of the superpower status, is located at high water to at least 10 of them. And at the same time, we can see that all basins, or most of the river basins in Southeast Asia are impacted by climate change and by uncoordinated development. Yeah, a lot of development happening, and the climate change, especially for the last 3-4 years, have shown that yes, these are the impact that you are suffering from, and you are going to suffer more if you are still doing business as usual. But at the same time, we see that very few formal agreements, bilateral or multilateral agreement, and very few of them. The only one that I remember because is the Mekong River Commission, a river agreement of 1995. And there are several ad hoc partnership and platform and projects, transboundary projects. There are many of them in different way and form and different membership. And next one, please. Next slide. Yes, don't bother to read all of these, but just want to demonstrate that it's a high level of proliferation and rivalry in the transboundary river basin governance. Take the case of the Mekong Basin. Back in 1957, we have only one Mekong Committee comprising of 4 lower Mekong countries without China and Myanmar. In 1990s, 1995, especially after that, we have three of them, like Mekong River Commission, Greater Mekong Subregion, and the Upper Mekong Navigation Improvement Agreement between China, Myanmar, Thailand, and Laos. And now we have more than a handful of them. We're talking about from 10 to 16 different partnerships led by USA, Lanshan Mekong Committee led by China, Japan Mekong Initiative, and Korea, and others. But this is just to show that we also have several other. You used to have only World Bank, Asian Development Bank that provide funding, but now we also have private bank, national bank that also very generous with their funding. So the governance and the resource availability are now governed by different set of rules, and especially when it comes to environmental and social safeguard process and procedures. Next one, please. Again, just to show the Mekong region, and we see several nations, countries, and cooperation among the Lower Mekong has existed, as I said earlier, since 1957. The Transboundary Agreement that very much inspired by the UN Water Convention was signed in 1995. You can see a number of principles and norms, and the concept of sustainability were included in that agreement. It is very important river basin because it's a country, we're talking about several million people living and depending on this river basin. Next one. And the development have been taken very rapid pace. We're talking about hydropower expansion. We're talking about water diversion, different projects in different Mekong countries, and uncontrolled sand and gravel mining, and severe soil erosion, and seawater intrusion in the Mekong Delta, and land subsidence in the Delta areas. And Mekong is no longer free-flowing. There's only remaining 400 kilometers mainstream in Cambodia and Mekong Delta in Vietnam that is still free-flowing. So it's about less than 10% of the river basin, a river mainstream free-flowing. And ask a question about why it's happening, and people may say maybe it is a weak and gap in governance. We have different set of rules or different notion of sustainable development, nationalism, or maybe common destiny and common share destiny and common development for the whole basin. And this is leading to the question about how this unilateral development will actually achieve equity and sustainable outcome as we all aspire to, or at least in the political document, the leader always talk about this common destiny, sustainable development, and equity. Next slide, please. So my conclusion is that Asian river basin are threatened by several development, and this development and impact also compounded by climate change and climate variability that we see recently, and like snow melting, heat wave, drought, flooding, and also land use change and extensive sand mining and river erosion. We can see that like climate change, reduced sedimentation, riverbank erosion, saltwater intrusion having significant impact in the Delta region with a knockout effect on rice bowl of Asia in Mekong Delta, in Vietnam and Cambodia, sinking city in Bangkok, Jakarta, and other countries. This all demonstrate the change of climate change and also the human development impact on this important river basin and critical area like Delta. And we also, in the Mekong, the 2018 study by Amase concluded that there are already permanent modification of mainstream flow, substantial reduction in sediment flow due to sediment trapping, and continued loss of wetland and deterioration of riverine habitat, and growing pressure on capture fishery. And the World Wide Fund in 2020 also conclude about the Mekong River is dying. It's rather dramatic, but to some extent it reflects the reality. We're talking about freshwater species like iconic Mekong giant fish, catfish, have been significantly reduced. The population of Irrawaddy river dolphin and other species in Cambodia, Krajes and Central also, and is already become the threatened species. Delta is being threatened by salinity and riverbank coastal erosion. So again, climate change creates more uncertainty and also compound a lot of and all that caused by weak coordination and governance in approach to and interest in basin development and management. And this result in negative impact. This negative impact will certainly affect several SDG and may make the poor and vulnerable people living within the basin unable to enjoy or achieve SDG as we all aspire to achieve. That's it from my side, and thank you for your kind attention. I will be around and in case you have any further questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sokampek. I hope you can still be around because we will have a Q&A question and answer session with participants and panelists. I think I will give now the floor to Mr. Remy Kina because he will do the presentation on the transboundary challenges in Southeast Asia. But let me introduce Mr. Remy first. Mr. Remy Kinai is a legal officer working with the Secretariat of the Water Conventions Service by UNECE based in Geneva. He is an international environment lawyer specializing in international water law, and he is also a co-editor of the book, The UNECE Conventions of the Protections and Use of Transboundary Water Resources and Water Courses and International Lakes, its contribution to international water cooperations. Without further ado, Remy, please.
Thank you, Louise. Terima kasih, the organizers, and I will keep my introductions brief because I'm really here to supplement what Sokem has already put forward. Thank you, Sokem, for your great overview. Now, I simply want to add some final points because we're actually going to deal with these topics in detail tomorrow. So this is really just a discussion starter to get everybody thinking about transboundary water and water security. And we will talk in detail about this tomorrow, but I want to give you a brief overview. So SDG indicator 6.5.2 measures transboundary water cooperation. And it does so using two key elements. One is that there is an operational arrangement. So there needs to be some kind of agreement in place or other formal arrangement. It could be a treaty or convention. And secondly, that the arrangement is operational. and that is that there is a joint body for transboundary water cooperation. There may be annual meetings, annual exchange of data and information, and adoption of joint coordinated water management plans or joint objectives. So we'll talk in more detail about what this means in terms of the data collection, but it is to say that there is a measure of transboundary water cooperation under the Sustainable Development Goals. And our colleague, we have a colleague here from UNESCO who will deal in more detail with this tomorrow, and also UNEC is the co-custodian agency. There are two components. One is surface water and one is groundwater. Groundwater is often forgotten, but should not be. Next slide, please. So really, again, just want to drill down on the details of transboundary water cooperation in Asia. As we can see here from the 652 reporting, 18 out of 26 countries sharing water resources have responded in the last round of reporting. And between the first and second reporting cycle, there was the greatest improvement in reporting within the Asia region. However, there are still gaps in the region on transboundary agreements and operational arrangements. So the clear message here, as we go into further discussion, is that transboundary water cooperation can be strengthened in Southeast Asia. I think that's something that I want to be clear in my messaging, and also to provoke discussion to hear what you think are the ways in which we can strengthen transboundary water cooperation. Next slide, please. I won't go into detail here other than to say that we do have reporting figures from the various countries up here, and we will deal with these in more detail during the dedicated session tomorrow. Next slide, please. And again, this is a snapshot of the Mekong Basin countries. And again, one of the key takeaways I would say here is that there is a need for improving agreements and operational arrangements on transboundary groundwater. And we're going to hear a little bit more about that also in some dedicated projects that are focusing on transboundary groundwater. Next slide, please. And just to say that groundwater is a challenge globally, so it's not just in this region. Transboundary groundwater is something that is on the increase in terms of visibility for improving transboundary cooperation. Now, this is the key slide that I wanted to show to complement SOCM's presentation, because this is a feedback table in the SDG Indicator 6.5.2 report. And in this, countries indicate their main challenges for transboundary water cooperation. So a national report indicating what a country indicates is their main challenge for transboundary water cooperation. And I have coloured them according to common priority of the Southeast Asian countries. So the red one, resource constraints, is common to all countries. Every country indicated that resource constraints is a major challenge for transboundary cooperation. Then in the orange, we have all countries but one have indicated that is a challenge for them, and that is the availability of data and the exchange of data. So that was a second priority, common priority. And thirdly, in pink, I've highlighted where all countries but two responded that was a challenge, and that is legal and administrative framework for transboundary cooperation, also sectoral fragmentation, and also environmental pressures. So there's just, again, this is not to be considered comprehensive. This is merely just to show what countries have indicated are their transboundary water cooperation challenges in their national reporting, and then just to provoke a bit of discussion around what are the common challenges that we're seeing in Southeast Asia across countries. With that, that will end my presentation, because this will be discussed a little bit further tomorrow. But other than to say, we look forward to your inputs, your advice, your feedback, and really prompting discussion around how we can all work together to strengthen transboundary cooperation.
Thank you very much, Remy. We have heard I think, many useful information about transboundary from Remy and Dr. Soken. So now we want to hear from the IWRM perspective on also water security relations. So I will give the floor to Pafani Wedahuditama. Please show the screen. Yeah. So Pafani Wedahuditama is our regional coordinator for Global Water Partnership, Southeast Asia. He also acts as an executive director of Alliance of Water Stewardship Indonesia. He has over 20 years experience in designing, planning, and implementing development program related to Sustainable Development Goal 6. He also previously worked in the government agency as water sector development analyst. So please, Pak Fani.
Yeah, thank you, Luis. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending our conference. This is our first Southeast Asia Water Security IWRM regional conference, and we hope the way we design our conference is a bit different because we would like to focus on the practical solution. So what I'm also about to present here is something that that is going to, how do you say, put us in the corridor of thinking about how we are going to address the challenges, because of course we don't want to have another talk shop conference. We want to know what we can do and what is the option that is available, because understanding leads to awareness, awareness leads to options, and option leads to result. So if we have more awareness, we have more option, then we can have more the result that we would like to have. So I would like to start with sharing with you the regional challenges that we have identified through the help of our country water partnership in 6 countries. As we have actually 8 country water partnerships, but we did this exercise of this regional challenges identification since 2022, and it becomes the main how do you say, the main discussion for this regional conference, because we are focusing on the challenges that was submitted by the countries, 6 countries at least from Southeast Asia, but we understand that these regional challenges also happens in the other countries that we didn't have the chance to also do the same exercise. So we did these regional challenges in, if you go to the next slide, please. Sorry. We did this exercise for Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia, and then Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. So it all started when we helped to facilitate the global survey, monitoring survey for SDG 6.5.1. We started this global survey since the first round in 2017. Now, in 2017, we learned a lot that there are a lot of challenges that is faced by the countries implementing the principle of IWRM in order to improve the water governance, and of course further to improve to achieve the water security target. So we learned a lot in 2017. We helped 6 countries also to finish to complete the global survey, and then from that process of completing the survey, we realized that not everybody is familiar with the survey itself. So when we facilitate the consultation, the multi-stakeholder consultation, then we were starting to discuss about the survey itself. But then we understand, okay, the survey is like this, it is going to help the country to move forward. So in 2020, learning from the lessons from 2017, we also again support the country, but this time in 2020, what we did is that GWP Southeast Asia, all together with the country water partnership in 6 countries, then try to do additional effort. We try to contribute our effort, and we agree that we do this in all of our region, in all 6 countries. So what we did at that time was to add one activity called data collection. So we understand the questionnaire together, and then we support the country to help to collect the data. So we have all the evidence of what we are going to discuss in the multi-stakeholder consultation. So once we have all this data and information, and then we use that, the country water partnership, our network then help to put also the first draft of the completed questionnaire. So this way, we will then have an efficient and an effective discussion for the multi-stakeholder consultation, to focus on on the details, on the achievement, on the challenges, and so on. So we don't start from scratch. So this really helps the countries then to bring a lot of evidence, that is, or to put on the table, discuss with the multi-stakeholders, and then agree on what can be prioritized based on the result of the survey. So based on that, we managed to collect all the evidence, more evidence compared to the 2017, and therefore, because of this evidence collected, the score of the SDG 6.5.1 was increased. Although a little bit depending on the country, right? But there are some increase on the score of the IWRM implementation, and this is also then help us to understand more about what we have, where we are now at that time, and then what we should do in the coming years to the next round of the global survey, which is this year. Now, but in 2020 we didn't stop there. What we did is also, after we have the result of this SDG 6.5.1, we identify the priority areas. So we go deeper. We go deeper into what can we use the approach of the UNEP DHI in trying to monitor all this IWRM implementation effort, but then focusing on every team. So we have several teams that we agreed in Southeast Asia with the country water partnership. We have 4 teams. First is the water for environment. This is related to the conservation, water conservation, and so on. And then water for people, the second team. And then the third team is the water for economic and development activities. And then the fourth team is water-related disaster risk reduction. So using that themes, we use the approach from UNEP, because UNEP have this very good approach on 4 dimension, enabling empowerment, institution and participation, and then we have also the management instrument and finance. So we use that dimension, that component, to also go to a deeper assessment. We call it IWRM performance assessment. So based on that IWRM performance assessment, then we can understand more about what is our challenges for each team. Then helps also again to look again a bit more detail. Now, for all these identified priority challenges, then we document this into a multi-stakeholder position paper, and we present this to the decision makers. So the decision makers know, if we are talking about this theme, these are the priorities. So water for environment, this. Water for people, this, and so on. Now, learning from the experience from the country to be able to identify these priority challenges, and these priority challenges then leads to the development of the IWRM action plan in each country. So we were thinking maybe we should do something also at the regional level, because we know that there are some challenges at the regional level that maybe cannot be discussed only in the country level, but should be discussed at the regional level. Now, and then we set these 3 criteria, everyone. So we ask our country water partnership to help us to identify these regional challenges, but regional challenges doesn't mean only transboundary issues. So it can be like these 3 criteria. First, we ask the help from our country water partnership to identify challenges that can be considered as a common water challenges that are faced by more than one country. So flood, drought, this is something that faced by many countries in Southeast Asia and also other regions. And then transboundary water challenges, as explained by Dr. Sofiam and Remy, this is also something that we would like to identify. And then the last one is the water-related challenges that cannot be addressed only by one country. So these 3 criteria help us to identify all the challenges that from the country perspective that should be discussed at the regional level. And this is why we have this regional conference today. Now, next slide. So based on the identification of these regional challenges by each country, then we try to consolidate. Next slide, please. And then we try to put them into several categories, several teams. And before you heard about 4 teams, then after the discussion, we had 5 teams. So this is almost the same with what the ADB also has done on the ASEAN Water Development Outlook. Yeah, we just have a bit different theme, but actually, if you look closely, actually it's almost the same. We can just easily how do you say, align this with the other with the outlook, how we categorize all these things. Now, so the additional is the cross-cutting theme, because if we are talking about governance, it happens in every team. So if we are talking, because if we are talking integrated water resources management, then we need to understand, or even if we are talking about water governance is not just one. Water governance happens also in every team. We call it sub-water governance. So it's like sport. If you are playing basketball, you have also the water governance, the governance. But the institutional arrangement is different, right? Basket in badminton is different, but they have governance. So that's why we call, in every team you have this subset of this water governance, and we have to really understand what is happening in water governance of each team, and then what are the problem, and then most importantly is that how do we have this overarching water governance, or the umbrella that can help all these subset of water governance, or every team can be coherent, not overlapping with each other, or even conflicting with each other. So we start from there. We try to put this category, so we will be able later, when we try to use the identification of the regional challenges from the country, we can put them into a proper theme. So next slide, please. So we are not going to talk into detail, but this is what we have. So for example, for the water and for environment, we combined it with the water for economy and development activities. We found out that there are several challenges there. So first is the low water quality. This happens in every country. So this is common challenges. Environmental degradation, like on the wetland degradation, and then water scarcity also happening in many countries. Even Indonesia, who has a lot of water, but abundant water. But if we are really look into detail, there are water scarcity issues. Yeah. So, and then there is, because of the water scarcity, you also face this water competition. And then at the end of the day, we are asked by everyone, how do we allocate the water that we have? Because this is limited. And then also, of course, the biodiversity degradation. So these are the challenges under this team. So we must combine these two teams, because it is very much related. Next slide, please. And then the second, which is very popular, is the water for people. This is why also we have this second team as the main theme of this regional conference. So after after the MDGs, now we have SDGs. Still, we have a lot of people do not have safe access to water and sanitation. So we are trying to also to look what is the problem. So depends on how we look at the problem. If we are not asking the right question, maybe we don't really know what is the real challenge that we have in this water access for water. So one thing that we found out through our exercise is that why many governments cannot how to say win in the racing of delivering this water for people wash access, because we don't know who actually do not have access, because we do everything by sampling. And if you do by sampling, you can say 30% doesn't have access. But then where are these 30%? So therefore, we think that, oh, okay, we need to do something. And from GWP, one of GWP partners, there has been like innovation on this. Like we managed to get the data by name by address, very fast way, in a very cheap way. Only 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 week is like 3,000 households. So this kind of innovation really helps the government then to understand who doesn't have access, who should we target, how then we develop or do this infrastructure of the water supply, and so on. So this kind of thing, we need to really be careful asking the right question when we already identify the challenge, to be able to understand what is it that very important that we need to do. So that is for the water for people. This is about WASH. And then the last challenges that we also identify. Next slide, please. is the water-related disaster risk reduction. We have a lot of challenges. Right now, we have this climate issue. Some part of the region, we are having these challenges with the drought, but also the other part, also at the same time, we have this flood. So this is happens in every country. So we think that we need to come together and share how we address all these challenges. So we think that this water related disaster related to the floods and drought is something that we need to how do you say, to tackle and address together in the region. So we can share also what is successful and what works in other region or other country that can be implemented in other country. Slide, please. At the end of the day, we need to, because there are many challenges, so we need to be realistic also. Then we need to also see whether there are also some ongoing program or effort in the region that can be helping to address this problem. So based on the realistic analysis, because if we say like, okay, we want to tackle that problem, but then the problem is that nobody is doing something there, then it's a bit unrealistic to start from the scratch. So we want to start from the low-hanging fruit first, and we think not only the low-hanging fruit, but also have also a priority, high priority in every country. So we come into these high priority challenges. First, water scarcity, because we have a lot of problem with the competition for water. The second one, access to wash. This is something countries are experiencing. And then the third one is the urban flood. And you have seen many of the news here related to flood just recently. So we think that, okay, this is the right time, this is the right challenges that we would like to propose through this regional conference for us to call innovative solution from many parts of the world to share with us on how to address these challenges. So next slide, please. Yeah, but the problem last time when we discussed about these challenges, then how can we find these innovators? We want to know who is doing what, who is successful, and can share with us. And that's why we come into this regional conference. And we have right now with 9 innovators with us. So hopefully these 9 innovators can help us to address all these challenges under these 3 themes. So I will stop there. I understand that everyone is expert on water, especially in flood, maybe in drought, in wash. But I think I will not go deeper into the detail of problem of every challenges. But later, innovators hopefully will bring something that we can, of course, use to address these challenges. And then, of course, if possible, GWP Southeast Asia, we together will be happy, will be keen to facilitate a discussion after this on how we can implement this solution. And there are key question on how we can implement the solution that is brought by the innovator. So I will stop there. Thank you very much. Sorry for the time, but yeah, I will hand over back to Luis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Fani. So after now, we then more the situation of the challenges of transboundary water security and IWRM in the Southeast Asia regions. I think it's good if we can further discuss. So I will request Dr. Amron to come back to the stage, maybe in the nice and comfortable sofa, Dr. Amron. Yeah, to moderate the panel discussion.
Well, okay. So I will try the big seat first. Okay. We start with panel discussions. Before that, I would like to ask Mr. Paul Clini from UN Environmental Program, Delft Hydraulic Institute, I think, online. Oh, yeah. So this for over 10 years with the UNEP, and has been dedicated to supporting countries to implement sustainable water resources management and transboundary cooperation. And during this time, he has been heavily involved in global, regional, and national reporting and on sustainable development goals, and also the integrated water resource management. His areas of expertise include water governance, climate change adaptation, water quality and freshwater ecosystem management, and transboundary cooperation over water. Previously, Paul works on flood modeling in Australia, where he now lives. So, Paul, is it you here? But before that, I would like to ask also Mr. Ryuichi Fukuhara. Is he here now? Yeah. Okay, please. Please. So you can accompany me, because otherwise I hope that Pak Fani also sit here too.
I think it will be good if we can have Pak Remy and Pak Fani also.
I don't know how to pray, please. Okay, so let's start with you. Paul, please. I hope you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. Hope everyone can
Okay,
hear me
please.
clearly. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the conference, for the opportunity to speak, especially our good colleagues, GWP Southeast Asia, and you also UNECE and UNESCO and FAO. And thank you also to all the participants that have made the effort to join the conference. I'm aware of timing, and I think people are moving towards lunchtime. So actually, I don't want to speak for too long, and also it'd be good to hear some questions and from the floor as well. But I think I had some leading questions. Basically, how are we going? And are we addressing the problem or not? What's working, what's not? And are there any doubts? So I won't go through all of that to make it a bit more of a discussion, but through the reporting on SDG 6.5.1 on integrated water resources management, as Fanny pointed out, we've had the 2 reporting rounds so far in 2017 and 2020. And right now, currently, we're in the middle of we're almost at the end of the 3rd reporting round. And we're currently getting a lot of submissions in from countries. So one could say that, I mean, based on the right direction, generally we are progressing. But of course, in about 1 month's time, we'll have a much better picture, a much better idea of where countries are at in implementing their integrated water resources management. But I also, I mean, in terms of the progress, we know that it's not just about putting the governance and management arrangements in place, but also are we able to keep pace with the various pressures on our water resources, including the socioeconomic development and the climate change pressures that previous speakers have outlined. And I think overall, we're going in the right direction, but probably not at a pace that's fast enough to really achieve sustainable and just water resources management in the face of these pressures. And that's why innovation is so important. innovation to accelerate on this progress, and that's why the topic of the conference is timely, and really looking forward to hearing the presentations and discussions for the rest of the conference. I think I'll pause there, if that's okay, or
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's it's not just governance and management, but innovations you mentioned is really important. Okay, now time to panelist, the next panelist, Mr. Ryuichi Fukuhara from UNESCO Jakarta. Please, the time is yours.
From pagi and good morning, everybody. And I'm Ryuichi Fukuhara, Technical Advisor for Natural Science in UNESCO Jakarta. I skipped the introduction slide, so let me introduce myself a little bit related about my experience in transboundary waters. I started to work on the transboundary waters, but not in the Southeast Asia, but in the Middle East, the Jordan River Basin back to the early 2000s. I don't want to make a comment on escalating situation there, and somehow it's also related to the conflict between the Palestinian and Israel on not only the Gaza and the West Bank. So at that time, when I started, of course, it's early 2000s, we didn't have the SDGs. And of course, an importance of transboundary water in the Middle East, not only the Jordan River Basin, Tigris and Euphrates and Nile River Basin, it's a long-standing problem of water sharing and water cooperation, but we didn't have any guidance and a guiding framework like SDG 652. So in that sense, yes. Well, let me go back to the guiding question that, yes, we are really addressing, in comparison to 20 years ago, we have now guiding framework, how to assess the status of transboundary water cooperation. In that sense, yes, we have progress. But of course, at the same time, it clarifies and makes us understood how it's difficult to address. Because there are so many indicators under 652, and one by one, how we try to, at the same in 651 reporting exercise, also in the 652, or the third round of monitoring exercise now, and how difficult to obtain the precise data to fill the national reporting, which I'm going to report tomorrow. So when it comes to the problem that we are addressing, but it's also that that make us identify with a higher resolution than before what we have to address more precisely. So the good thing is that we can use the concept, the overarching concept like water security in the IWRM as an overarching concept, but more and more we have to understand the complexity of the water challenge, the issues. Well, now we started, well, many experts start to talk about the nexus, but introducing nexus approach is exactly means we have to ready for addressing the complicated problem as it is. Because in general science, we used to simplify the issues and develop the simple model and try to find the solution and try to arrive at the reality, but it doesn't work. This is a part of the science history of science. But already we come to know this kind of approach doesn't work for everything. Although we have to use the overarching umbrella, but we really have to go into the detail. And transboundary water cooperation is the same. Now we are talking in Southeast Asia context. We are talking about the Mekong River. Of course, it's important, but in the Southeast Asia, we are also the island parts. The Philippines doesn't have a transboundary, but Indonesia has a transboundary with the Timor-Leste and Papua New Guinea and Malaysia in the island part. It's not outstanding like a Mekong, but of course, for local community who are living there, it's also a problem. It's a small scale. So, you know, how many types of macro range and micro range to magnify the issues? This is what I think we have to, we are expected from now on. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Here. Okay, give applause to all of us. Thank you. Well, I think that may I have some remarks that transboundary, you mentioned, Mr. Yuchi, that guideline is over there, the framework also, but we need again to identify more precisely in terms of IWRMs, the complexity water challenges. I think that maybe we now tend to simplify so that maybe it doesn't work, so that we have to be careful the complexity of water challenges. Thank you, Mr. Yuchi. I hope I can some of your presentations. Okay, we now have a panelist over here, and then is there any things that you can add, or is it the question and answer? Is it to Luis? Okay. Right now it's open in discussions. I hope that still weak over there. Is it the coffee still exists? Okay. Please, and then mention your names and any others so that I can, you know, have a bank. Okay, over there, back there. Another things, one more in the middle. Okay. I saw three. Okay, please mention your name, please, and from.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
My name is Atam Ramsundar Singh. I'm a member of the steering committee of Global Water Partnership, but I earn my money by building renewable energy projects across Southeast Asia. Having gone through this journey of my water past 25, 30 years back, coming back into the water sector as steering committee member of the P, being here today is a pleasure. But what I've also seen is that the water discussion and the call for challenges and solutions and innovation is not being addressed. This discussion is in hands of experts and scientists. We still talk about, for the last 25, 30 years that I've been active across the world, Middle East as well, right? Gaza, West Bank, name it. I've been there when multilateral negotiations were happening. What I am missing, a few things. I'm missing in all the publications with all the taxpayers' money in the UN agencies and name it, I don't see anyone chewing on how to innovate governments. Governments are not serving their people and their natural capital. That's what we see when we drive along a river, or whether it's in Cambodia or in China or whatever. That's what I see. I don't see a solution. Number two, there is no call for money, nowhere. There is a call for more data, there are more information. I don't see where science world, or I would say the opinion world like us, is calling for capital, money, to do things at the micro, at the meso, and maybe at the national level. I don't see that. When I see innovation written in Mr. Fani's presentation as one sentence, I don't see reports, I don't see case studies, I don't see investment projects as good examples. So yes, here in front of you stands a person who is pretty frustrated, right? Okay. Pretty frustrated with what I've been seeing in my water journey over the last 30 years. Now, the question here for all the brains together is now, right? Innovation, do we mean more things like, like more research and a nice paper? Or do we mean with innovation, because I thought that was the original meaning of innovation, is getting things done in real. People are dying. People are fighting. Israel is stopping water into Gaza. These things are happening. How can we make sure that water is used for the good of society, that governments stand for people and nature? How do we make sure that capital flows into financing solutions and tackling those problems? And how do we make sure that water is not used as a blackmailing or a boycotting instrument in transboundary issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you. This that give us more substance that we don't have good enough or how to innovate governments, and also about the investments and research, but maybe more in getting done. I think that was the gentleman asking for. I think that gentleman over there, please, and mention your names and from the.
Hello everyone, this is Dhaval Pandya from IWRM International, Surat, India. I'm one of the innovator here. Okay, my question was very simple. These agreements, treaties which we generally do for within transboundary water agreements, can we consider these treaties as short-term solutions? And can we develop a long-term permanent solution, like making both the quarreling countries self-reliant for their water? Yeah.
Okay, that's short, but maybe difficult to answer. Short terms and for the long terms. Okay, the Dr. Lim, I think is your time, sir? Dr. Finn, yeah, sorry. Von Min, yeah.
Thank you, Louis. My name is Le Van Binh. I came from Vietnam, country water partnership chair. I would like to have some short comments related to regional cooperation, transboundary. I agree with him if there is a presentation that we could consider longer term, how we could enhance, what is the driving force for cooperation in this issue, important issue that I worked for Mekong River Commission for many years, from the new agreement signed in 1995. And I observed that countries are thinking differently on the water management issue. The second thing related to SDG 6.5.1. I have the comment that UNEP help us to do the evaluation of the progress every 3 years. We start, I involved from the 2017, and after that 2020, and now this year in Vietnam, guided by Ministry of Environment, we participate in the process. I observed that every time UNEP consolidate on the result of the assessment from all countries, they produce very good, I would say, that report. But I look on the country, how this report make influence on what could impact
Another challenge is that there could be an agreement in place that doesn't cover all of the basin or only covers a bilateral relationship or multilateral relationship, but not the entire basin. Also situations where we see that agreements do not contain all of the key provisions that are needed for integrated water resources management at a transboundary scale. And that's also where we come in as the Water Convention to say that there is a global baseline, a global framework based on international rule of law, as Sokem talked about earlier, that are the key core provisions of international international water law, which provide a comprehensive basis on which to conduct transboundary water cooperation. And that is to also say that a lot of the agreements that we're seeing that they're encountering challenges at the moment are agreements from 20, 30, 40, 50, even 60 years ago that were not necessarily flexible enough or adaptable enough to cope with the challenges that we're seeing now. And in this respect, I would say that there's a lot of challenges that lie ahead because we have these agreements in place and they're set between the countries, but they're noticing that some of the challenges that they're facing maybe aren't conducive to working through that arrangement. So under the Water Convention, we have a program of work area which is on the development of agreements and other arrangements. And there's a publication outside which you may have seen, which is essentially a global synthesis of transboundary water agreements. And it looks at what are the core provisions, what are the other provisions that you might focus on in terms of ecosystem protection, nexus solutions, disaster risk reduction, data sharing, transboundary environmental impact assessment. All of these are built into that comprehensive guide. And it's there then for countries on which to base potentially adapting existing arrangements or developing new agreements to cope with the challenges that lie ahead in transboundary water management.
Thank you. Any others? Bob, please. Before that, please, then we can come to him. Again.
So let me answer the question from the gentleman from Vietnam that, yes, for example, when it comes to national report on the 652, and we found out when we examined the national report from the Mekong countries that yes, when it comes to data on the surface water, yes, it's quite different. But when it comes to the shared groundwater part, as a structure, we have to, well, you have to report on the surface water part and the groundwater part. In comparison to the surface and groundwater, the groundwater, reporting on the groundwater is so weak and not known well because simply historically you can depend on surface water in the Mekong River Basin. You didn't have to care about the groundwater, but still we are not sure the proportion between the shared surface water and the groundwater in the Mekong River Basin is not clear, not free assessed, especially in upstream the Laos and the Myanmar. And this was, I think, the motivation behind our FAO colleague. She can, yeah, you can talk about tomorrow that the FAO DEF is going to run the transboundary groundwater project in the first time in the region. So we, by utilizing this monitoring report, we try to go ahead to address the issue. And also let me get back to your comment that, yeah, indeed, it seems to me that we've been trapped for a long time between the discussion water is a public good or water is a commercial good. And apparently it has both characteristics. It can generate economic value by using the water. That's why it has in the mainstream economics they deal with the economic goods. But to meet the basic human needs, of course, it has to be dealt with common goods, and it's against the spirit of humanity that if you are selling the water with a higher unaffordable price. So, and to me that normally in the hydrologists, geohydrologists, the water scientists didn't want to get into discussion in a social science field that how we can deal with water well, like or not, we are living in the global economy. Okay. And water is not used only locally, also traded as a bottled water form sometimes it's exported from the water scarce country to water rich countries. And so innovation doesn't, we don't have to limit ourselves, not only the technology, some idea to change how we can treat the water in the social norm, in the social sciences as well. And this because basically in the social sciences and the economists that doesn't know the natural science nature. So this water scientists have to raise a voice to the social science field.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ryuichi. I think it's Paul here. I think you want to say something, or okay, please.
I'm here. Yeah, thank you. And thanks for everyone, the excellent questions. I'll try to answer a few of them as best I can. Firstly, on to our frustrated colleague from the GWP steering committee, thanks so much for your comments. It's you know, it's very good to be frustrated and not happy with the progress at which we're going, because we need to do better. We all need to accelerate and do better. And it's good to look at what we're doing and are we doing the best we can. In terms of you said you can't see the call for money anywhere. I would dispute that. There's quite a lot of people working on financing for water and calls for money as well. Maybe it's not the loudest call, but I think there is quite a lot out there, including from GLASS, the WHO GLASS reports and process. From the 651 kind of survey process and global reports, you know, there's the 4 dimensions, as was mentioned earlier, and the 4th dimension is on finance. That has been the lowest sort of performing dimension for the last 2 rounds, and we expect it to be this round as well. And so that's one of our key messages that goes out, is that financing is one of the key bottlenecks, and that needs to be addressed. And so that's kind of one of our key messages, but that's linked to also political will. So to advance on the implementation of integrated water resources management, how do we raise political will? And raising the political will help both the implementation, but is also needed to secure that financing as well from the highest level of government. So within the national budgets, there's sufficient amounts or more allocated towards water resources management. And also the importance of that political will at the highest level to encourage other sectors, as we say, from within energy, as you say, you've been working in. So how do we get out of the water box? And that's by how do we communicate the value of implementing integrated approaches to water resources management to across all the different sectors. Within the SDG 6 IWRM support program, which we at UNEP and UNEP DHI work together with Global Water Partnership. For example, we ran a financing, what we called a financing journey over the few years ago. And that had some pilots, for example, in Kenya, where we ran a process in relation to their planning and securing financing for some of the actions in their plans. For example, in Panama, they've recently developed their IWRM plan with support through the SDG 6 IWRM support program. And the overall price tag for all the actions in that plan is around 13 million US dollars. And the government has committed to $3 million US dollars of that action plan. So those are quite concrete kind of financing requests and commitments from government. And then there's kind of funding opportunities with concrete projects sort of ready to go, looking for financing. Yeah, and maybe a quick response. I missed the very end of that Vietnam country water partnership colleague in terms of all the countries are reporting every 3 years, but maybe what's the support on the ground to accelerate the implementation. And first of all, a huge thanks to all the countries for contributing under 651. We've had close to 190 UN member states reporting on SDG 651, and we appreciate that it's a big effort. And what we hope is that, of course, that reporting is useful in national planning processes and is useful in terms of identifying priorities and creating a common understanding. And we've had lots of reports from countries that is happening. Of course, there are hundreds of actors working on implementation on the ground across the various areas of water and water management. One small thing that we are doing through the SDG 6 IWRM support program is, after our stage 1, which is supporting countries to report, stage 2 is on developing action plans, and on stage 3 is supporting implementation solutions. So yeah, we encourage countries to sort of apply for that and to get involved. We don't have a huge amount of funding, but we are supporting countries through that. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Yes? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. Later on, Pak Fani will take notes. But okay, if it is from the participants online, yeah. Okay.
Hello, allow me to respond to very good comments. Remy also addressed one of them already, especially talking about the international law and the frustration associated with it. Yeah, if we talk about international law, we often find that some of my friends, when he know that I'm a lawyer, and he said, your international law has no teeth. You bark, but you never bite. This kind of remark is heard, but it is the reality that different from national law system where you have policemen to enforce it, you have the court to decide the case. Even within the governance system, many of us also frustrated with the justice, the fairness, the timeliness of the to redress those injustice. So even in international law, you have even more frustration because every country is a sovereign nation. So you don't have policemen, you don't have maybe the international court of justice, but still not the same as long as the country do not recognize their jurisdiction. So the only thing that they can do is we rely on United Nations, rely on the block pressure and everything to make sure that yes, this is the result of your bad behavior in the international relation and in violation of international law, especially the law on water international law. So yeah, I think that there's still a way to improve it, and but there's still frustration. I want to join Dr. Ming comment about the SDG 6 and others. And for me, the impact from the poor transboundary river basin management and development impact not only impact the SDG 6 that is dedicated to water, but we're also looking at 7 others explicit and 8 or 9 other 6 or 9 other implicit related to water. That's why when we talk about water security, it is important to see how it linked to energy security and how that linked to food security and how that will contribute to climate resilient development for the nation and also for the region. Yes, thank you. Back to you for an opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's talking about the law and also that for address from Vietnam, that being addressed by Dr. Sokempeng. Pak, you have a
just a small. I'm very how to say, I like the Pak Atem's Mr. Atem's comment, because frustrated, as Remy says, it's good because for example, how to innovate the governments, how to call for money and everything. Even though Paul already mentioned that we have already done something also on the finance, but I think what really worries me is that about the question. We know the challenges, but then if we are faced with the challenges, are we asking the right question? And who is asking the right question? That is more important. Because if, for example, myself, I ask the right question, yeah, okay, but then I don't have the resources and everything, then nothing that can be done. But so that is what's more important, is that who is asking the right question. Because I've always remember my father always said to me, when you have a problem, you make sure you understand the problem, and then you and you know what to do. So asking the right question is going to help us, but again, who is asking the right question, we need to know, and then we need to of course to discuss with them. Like for example, for the call for money, Pak Atem, I think this is also there is also another problem there, another challenge, I think, because when we are asking, can we organize a session or a discussion where we can ask those who have the capital, who have the resources, to help to implement the innovation, because innovation is about getting things done, getting a problem addressed. Yeah. So I think if we want to work together, then somehow we need to make sure that all the right key stakeholders are asking the right question, and then after that, once we have the right question, then we understand that what kind of option that we have to be able to answer that question. Otherwise, everybody is thinking about different question, and then we got lost. So hopefully this is not the case. That's why we also organize this regional conference, because we want also to discuss with everyone. One of the important question from us is also, are we asking the right question? That's why we also help the innovators to also to try to think about the challenges and then come up with the solution. And that solution should be able to address that right question. We need to agree, of course, what is the right question, but through the discussion we need to have that. I will stop there, Pak Dr. Amran.
Okay,
I think.
Thank you.
Dr. Indafi.
I think that what Pak Fani said is about how when we clap our hands, can we hit 7 flies at one time? So that's maybe it's difficult. So please hold on, please, Pak Indafi. This is explanation first from about financing, so that maybe we can add something. Please hold little bit.
Only one few minutes only.
Very, very short intervention. Just on the issue of financing again, just to say that financing projects at transboundary scale is particularly challenging. And I think one of the things that we're seeing though, and I think we'll hear a little bit more from participants in the region, is that there are projects at transboundary scale working on IWRM issues that are developing and that are being financed. And I think one of the key issues, and I would support Paul's statement, is that there is a lot of work going into financing and raising the profile of the need for financing. It's just the political will is a key stumbling block. We have the World Water Forum second stakeholder meeting, which is taking place here in Bali, to raise again that political will around financing water issues. But also just to say that at the transboundary scale, I think if countries here can develop bankable projects at transboundary scale, there is an appetite for those projects. And I think it's a matter of actually formulating the projects to tackle the real problems. So understanding the challenges, developing bankable projects based on and tackling those real challenges at transboundary scale, and where relevant, having legal and institutional arrangements that are enticing for international financial institutions to support. Because if you have rule of law, then it's a much more convincing argument to fund a particular transboundary project.
Okay, thank you. I think that help about the financing. Now, I think that for online participants, if would like to send questions through chat box or use raise hand functions. But now, Dr. Intafi, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and panelists. So, from me, it's not the questions. That's the idea I would like to share about the Transboundary Water Cooperation. So, I all accept with all of you has mentioned about the policy, the laws, international water convention, everything. The thing is, I found out that how to bring this on to the individual country, policy, laws, and strategy of their own to avoid the conflict between the international cooperation and individual country cooperation. I can give an example. If you have been to or you are noticed about the Danube River, Danube is many countries that river has been gone through, but they make the same strategy together, and that river become one river, not transboundary anymore. How can we bring that to our region? That is I would like to share. We have challenges with our Mekong River region because Laos also have our own water law. We have our own strategy. We have our own policy. Then how can we what do you call that? Collaborate or elaborate the individual country policy that together with the region one, that we can work together, come up with our challenges, everything that that will be good. That's the thing I would like to share with the cooperation.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Intafi. But maybe Rain River Commissions start from maybe long time ago, yeah. So that can reach the now situations. Okay, is there any others from? Oh, okay. Okay, please.
On the financing, which is very important. So I myself also very frustrated when we see our government spending $10 billion in the other infrastructure, such as train project that you do have in the Bandung to Jakarta. Your government is spending $7 billion. But I believe the water people will be very frustrated. But if we giving you $7 billion, I will solve a lot of water-related problems. So I think the SDG report can be very good tools that can be used to convince the government that you need more funds for water infrastructure. Similarly, for Malaysia, our reporting on the SDG financing score the lowest. So we can use this one as a tool to ask more money. So I think this reporting is very relevant in that sense. and we need to fight with other sectors
Okay.
to invest more money to water sector. Thank you.
Okay, so that's kind of it's important, yeah, to get. Please go ahead. I'm sorry that.
Thank you. Thank you for the great learning opportunities here today. I do want to bring up a few things which I started to feel that there's a gap of conversation. The first one is the complexity of the issues. Since 2015, when we set commitment of the SDGs, the world has changed dramatically, particularly from climate change perspective. So whatever we committed back in 2015 is no longer adequate, actually, to really address the challenges, not only short term, but midterm, longer term there as well. So that's one reminder. So we are talking about very specific to deliver. We said we're going to deliver under SDGs, which we have not been able to do that. Just we are really falling short, actually, in terms of the challenges there. So that's the first reminder. The second one, on the political will. I mean, like I always talk about the political will. It's a common language there, but it's not enough to say, oh, that's all blaming the political will, the government to reform whatever. We really need to get down specific details there. On the positive side, I come from China. If you look at the water security issues there, I definitely have witnessed increasing sophistication and understanding how to address that. That really has come down very specific, for instance, for freshwater pricing, right? Policy tools there. If you look at the pollution, every single segment of rivers, lakes, water segment, tributaries, we have a person name, either mayor or governors, literally there, publicly held accountable for the water quality, water issues there. This is water governance, right? Solutions there. I know transboundary is really complex issue, and I'm hoping somehow you guys already started the process, and we're going to continue to address that because China, as you all mentioned, sits on the headwater of about 10 major rivers actually in our region, and China is already experiencing. If you look at the Yangtze River, we're already experiencing, maybe 40% a couple of years ago, the big drought, whatever, right? It's already running low. So it's a commonly shared challenge. We do need to come up with a solution. Now, on the technology side, if we continue to complain about frustration, it's going to be really, really hard to go beyond. I mentioned early on in my opening remarks there. If you look at the technology, we have satellite remote sensing, we have all the monitoring data, we have sensors deployed almost ubiquitously everywhere, and we have mobile devices. So somehow today, if particularly looking into the future, we are already people, organizations actually, already equipped with the technical capability in terms of really participating more actively to transform, to change the challenges we're here. Lastly, on the finance side, I would like to see go beyond whatever we're talking about the finance today. Last week, I was in Tokyo for another commitment, which is about net zero, climate innovation, stuff like that. One of the conversations we started to look into, which is fascinating, you cannot just talk about World Bank, ADB, or UN, whatever, stuff like that. That's a trivial. That won't be adequate, honestly. Actually, no matter how much you said, I'm going to mobilize, it's not. We need a fundamental reform of look at the finance. We call it innovative finance. That seems to be simple, but that's real, right? We need to fundamentally transform the financial systems of the world today. If we do not get into that space, we're not going to address, actually, the finance issue at all. You could talk about it and say, oh, political will, commit more. That's really, really trivial. Particularly put that actually into the bigger context of the increasing challenges we are facing today, and more so actually into the future. Water is life. This is about the life and the death of our species already. So I would like to see very much actually, I do understand actually, you guys in your position, you need to deliver this, SDG 6.512 or whatever, stuff like that. I know that's the beginning, that's a starting point, but I really want you to think broader than that. as I said, if we do not address fundamental, the root causes there, we're not going to go anywhere close to where we need to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It seems like a conclusion to me. Thank you very much. Yeah, so let's make it easier. Thank you. For me, it's four points from you, but usually Chinese don't want to say 4. Must be 5 or 7. So that's perhaps another one. Yeah, 5. Thank you, thank you. Well, any others? I think that the one back there, perhaps. Yeah, okay. You often, raise your hand. You can come to that mic, please. Your legs can be straightened a little bit. Yeah, sorry about that.
In my question, I had a 2-part, one short term and the another one was the long term solution, which can be a permanent one. That is short term because if these agreements are short term because of they are always under the threat of not agreeing or weaponizing. Okay, in the second part where I have talked about making the nations, the quarreling nations, self-reliant for their own water. Can we focus on that area as a long-term solution as GWP, as an organization or the United Nations, so that we can stop the water fights permanently, maybe in next 20 years, 30 years?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe it's different. That previously that changes, every time it's already changing. Any other comments from the last person?
Thank you for the great comments and feedback as well. Just a couple of quick points on the last gentleman's second subset of the question. Definitely, I think it's linked a little bit to the Malaysian colleagues' comment about if you're wanting to build national self-reliance, then you need political will within the nation and the financing to tackle that particular aspect within your country. So, but I would also say that you can't decouple national water issues from transboundary water issues. So even though you're suggesting that potentially sovereign countries could tackle their own water issues independent of any transboundary cooperation, I would say that's probably actually misleading, because even though there may be tensions, you still need to essentially recognize that if there are transboundary waters, that you are needing to cooperate with your co-riparian country. So you may want to focus on the national challenges, and there may be subset of issues there within the national jurisdiction. But if there are transboundary waters linked to your countries, then you won't be able to decouple transboundary water from your sovereign water issues. From our Malaysian colleague, I would say using the SDG reports to leverage political will is a great idea, and obviously particularly because you're highlighting particularly self-identified issues within the country of what are the challenges on SDG 6 and the interrelated SDGs. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Is it closing remark from you?
Chair, may I please jump in quickly? Just
okay.
To first of all, I really like the dream by my colleague from Laos, the chair of the Southeast Asia GWP. Yeah, if you can turn Rhine into our river, and then Mekong will be the same. I don't know. Maybe it is the dream, or if it can turn in reality. Because when it comes to transboundary rivers, that would be very challenging for country to actually accept it there, unless you become more unified under like EU frameworks and other that make it more the foundation for you to collaborate and look at the river as our within there. So for the Mekong, I will talk a lot about maybe ASEAN or maybe several others locally born like CLMV, ACMEX, and other can play the role in that. And then the question about if Mekong River Commission still relevant with all this kind of thing to create more unification or more unified position and policy and law to govern this what we call transboundary rivers. And my second comment is on the yes, sometimes we sound very optimistic about when we talk about the rule of laws and others, and we're talking a lot about the water conflict and so on and so forth. But the study from Europe and other, and we don't see actual war among the nation over water yet. So maybe we need to say that we have a reason to be optimistic that the rule of law at the present is not perfect, but if you can, and you can see that when once you become the outsider of the law, you can see the consequences of sanction and other. There must be some tool or power somewhere that can force or make other sovereign nation to be a civilized one rather than a barbarian or something that would be outside of the law. Back to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, please.
Yeah.
Maybe short, please. Yeah.
I often hear, again, sorry to say that 30 years long, there is a lack of political will. IWRM 25, 30 years ago, when we designed IWRM in Delft and Sweden and some other countries, IWRM was very much, and I would say IWRM 1.0, was very much centered around the government to lead and the stakeholders to contribute and to execute or to whatever out there. In my view, I think GWP and all the water institutions, including the UN bodies, need to revisit why have we given governments a centralized role in IWRM? Maybe we should talk about democratization of data and information. Maybe people who are most suffering needs to have the highest voice, not the government, not the other way around. In my view, politicians and elections are run, and that includes totalitarian states in this planet, where the interest is not driven by the transboundary challenges of protecting natural capital or our food, our other resources out there. It's not driven by that, right? As you see, Mr. Lim gave that example of spending $2 billion more on a railway rather than, for example, allocating money out there. I don't think that IWRM 2.0 should be continue to depend on government, not only government money, but should really democratize, I would say, information, data, and capital. Private sector, and not private sector like the big companies that destroy, but private capital like crowdfunding, people's responsibility to channel where we need your money. So I would really call for that step in the next, I would say, couple of years to redefine IWRM because that political will is failing and we can't rely on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the comments. Any other closing remark from panelists? Since the time is over. Okay. So that's an excuse, but I think that all of the discussion already taken notes and we can share later on. Okay. Well, okay. According to the organizing committee, that our discussion is over, but at least that we share some of the knowledge about how differentiation between one and another. And well, one thing that changing is one of the audience mentioned that we are very fast, changing, but we then come decision that already late, so that's changing. And then the main things about the political will, but again that we have to where certain which type or with kind of political will, so that we have to be precise on that. And also we have to go beyond that. One of them I mentioned that which activities or which innovation should be tackled, so that more go beyond. And financing, of course, that one of the things that are important. But again, that we have to broaden our minds that everybody thinks that they are important, but we have to think all of us. But not to mention also environments, but many others think about one another, but environment also important. I think it's that maybe, and if another comment, additional for 1-2 minutes, please. Okay, Pak Fani. Not talking funny, but we're funny.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion. I think we have really, how do you say, really a good insight, a good advice also that can help us to also think over this 1.5 day right now until tomorrow. And then hopefully all those remarks can help us to think a bit more out of the box, because I agree. I mean, the frustration can really push us also to think a bit differently from what we are thinking right now, because sometimes there is a quote that says that sometimes you need to be lost in order to arrive to a new place, right? So I think it's part of our journey to find something new, but we need to really be willing to be, like I said, to be lost. Yeah, it's good to be lost sometime.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we close the sessions here. I'm sorry if there's no my it's not very fluent in English.
Very wonderful English, better than mine.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Pak Amron, for moderating the very great sessions. So, Pak Amron, maybe we do the ceremonial over there
Okay.
directly. Yeah. Maybe while waiting the photo, so just to inform that now it's the end of the first sessions on the setting the scene. So we will have 1 hour break for lunch, for praying, and then we need to come back exactly 12:30. No, 1:30. Carta time. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful discussion, also with the active involvement of participants. Yeah. So the information that the lunch is served in the restaurant downstairs. So from the receptionist of the hotel, there is a stairs in the left and the right side. You can go downstairs for the lunch.
I'm speaking.
Yeah, I can hear your voice, Ruslan. Thank you. How about you, Mr. John?
Hello, how are you? Good morning.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you very much. So, just we'll try to show the presentation from here, and just give us a chance like next to change to the next slide. Okay, we'll start in about 5 minutes.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Who is first?
Ruslan, and then Mr. John, and then we'll have Ibu from Indonesia, Ibu Astrid.
Okay.
Yes,
Very
we'll
good.
have a speech. Speech. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Who is
Welcome.
first? Sorry. I think I'm.
Luis, you will be the first, Ibu Luis, yeah, as the keynote speech. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. I hope everyone is having a good lunch. I don't know if the video is already working. The video? Yeah, welcome back to the conference sessions. Now, after hearing a lot of informations on the transboundary and integrated water resource management challenges, now it's come to the time where we want to hear more on the solutions rather than the challenge or issues or problems, something like that. So we want to hear from the selected innovators, but maybe we will divide it. It's better to divide it per teams. So we will have three teams. The first one will be on water for environment, economy, and development, which focusing on the topic of water allocations. We will have a moderator from GWP Cambodia. If you can share the screen to the profile. Okay. So our moderator for the topic water allocations is Dr. Solieng Ma. Dr. Solieng obtained her Master of Applied Science in General Agriculture from Cuba in 1988, and PhD degree in Social Ecology and People-Centered Development from Australia. She had 12 years working experiences as team leader of the Farming System Socioeconomic Research Program with the Cambodia Agriculture Research and Development Institute, and 14 years working experience with the MRC Basin Development Plan Program as Environment and Natural Resource Partner. She has been an independent consultant since 2007 and chair of the GW Cambodia and Southeast Asia Steering Committee member. So I see that Dr. Solieng has a lot of experience maybe in the water allocation sectors because of her background on agriculture. So without further ado, Dr. Solieng, please on the stage, and then
Yes. Good afternoon, chairs and guests and honorable speakers, as well as participants in this conference. Our session continuing from the previous one is that we identify that innovation or innovative approach is a solution also to water security in our region. So our session now is the theme on water for environment, economy, and development. And our topic is water allocation. In this session, we will have a presentation from 3 innovative presenters. And before that, we will have a keynote speech from FAO. And then be followed by question and answer. So 45 minutes altogether. So we will have to keep time. And first of all, I would like to present our keynote speech, Ms. Louise Widing from FAO. She will share us idea from FAO. Thank you. Yeah,
All
okay.
right. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Louise,
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
It's very loud and clear, Louise.
Okay, if you could put my first slide up, maybe it's already up. But my name, there we go. My name is Louise Whiting. I lead the water program for FAO from the regional office in Bangkok. Very sorry I couldn't be there today, but I hope you're all having a good time. First slide, please. So I'm going to be talking today about challenges in water allocation. It is indeed a very challenging thing to do. If you could move to the next slide, please. And I'll start by defining it. I think that's important. So in very simple terms, water allocation is the mechanism for determining who can take water, how much they can take, from which locations, when, and for what purpose. It is intended to allow transparent and sustainable use of water resources, and it determines how much water goes to each sector. And importantly, it creates the basis for how water is delivered and supplies are scheduled. It basically drives the day-to-day distribution of water, and allocation arrangements generally consist of a combination of policies, usually laws, regulations, and practice. Next slide, please. I first want to just introduce water scarcity, because it really is when water becomes scarce that allocation becomes very important, because competition for it increases. So a basic definition of water scarcity is when demand is in excess of supply, but we find it helps to really think of it sequentially. So water scarcity occurs when the availability of water limits economic activity, human well-being, and the status of the environment. Water scarcity is propelled by the consumption or degradation of available water and surface or groundwater, and irrigated agriculture is over and above the highest consumer of water for human uses. Up to 90% of water consumed by humans is for irrigation in some high agriculture river basins. Scarcity can be continuous, such as we see in parts of, for example, northern China, or it can be sporadic, so seasonal, and we're seeing that increasingly in monsoonal Southeast Asia. In either case, it is likely that water resources become overexploited, and this typically results in certain consequences, such as aquifer depletion, damage to aquatic ecosystems, such as wetlands, and of course drives competition between different users. This damage, we see, progressively becomes irreversible and usually results in parallel degradation of water quality. And then what we're seeing more and more of is that water quality itself is a driver of water scarcity, with pollution coming from cities and industry and even natural sources, meaning that water is unusable for many needs. Reversal of the damage caused by water scarcity is really hard, because human activities and economic interests and populations become dependent on an unsustainable use. And this leads to damaging levels of overexploitation. And overexploitation, by definition, is not sustainable and results in crisis, which require painful reallocation. And that's what we're talking about today. Next slide, please. I think this would not be news to anybody, but water scarcity is getting worse in Asia. It is largely driven by population growth, but population growth in numbers, but also in terms of wealth. So as people get wealthier, they change how much they use, they change how much they eat, and they change where they live. And now climate change is not one of the key drivers of water scarcity, but is certainly making a lot of these existing drivers much worse. Next slide, please. I just want to touch briefly on basin closure because it is really important for water allocation. Many river basins in Asia are closed for some of the year or closed for most of the year, and we are seeing this happening more and more. So increasing water withdrawals for production of our food, for our cities, for industries, have profoundly altered the hydrology of our river basins. And when water supply falls short of commitments to fill demand in quality and quantity, basins are considered to be closed. Now, this is happening everywhere across Asia, as I said. Some of the most famous examples include the Yellow River, the Indus, and the Murray-Darling Basin in Australia. But now even basins in monsoonal regions, such as southern India, are experiencing months and months of closure. This is when salinity creeps inland or outflows are reduced to zero as a result of upstream diversions. So with basin closure, the interconnectedness of the water cycle, aquatic ecosystems, and water users increases exponentially. So this means that local interventions that we may have traditionally relied upon to make water access more available, such as tapping into more groundwater or using drip irrigation, will often negatively impact downstream users because the water in the basin is a zero-sum game. If you increase water use in one part of the basin, you're decreasing it elsewhere. So basin closure really matters because it forces a shift from developing new water supplies, which has been our traditional approach, to having to better manage and even reduce demand. And this is where allocation becomes vital. And now the earlier the governments start to work on their allocation systems as they move towards basin closure, the better. Next slide, please. Just to point out the obvious, I suppose, is that water allocation really is at the heart of water governance. We often hear this phrase that the water crisis is a crisis of governance. Well, water allocation is really at the heart of it, and deciding who gets what water and when is ultimately a political and a governance issue. And there are several challenges around doing this, around doing allocation well from a governance perspective. The first is addressing key trade-offs and balancing economic, environmental, and social objectives is very difficult. There's a real lack of incentives in many countries for increasing coordination. There's a growing competition for water resources, and there's really insufficient capacities in many countries for integrated planning, budgeting, and implementation of procedures. The second is on data and information. So I'll talk a little bit about water accounting today. There are not any countries in the Asia-Pacific region that do water accounting as a regular, monthly or seasonal or yearly function of government to inform allocation. It's often done, if at all, in an ad hoc way. There's also very varying data, huge data gaps, difficult or insufficient capacities to really, or expertise to manipulate data and help it feed into allocation. And all of this means that our allocation systems are ineffective. And the final governance challenge is on participation and engagement. So we don't really have these long-term mechanisms for engagement in many countries. There's a real asymmetry in information with sometimes, for example, a hydropower developer will have a lot more information that they will not share with everybody on the water resource. And there's just a lack of voice and capacity and collective action in many countries. So what can we do about it? To make it very simple, there are 3 steps to move towards water allocation. I will emphasize that it's a very long-term, progressive and iterative process that you cannot do in 1 year. It takes many, many years and decades and needs to be always getting better. So the first step, we'll move to the next slide, please, is water accounting. Know your water. So the purpose of water accounting is to understand the balance of use and future demand against available resources over time and location and at different scales, but most importantly at the river basin scale, which is the largest hydrological unit. In an ideal world, whether in times of plenty or scarcity, it is useful to know the balance of water, your availability, your current use, and your future demand, so that as you develop water resources, it can be rational and planned. However, historically, humankind has tended to develop water resources with a limited attention to what is actually a sustainable consumption and extraction. And this has resulted in the over-allocation that we see in many river basins and the severe consequences that follow, including competition and conflict, damaged ecosystems, falling aquifers. So once this situation is reached, water accounting becomes even more important because it informs or provides data for the very difficult and contentious political debate that must follow about reallocation. Who is going to give up water and when? What are the priorities for water use and sharing? These are all political decisions, but they need to be based on data. And water rights and water allocations cannot be implemented without a good standard of regular water accounting. Next slide, please. Step 2 is to analyze and link with water accounting your water tenure. So water tenure is very similar to water rights. It's all the different ways that people rely on water in a river basin. So we have our very obvious ways, a large irrigation scheme, for example, but then we might have small-scale fishers or small-scale businesses at the bottom of the basin that really depend on water being there at a certain time of sufficient quality, tourism. There are many different users. Now, water allocations should be based on a good understanding of existing water tenure and governance and the issues on the ground. And so to do this assessment properly, to inform new allocation systems, you really need to involve everybody: farmers, fishermen, NGOs, local communities, private sector, industries, and bringing in their different perspectives, interests, and powers. This is really critical to have wide engagement, because an allocation system, if it is not widely accepted and understood by all users, it will not be effective. It will be ignored and will have very limited compliance. So this is a really important step. Next slide, please. So I will finish on some key principles, I think, for devising allocation frameworks. And first, it's really just important to note that there is no best practice that will fit all situations. Water policy and allocation rules should always have unique features that reflect the specific country context and the historical, cultural, and social economic context of land and water tenure use. Next slide, please. But there are some learnings that have happened in countries that have moved a long way towards allocation. Australia is an obvious one that has a very sophisticated allocation system. And there are some things we can draw from that to start on in other countries in this region. So first, just to emphasize the point, allocation must be based on the results of water allocation and tenure analysis. It should be linked to broader social, environmental, and economic development planning. It's not a standalone process. And as I mentioned, it is iterative, and it can really start with whatever your data can provide you with. And you may have to just start with some bulk allocation between sectors rather than individual users. Many river basins in Asia already have basin plans to varying degrees of effectiveness, but they should be linked to and improved wherever they exist. Modeling is really important. There are lots of different models we can use to take our water accounting and use that to understand and predict the future and see how that should shape and inform our allocation systems. And as we see here in this diagram, you really do eventually, once your allocation system becomes more effective, a clear and equitable approach between years and seasons. So in Australia, farmers will have their allocation, but each year, depending on how much water is predicted to be available, how much water is in the dams, in the groundwater, they will receive a percentage that they can use. And there's lots of different categories of licenses. We're not going to reduce the availability of water for wash or for domestic use, for example, but for low input agriculture, it will be reduced during dry years. Next slide, please. Finally, successful basin allocation depends on the existence of adequate institutional capacity. So where this does not exist, it needs to be improved first. You can't force a sophisticated allocation system on institutions that are very nascent. Environmental needs are foundational. So minimum environmental flows needed for functioning ecosystems should really be calculated first and protected, with other needs building on this. The water that is in our rivers and our aquifers underpins the entire agri-food system, and we need to make sure that at least the minimum flow remains for that purpose. The degree and complexity of an allocation plan should reflect the complexity and challenges in the basins. Some basins will not need a very sophisticated plan, especially those that are not water scarce. Governments should explore the gradual introduction of permitting or licensing options. This is always controversial. Farmers generally do not want to have a permit or a meter put on their pumps. But as I said, we can start with bulk allocations to irrigation schemes as a whole, for example. There are many economic options that can be explored, such as charges for water or sanctions for non-compliance, voluntary agreements, such as some voluntary aquifer contracts we see in other parts of the world, in the Middle East, payment for ecosystem services, and then trading. Although I have trading, I've said someday, because you really do have to have solid water allocation and accounting happening all the time before you can even think about trading those entitlements. And then finally, there is a need to not rely too much only on models, but also to leverage on stakeholder knowledge and experience to complement what the models are telling us, because you'll often have issues of trust amongst users with modeled data. Last slide, please. So my last slide, I just wanted to finish with talking about what FAO is trying to do about this. Allocation is hard. It's a long road, and countries have to embark on a journey of progressively improving their allocation systems and their water accounting that underpins it. And FAO is committed, in partnership with Australia, to supporting some of the countries that have really expressed an appetite to do more and to improve in this space. So under the Asia Pacific Water Scarcity Program, we're working currently in 4 countries to try overall. The aim is to institutionalize water accounting and link it to water allocation. And we are very aware that this is a long-term process. We're in about year 3 or 4 now, and we have many years to go, but we're setting up that space. So a team in each country with representatives from multiple ministries that use and manage water, and getting those teams building their capacities to do their water accounting, to create roadmaps to see what their future looks like, where is investment needed in their capacities and technical skills, and then developing a water scarcity action plan to really lay out what the next few years are going to look like moving towards water allocation. And we will have some big regional events to bring countries together, talk about what is working, what is not, and secure political agreement and support at the very top. So this is something we're starting in Southeast Asia now, and we're hoping to expand in the near future. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caroline. Now I would like to invite our innovative solution presenters. First, Ruslan Lavrinenko, who will share with us the clean water everywhere, pragmatic water.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. First, dear chairs, dear GWP, dear jury, thank you for choosing me being of innovation team. And I'm also very glad and proud to make presentation in front of this audience. Thank you, participants, for your attention and interest. Most frequent terms I heard before on from previous speakers were water security, water scarcity, water pollution, water contamination, arsenic waters, saline waters, overuse of overcharge of groundwater, depletion of wells, dried up wells. Our technology, which I used to call fresh, clean water everywhere, is aimed to overcome all of these challenges, because we had several projects through the many parts of the world, and we can supply you water at every location in big industrial volumes and in good, suitable quality, which can satisfy most of people's needs. I prepared a short video presentation, and also one of projects reports from our past projects. I suggest you will see this presentation and project report, and we can follow up then with the conclusion for your questions. Please, dear Adhitya, would you start, please? For whole discovery technology. It is well known that fresh, clean water is vital for human health and belongs to basic human rights. The lack of safe water in coastal areas, dry and arid zones, deserts, and all around the world is a big problem for business and people. With our technology, it is possible to organize big volumes of fresh, clean water to cover the demand of small and big communities, temporary emergency facilities, camps, agriculture, mining, food processing, other industries. Our technology of spring water source discovery allows us to solve problems comprehensively, and this is related to both centralized and decentralized water supply. We can discover a source of water supply by the maximal depth of 200 meters with enough volume of the high-quality water precisely in the place where the consumer needs. We can extract water in almost every place in big volumes. Each borehole can have daily flow rate up to 2,000 cubic meters fresh clean water. Juvenile water has quality of the drinking water and origins of Pleistocene. This is confirmed by analysis of German Hydroisotop GmbH from Schweitenkirchen. The geoscanning method developed by us is a unique technology that allows to find water-bearing cracks, zones of tectonic disturbance, and determine their coordinates with the necessary accuracy. We have already successfully implemented projects in Germany, India, South Africa, Belgium, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Latvia, Guinea, Azerbaijan, etc. 5 advantages of our technology: efficient solution, emergency and urgency, volume and capacity, success rate, and performance guarantee. Efficient solution. Our technology ensures very well the sufficient and efficient water solution for state, municipal, and local needs. The water well can be placed just near the client, so you save a lot of time and huge costs on the infrastructure like pipelines, and also on establishing a water treatment plant, because our water is primarily clean and free of all organic or inorganic pollutants and ready for human consumption according to World Health Organization standards. Emergency and urgency. In urgent cases, we can organize supply of drinking water in 3 to 5 days, so you can avoid the high cost for bottled water supply. In Yemen or Kenya, by refugee camps and other critical disaster places, the United Nations pays a lot of money in millions for the delivered bottled water. Volume and capacity. We guarantee the minimal daily flow rate from one water well of 85 cubic meters of clean, safe water. Maximum daily flow rate of one borehole is up to 2,000 cubic meters. We can organize supply of hundreds of thousands cubic meters of water with multiple wells on limited areas. Success rate. The usual average success rate by drilling of water boreholes is about 30 to 40%. Our success rate is 97.5%. The performance guarantee. We request the payment after the delivery of the ready water well. If the drilling fails, we are ready to compensate the drilling costs by reasonable rates. We guarantee at least for 3 years for the functionality of our water source. Otherwise, in cases where the flow rate decreases more than 30%, we either repair the water well or deliver the new one. Thank you for your kind attention and interest.
Thank you very much. So I think we have our presentation first, and you can note your question.
Now, I think Mr. Adhitya would start video report of one of our projects from Bavaria, from top of the mountain. It was exactly, yeah.
Thank you very much for this interesting video. And now I would like to invite the second innovative solution presenter. Is from John Shepherd. Monitor and control alga blooms by LG Sonic. So it's experience from our friend from Netherlands. Please introduce yourself too.
Hello, everybody. John Shepherd here. I'm the commercial manager for Europe and Asia with LG Sonic. I have a few slides which I'd like to use to present on the topic of improving efficient water allocation. Really sorry again that I couldn't be there today with you. And thanks to the chair, to Dr. Solon Yang for hearing our presentation. So if we could start with the first slide, please. So when our grandmothers made bread, they did not do so by taking a bag of moldy flour and trying to remove the green mold from here. They used the best quality ingredients that they could get hold of, and so too should be the case with our water. So LG Sonic solves algal blooms. Algal blooms are ubiquitous. We see algae in mountains and volcanoes, in ice flows. We see algae in drinking water, surface water. We see algae in irrigation applications, in marine locations. For us, we treat algal blooms in industry, in drinking water, in wastewater. We even treat algal blooms in irradiated nuclear lagoons. And why do we do so? Well, algal blooms have a real impact. They have a visual, they have an odor, they have a smell like rotten eggs at times. They impact our recreational and our tourism water. They kill pets, they kill wildlife with toxins. In humans, we have a variety of effects from nausea and sickness to Alzheimer's and neurological disorders. We have paralysis that comes from algal bloom. So this is a very real problem. And for industry, this reduces the volumes of water that we can abstract and that we can use. Agriculture, fish farming, and aquaculture, we see potential collapses in populations. In drinking water treatment, water scarcity then starts to come through blockages in pipes and pumping applications. We're using more coagulant, we're using more chemical to treat water. We're using more water to backwash filters when we're filtering in rapid gravity filters. Then when we produce the water, we've affected the volume that we have in our clear water tanks. We have taste and odor issues that we can also see within treated water. These musty, moldy smells can come through from toxins such as MIB and geosmin, which you may have smelt and tasted before. And finally, the organic matter, which is increased in the presence of an algal bloom with a disinfectant such as chlorine, reacts together. And in doing so, we can have these disinfection byproducts, these trihalomethanes, which are carcinogenic as well. So there's a wide range of potential impacts in drinking water treatment, in industry, and also recreation from algal blooms. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So algal blooms, as we just learned, they're expensive. They reduce the volumes of water available for us to use, and they give a poor quality product. What do we do to treat these? Well, we always start with a do-nothing approach. So algal blooms are becoming more frequent globally. They're becoming more intense. Climate change has a small impact. The increase in temperature allows greater growth of algae. Nutrients are more significant. So nitrates, yes, but more so phosphate is the key ingredient. And in the presence of an algal bloom, we have this very rapid growth of cells. You see the water starts to turn green or blue-green. It can look like paint. It can look like scrambled egg or mashed potato at the top of the water. The algae then continues to fuel its existence and fuel its growth. And when we start to see a critical growth of 50% coverage of the water, the turbidity is increased. The water becomes cloudier. In doing so, the vegetation, the aquatic vegetation at the bottom of the water body, its growth is inhibited. We then start to have death of cells, and we drop the dissolved oxygen content of the water. Invertebrates and fish that are unable to move away to more oxygen-rich water can potentially die. We start to have smothering and sedimentation of the bottom of the water body. And in doing so, we start to affect the normal aerobic bacteria that lives there. When the bacteria is impacted, it can then start to release further chemicals, ammonium, hydrogen sulfides, and also further phosphates. So these algal blooms continue to fuel themselves unless they're addressed. Restoration, we allow our solutions to treat the algal bloom. And in doing so, we allow the aquatic vegetation to recover. The aquatic vegetation has a greater assimilative capacity for nutrients, for carbon. It creates a healthier ecosystem instead of these great, vast, dead systems of water. So, next slide, please. Frequently, chemicals have been used to treat algal blooms. Chemicals are a non-targeted shotgun approach that creates dead areas of water. Yes, algae can be destroyed, but also zooplankton, aquatic vegetation, fish, wildlife that's using this water. So really a bad idea. The bacteria are at the bottom of the water, whether it's killed by chemicals or it's smothered by other algal bloom and carbon absorbing chemicals, starts to become impacted as well. And we find that once water is treated by chemicals, it continues to need this ongoing treatment, which is very expensive, multiple applications, and does not help the water source restore itself. So next slide, please. Rather, LG Sonic has developed a floating buoy. The buoy is deployed into watercourses where we have a diameter of treatment of 500 meters in a circle around the buoy. We measure, we predict, and we control the algal bloom using onboard water quality sensors. So we measure chlorophyll and phycocyanin, which are the green algae and the cyanobacteria, blue-green algae cells. We measure pH and temperature, turbidity, dissolved oxygen. And together, these parameters are beamed up to the cloud, where big data analysis tools tell us what is the best program to use to target the algal bloom. That data, that program is sent back to the buoy, where ultrasonic transmitters affect the program and stop the bloom. Next slide, please. So this can be deployed during an algal bloom, or preferably before the bloom is allowed to establish. Blooms are seasonal, and so too is our deployment. The section on the right-hand side shows you what happens without treatment. There's a daily diurnal movement of algae up and down in the water column. Down at the bottom of the water, they collect nutrients, and then they migrate to the top of the water where they have sunlight-rich water in the upper layers. And this allows them to grow, to breed, and in abundant nutrient situations and perfect conditions, they frequently breed out of control. So the left-hand side shows you what we do. We create an ultrasonic barrier, and that barrier prevents the migration of these cells to that sunlight-rich upper water layer. But the algae are very clever. They're able to adapt to that ultrasound barrier. So over time, they will overcome it. For this reason, we have this constant dynamic adaptation of our control programs. And it's this that allows us to stay on top of that algal bloom proliferation. And next slide, please. So a close-up, as we say, we monitor with water quality parameters. We predict with our big data models how this bloom is developing, at what stage it is, and what kind of species we have in there. And then with the ultrasonic program, we're able to control. For very large bodies of water, we begin with remote sensing. So satellite data will tell us where is the bloom, where does it form, how does it migrate around the water, and it allows us to identify hotspots for treatment. Next slide, please. So here's an application. This is the Dominican Republic. They had a golden bloom which covered this whole water body. It was a water body of 7 kilometers squared, which represented the reservoir for 2 million people living in the Dominican Republic. The water was toxic. It was unable to be treated. By installing ultrasonic transmitters, we were able to treat this water. We were able to bring it back to that clear water that you see in the inset picture there. So we have applications, we have very large sites where we're able to treat. Next slide, please. And finally, here you see a revolving remote sensing image. The eagle-eyed amongst you will see the 5 black dots within that water body. Those black dots are our MPC, ultrasonic buoys. And you see a time scan here from deployment of the algal bloom buoys. You see in the bottom left-hand side of your picture that very intense red algal bloom. And over time, this bloom is reduced and controlled. Interesting, if you look at the 9 o'clock side now, you see that this input of chlorophyll, this input of algae is still very high and remains high. So what we're doing is, yes, we're treating the algal bloom. We're allowing the aquatic vegetation to recover and to improve the resilience of that water. We're also buying time, and time will allow us to address these point and diffuse sources, whether these be man-made point sources such as wastewater works, whether it becomes runoff from agriculture, industrial inputs. It buys us time to address the source inputs. So in terms of recommendations, number 1, we begin with satellite remote sensing. We measure the water quality, and then we treat the water. If we're using the water for drinking water treatments, we can optimize the treatment. We can say, when do we abstract? How do we abstract? At what kind of depth do we take water from? How do we reduce filter run times, et cetera, and how do we produce good quality water? As I said before, this allows the ecosystem to recover, and it buys us time to look at the long-term impacts. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Very interesting innovation. So now I would like to invite Ms. Astra Nugrahani. Nugrahani will present Smart Water Management System, which is from Jasa Tirta. So Ms. Astra is the IT head division of this Jasa Tirta 1. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Yes. Hello everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Please introduce myself. My name is Astria Nugrahani. I come from Jasa Tirta state-owned enterprise. We will try to make the presentation about our system. It's called the Smart Water Management System in Jasa Tirta. Next slide, please. So this is the outline of our presentation. It contains our company profile. And then we also want to talk about water allocation mechanism in Indonesia. And then the decision support system. And then the smart water system of PJT1 architecture, our future development, and our challenges. Next slide, please. So it's important. I would like to introduce about our company. So Jasa Tirta1 is a state-owned enterprise, the basin level water management, water resource management sector. So PJT1 was established in 1990 as the operator of the river water resources infrastructure on commercial basis, and to provide high quality service to water user in a business-like and professional manner. So PGT1 provide public benefit for quality and adequate water resources to fulfill the livelihood needs of people for social service, welfare, and public safety in PGT1 works area, including providing surface water for basic daily needs, providing irrigation water for people agriculture in the existing irrigation system, flood control, water resources conservation, and the development of water treatment plant and sanitation in the household need. So our working area consists of 5 river basin in Indonesia, Brantas River Basin, Bengawan Solo River Basin, Ciratun Seluna River Basin, Serayu Bogowonto River Basin, and Toba Asahan River Basin. So this is our water resources management that we conducted, consists of 6 pillars of watershed management to conserve watershed and control the erosion of sedimentation in operation with cooperation with another institution. And then the water quantity management. To supply raw water to all water user fairly and transparent based on water allocation pattern that agree upon the water council forum. And then we have river environment management to maintain water biodiversity and also tourism facility and water sport activities. We also manage for water infrastructure management to keep the function of the water resources as intended purpose and service age. Also, we also conducted water quality management to increase the water quality to meet the government regulation standard. The last one is we also conducted the flood management to prevent and mitigate the flood disaster in cooperation with another institution. Next slide. So this is our service. I already mentioned we supply water for energy, for industrial purpose, for domestic purpose. Also, we have like bottled drinking water production, and then we have subsidiary in renewable energy and construction service, and we also provide tourism and also environmental laboratories. Next slide. So what are the background that we want to show the water innovation that we do? So in efficiency water use in irrigation, based on our recent data, especially in our river basin, of water use in 2021 and 2022, almost 84% of water use in the river basin consumed by the irrigation sector. The water needs are not met despite following established planting patterns. The water needs are not met because the farmers desire to implement a different planting pattern from the planting pattern determined by the government. So this results in higher water needs during certain planting period compared to the plan has been determined, which can have an impact on overall water availability, especially resulted in water conflict. So water needs are not met because the irrigation network is not functioning, which is partly caused by inadequate maintenance of the irrigation network by the local government or due to the cumulative sediment debris in irrigation channel. Next. So in our river basin, we have like water allocation management. So PGT1 is function as an operator. So we prepare the annual water allocation plan concept based on the hydrology data and water demand. So we have like the water council. It's called Tim Koordinasi Pengelolaan Sumber Daya Air or TKPSDA, Water Resource Management Coordination Team. We discuss with various sectors, including farmer, NGO, government, electricity, industry also. We discuss this with various sectors. And then we approve the annual water allocation plan, and then we implement the annual water allocation plan. If there are something deficient happen during the implementation, we do the annual water allocation revision. And then if nothing, we do the reporting and evaluation to the related agency. Next, please. So this has become our decision support system. That's why we developed the smart water management system, aims to monitor and evaluate water allocation so that it complies with the established pattern. So our smart water management system based on the high flow and low flow, which high flow is for discharge estimation and disaster mitigation, and low flow is for the water balance and water allocation. Next, please. So what are the smart water management system of PCT1? As the rapid development of technology, in our first time in the 1990, we already have a system. It's called flood forecasting and warning system. So and the times goes by, the equipment are no longer viable. So we developed about the telemetry-based information system based on GSM, propagated, and web-based. We also have like a visual monitoring optic backbone. And then in the 2018, we have like a command center and a course implementation. I will explain it further. And then we also in the 2020, we developed about the flood monitoring system, water quality monitoring system, and water allocation monitoring system. So this system is turned into a smart water management system, which monitor hydrometeorology, hydrometry, water quality, and observation of reservoir based on GSM and internet networks, and is capable of performing hydrometeorological and hydrometric analysis automatically and in real time throughout the region. Next, please. So this is our development step. So we have these monitors built in a standalone manner. And then the step 2 is connectivity facilitated throughout the closed platform. And then the system consists of the modules with communication protocol. And then step 4, data connectivity and platform are based on the IoT. And then step 5, we are using artificial intelligence and machine learning in decision making. Next, please. So this is the architecture. So our data was consists from the sensor, and also some of them was coming from the manual input. From the sensor, the data will input the data logger and the server database. This is which will be calculated in the system using the Aquarius system, which also getting data from the forecast from the Weather Forecast Service in Indonesia, BMKG. After the data was collected, it's analyzed by the system using the AI and resulted in the data based on such as like Aquarius time series, which produce rainfall forecast data, also discharge forecast data. This is what we call the Aquarius forecast. And then all the data, we have established the multiple platform. It's called Sequala, Cialir, and SIGAP. Sequala is for water quality information system. Cialir is for water allocation information system. And SIGAP is for water flood management system. So the dashboard has several information that we can have. This one we have like also the dashboard mainly about the data and also notification alert. We also have produced early warning alert about the heavy condition and predicting rainfall alert, dense condition and observation rainfall alert, and then also for the discharge. And also we have like for water allocation, we can see the inconsistency, the reservoir operation annual plan. So all of this data was real-time notification throughout the website, SMS, and also WhatsApp. The system also produced about the forecasting data for 5 days ahead with the maximum value for rainfall, discharge, and situational water level reservoir. This is the scheme that the water alert that we give to the related agency. So for the rainfall forecast data from real-time rainfall data and real-time discharge, we have like a flood discharge prediction, also alert level parameter, and we issue the warning alert. This can be shared by to stakeholder, by website and social media. Next.
I hope it's a wrap up because we are running out of time.
Yes, this is the visual of the water allocation information system. You can see in this reservoir. This is our biggest reservoir in the Brantas River Basin. So we can see the water allocation in the reservoir. If something the actual condition is below the pattern or above the pattern, we can do action about it. Next slide, please. So I won't talk much about this. This is about the system security that we need. Next, please. Next slide. So our future development are smart water meter for industrial, and then dam safety information system, autonomous water resource infrastructure operation. Next slide. So what are our challenges are? An adequate infrastructure throughout the monitoring area, because not all of our working area has already have a good infrastructure. Implementing and maintaining the technology requires significant investment of distributed telemetry sensor. Challenge of collecting accurate real data and requiring appropriate sensor and sensor calibration. And then the next is data is sensitive information, so data security and privacy must be supported. And then the last one is developing accurate predictive model is a challenge for optimizing water management system. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing this water smart water management system. Now, yes, we have heard innovative solution. For example, pumping technique for fresh clean water, and MPC buoy for controlling the alga bloom. Yes, and this presentation on smart water management system. Now I would like to invite Ms. Caroline Turner from FAO. Please, Caroline. Caroline is an international public policy professional specializing in environmental governance across the Asia Pacific region. Caroline is responsible for successfully overseeing the implementation of various projects, including the Asia Pacific Water Scarcity Program with a master degree in environmental management and development economics from Australian National University, and a bachelor degree in international relations from the University of Queensland. And Caroline brings a strong academic background, economics, environmental studies, and governance to her work, enabling her to navigate the intricate intersection of science and policy to achieve meaningful environmental and social outcomes. Please welcome Caroline. Your floor, please.
Yes, it works. I haven't really been given any questions on what I should talk about today. But I'll just go ahead. First, I just want to say thank you for the really great presentation on the water accounting work that you've been doing. It's really, really great. I guess I'll just provide with you with some reflections on some of the topics that we've talked about today and the presentation that we just received. There's a lot of talk in the room about raising money, innovation, how can we raise political support, and these are the types of things that we're really trying to do at FAO in our water scarcity program. We have a program called the Asia Pacific Water Scarcity Program, and what it is an attempt to do bread and butter water resource management, which is, as Louise presented previously, the basic first step in understanding how much water do we have and how much water do we use. And we're trying to gather that information to present to government that this is the do nothing scenario. This is how much water we have and this is how much you're using. And if we don't try to somehow hit the brakes on how much water we're using, we're going to be looking at some pretty ugly scenarios. How to raise political support to do IWRM is definitely sometimes challenging. It's not a super sexy topic. You know, I work, and it's not to say that the environment isn't sexy. The problem is IWRM is invisible. It is something that goes on in the background. It is tireless and often thankless work that is so fundamental, that underpins our economy in so many different ways. So how can we present this case to government? How can we show them this is an investment that is not only going to have returns, but also avoid many costs in the future when we try to rectify some of our mistakes? The second part of our water scarcity program is, as Louise presented before, is really looking at how can we institutionalize water accounting at the national level. And recently we've been working with government and a national multidisciplinary team to try and institutionalize it in a way that includes all actors, all priorities within government. I know recently we had a national multidisciplinary team in Indonesia, and probably one of the most excited participants of this meeting was the Ministry of Health. And I think it's because the Ministry of Health is not routinely involved in water discussions at the national scale in Indonesia. And they're the kind of voices that we need in the room. We need all water users in the room, not just irrigation, hydropower. We need everyone. We need to make sure everyone's voices are heard. And hopefully through this collective action of ensuring everyone's voices are heard, the political commitment will increase. On the finance side, yes, I agree with everyone in the room. This is a financial investment that governments should be making themselves. We can support this process through funding and through development programs as much as we can, but it has to be something that is taken on at the national level. And you see in Indonesia, it is being taken on at the national level, and we just need to see this proliferated throughout the region. And I think the best way that we can support that is showing the case for it first, and then helping build those capacities. And my last comment is on innovation. You know, today we've seen some incredible innovations in the water space, is how to improve water resource management, how to improve water quality. And I just want to say that those innovations will be most impactful once we have the bread and butter water management in place, once we have those governance structures in place, once we have a true mapping of the water situation at the national scale, then we can then implement those innovations and get, you know, the most bang for buck, like the highest impact possible if we really know what all the risks are across the board. So yeah, thank you to our innovators. Really great presentations, and I think that's it. Thank you.
No questions?
Okay, now we give okay, please keep your question, and we want all of you to respond to 2 questions first, our question, and then people may have questions to your to you.
Yes, thank you. I have questions for each of the innovator. For the Sander Agro, for Ruslan. So my question, because this is you said this is like juvenile water, magmatic water. So could you please let us know what is this juvenile water, and then what is it different from the groundwater, because that is important, yeah. And then also, what about the environmental impact? So this is something that I would like to know, because if this is if you can provide water everywhere, and then it would be good to have the this innovation to provide water in the scarce area. And then for the LG Sonic, we want this is because we have also dams, and then we have also these problems. But then the question is that how easily we can apply this innovation here, in for example in Indonesia, or maybe in other countries in Southeast Asia. That is my question. And then the third one for Jasa Tirta 1. Your innovation seems to be complete, but then you also rely on the Aquarius application. So can you show us the innovation that you developed? Because it seems that Aquarius innovation is in the center of all the things that you've done. Thank you.
Okay, Fanny, thank you very much for your questions.
I have one more question before you address that. This is Changhua Wu from Asia Pacific Water Forum. I have not heard one particular term called indigenous knowledge through the innovation yet. I would like very much actually to understand, if not from each one of you, but some of you actually, when you look into the innovative innovation, what does indigenous knowledge sort of kind of role to play in that process? I would like to hear some insights on that. Thank you.
Please. Please.
John, can you start, please? I need a minute.
You start.
No problem. Let me start with question number 2. So thank you very much indeed for your question. So I think to summarize, it was how do you install and manage an application locally? Well, we have over 90 countries globally with LG Sonic solutions. We supply our products as almost a flat pack situation. So they're assembled locally on site. They can be lifted into the water by manpower. And once in place, they're moored to the bottom of the water. So the buoy moves around an anchor that's placed. The buoys are solar powered, so there's no need for local power to be applied. And then in terms of communication, we can use phone networks such as 3G, 4G, 5G, or we can use satellite communications as well. So we have really good coverage globally. What we do like is we like to have engagement from local communities, public, water user groups, health ministries. And to answer the second question, the local indigenous side, local knowledge, local engagement, local buy-in is the success to any project. There's no instrumentation that is not without husbandry. So we need local teams who are able to routinely inspect, service, calibrate, and keep the solution working year after year.
Dr. Changhua, is this answer to your question?
Thank you.
Ms. Pastor, would you like to?
Can I?
Yes. So, Ms. Lavrinenko, would you like to answer to the two questions?
Yes, thank you. Dear Fanny, thank you for your questions. First of all, our water, which we used to call magmatic juvenile water, it is same mineral as usual water what you consume or what you extract. It is H2O. I mean, water is water, but environmentally, our methodology much more safe and friendly because, as was mentioned in my presentation, we have a efficiency rate by almost by 100%, and our water source, our water well, is renewable. It was proved and it was confirmed several times, and also it suitable as Indonesia is a country of thousands of islands. We can improve the water supply in coastal kilometers on the top of the mountains, on top of the hills. So concerning the indigenous knowledge, we are ready to collaborate with local people, with local partners, because our technology, it is easy to use locally. We are ready to show it and to learn people know it is really easy. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will answer the question first from Pak Fani. Our smart water management system was rely on the Aquarius application, but I need to remind you that the Aquarius is play as a tools to us to make the decision support system. But the most important thing is we need to strengthen our regulation and then also involvement for all water users, because we also have many illegal water users without permit that
Why do you call yourself a nigga?
that will affect the efficiency of water allocation. And then the second one, you asking about the indigenous knowledge. I'm sorry, I'm not so familiar, so I need to look it up what it means. The indigenous knowledge. I think what most important thing is how can we use this knowledge to be shared with the people in the community, how they will get the information about their surrounding, especially for water, about the disaster related water, the condition of their water allocation. This is, I think that this innovation can help them to get the valid data instead the rubbish data that they get or something, a hoax data. So with this system, we can provide valid data for everyone.
Stop removing my whiteboard, you
I
bitch.
can answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So would you like to put a question?
Yes, I have question.
Question?
Yes, I do have
basically,
question.
What are the limiting factors to implement the presented
I have
solution?
question.
And
What does claiming leh? Claiming leh?
what
Claiming
are
leh?
the
Claiming leh?
opportunities? Can you put the question?
Hello, sexy radio on the
It
ref.
was
What's
the
your
question
number?
that's supposed to be for participants, but because we don't have any time, maybe we can just show the barcode and then. Caroline, want to say something? Oh no.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we can like put all of the answer to these questions in the Menti. So our colleagues will. Can you please play the questions in the Menti so people can go directly in that question and put the answer. Put the suggestion there. So yes, Dr. Solyang, this is my suggestion. I'm so sorry because we are running out of time, like all 40 minutes late. So yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Solyang, Caroline, and Bu Asria, and also for the online
Southeast Asia
presenters, Rusla
Secretary.
and
Hello?
John.
I have a rice delivery.
This is not the end of our communications. We still can keep communicating. We will share the email address of all of the selected innovators later and also their profile to all of the participants here. So now I would like to suggest we move to the next teams, which is on the water and sanitation hygiene. Pafani is the moderator. Please.
Hello? I have question. Hello? Hello, can you help me? Nig Hong Poo. What? What you say?
Thank you, everyone. And before, we would like to apologize for the technical issues. We don't know what happened with the.
Hello, Fanny.
Yeah, somebody
We are
else is
not
like,
issue.
this is
We
the
just want
problem with the-
question answer.
yeah, hacking. Yeah, but I hope it doesn't disturb us for our next session. So
I
our
hack
next
you.
session.
I hack you. I'm
is
hacking.
focusing on the accelerating safe wash access. So we are supposed to have a keynote speech from UNICEF Indonesia, Mr. Kanan Nadar, but I don't know if Mr. Kananadar is already joining us. If yes, then maybe he can also share his insight on these challenges on the safe water access, safe wash access. But if not, then maybe we will be able just to directly listen to the innovation. So for that, we would like to welcome first.
You are lady boy. You are lady boy. You are lady boy.
Oh, he's not here.
Southeast Asia has
So,
no security. It's just
Okay,
rice
then
farmers
maybe we
on
can
the
just go
border.
directly with the innovator. So we have 3 innovation that we are inviting
I have a
to
mango
this
rice
regional
pudding for
conference.
you
So the
on
first
the
innovator
street.
is
10
from
baht, 10 baht.
India,
Come get 10
from
baht.
Devram
Hello.
International. The innovation is called
Good deal, good deal.
Global
I have a
Rainwater
fried
Management.
asshole.
The previous one, please. Yeah, Global
I have a
Rainwater
fried
Management,
dog
and
and a
it will be
ass for
presented
you
by
on the street.
Mr.
Hello.
Dava. Mr. Dava, please. Yes, please.
Hello and namaste everyone. First of all, thank you JWP Southeast Asia, the chair and other organizers for selecting us, shortlisting us. Now, I'm not taking much time because I have prepared a video for you. But from morning, we have identified some problems. We have collected data. So what do we need after, say, identifying the problem? That is solution. So I am here going to present a solution because every problem needs a solution. And let me inform it to my all co-innovators that this solution has space and sizable space for all of their innovations in this program. Actually, my main presentation is of 55 minutes, but I was asked to conclude it in 10 minutes. So I have just place key things in the presentation, and each sentence is framed with hard work because it is having a global perspective. Please start playing the video. Thank you.
Management Program GRMP, which is developed under our NGO Sri Someshwar Education Trust, which is a UN SDG partner, and its commercial unit Messrs. Devram International, which is a partner of the Global Water Partnership from Surat, India. This program is not a single product, but a comprehensive program for managing rain and snow water, starting from a household to a village, a city, a district, a nation, to a continent and the planet. Why we call this program an innovation is likely to be a question here. So the answer is, apart from the range of innovative products and structures developed under this program, this Global Rainwater Management Program is a single tool which contributes in addressing 11 SDGs Sustainable Development Goals out of 70. Our innovation is based on a fact which says nature has its own cycle and self-healing system. If we disturb any of 5 elements of nature, which are sky, earth, water, fire, and wind, the whole natural cycle gets disturbed, which causes adverse climate conditions. We are following the same strategy to resolve all the climate issues because same process applies to the restoration of nature's cycle, that if we start restoring one of the above 5 elements, air, which is water, the whole nature cycle and self-healing system will start restoring its whole cycle. As per the results achieved from our research, experiments, trials, pilot projects, we could conclude that the program has shown a very promising prospect, enhancing socio-economic scenarios, nature conservation, climate actions, dispute resolutions, and almost all the aspects of humanity and governance to achieve the harmony with nature. We are targeting the resolution of these 12 global issues with our program, which includes food safety, planet's temperature, transboundary water conflict, and many more. We have indicated the relevance of each point above with the SDG here. Speaking fundamental, no SDG may be achieved without managing water, to which in the language of GWP we all call IWRM, and source to sea management. If we want to communicate our action plan under Global Rainwater Management Program in one sentence, then it would be achieving the block or a county-wise self-reliance for water as per the geographic conditions of the region. If seen in broader context, this one sentence tries to accommodate almost all the goals of GWP as an organization. Now let me show you how we do it. Under Global Rainwater Management Program, we focused on catch the rain and snow based on available statistics from reliable institutions. We human beings are pulling more than 4 trillion cubic meters of fresh water each year from the grounds where we do not recharge at least 10% back artificial, and we are doing this from decades. CV says groundwater withdrawals already exceed groundwater availability. So we emphasized on storing and recharging the snow and rainwater after making it free from all probable microbial and chemical contaminants. We also focused on developing techniques which can avoid electricity usage for the job. In the program, we develop various structures and devices for urban and rural areas following all the standards and laws. We also understood that each geography needs separate technique for the job. This understanding helped us in developing varieties of structures and devices with some standard operations in common. Our research team merged 7 streams of science for developing a single unit. Those 7 streams are civil engineering, hydraulic engineering, chemistry, hydrology, biology, geology, and mechanical engineering. Following are some structures and devices for urban and rural areas with diverse geography. First is rainwater filter, namely Dharva filter, for rooftop rainwater harvesting with contamination reduction abilities. As shown in the drawing, this filter helps to store and divert filtered rainwater from terraces and shades to the storage and aquifers with the help of minor plumbing work in existing building and premises. In this drawing, you can see various layers of activated charcoal, antimicrobial, herbs-coated meshes, silicon dioxide granules, gravels, and many more. We need to pass the rainwater through these layers of purification because we generally don't have sterile terraces or shades in cities or in villages, and various contaminants get added to rainwater from our terraces like bird feces and unwanted human activities. This filter is the smallest version of our research filtration process. We simply expanded this filtration process as per size and rainfall patterns of the catchment area. This standard filter can process the rainwater at the speed of 80 to 140 liters per minute and is sufficient to handle a rainfall catchment of 80 to 100 square meter terrace. The standard filters comes with 6 inch diameter and 5 feet high, which helps it to be suitable to be installed at any congested site. These filters are available in many big sizes also, like 8 inches, 10 inches, 12 inches, and are customizable as per the requirement. With these filters, we can tap the potential of urban areas to conserve and recharge maximum rainfall. We are also using these filters in rural areas where we get roofs of more than 50 square meters. We have successfully installed these filters in many residential and commercial buildings in India and have seen quantifying betterments. Government of India has already adopted this technique and also honored us as National Water Hero for our effort. UNESCO India has awarded one of our projects as Water Warrior. The next is a structure called an artificial wetland-based groundwater recharge system, which is an expansion of above-scene filters. This is a big structure developed in a pit of 1,000 cubic feet size around a borewell or a well. We use large quantities of filter media shown above to fill the pit, along with developing a vegetation layer of plants and grasses which helps in filtration of the runoff rainwater on streets, roads and stormwater lines. This structure is capable of recharging runoff rainwater at a greater speed and a big quantity. It has a capacity to process up to 1200 liters per minute in a catchment area of 1 million square meters. For authority areas with planned stormwater pipelines, we develop an extra pit for sedimentation as shown in this another figure. Before moving to other techniques, let me share a BBC news story made on a village in district Surat of Gujarat, India, where we planned a total rainwater management of a whole village. Water is life. With a mantra of save water, save life, the village Kawas of district Surat in India is driving a change. Kawas is a village with a population of 6,500 people and had permanent crisis of water. Due to its proximity to the sea, drilled borewells were supplying water with very high salinity. But now the village is harvesting the fresh water. For conserving maximum rainwater, the village developed rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge systems at 3 strategic locations of the village. The made arrangements using natural sloping and existing stormwater line has avoided a major cost of water diversion. The idea has indeed made the village self-reliant for its water and opened up several new opportunities for the villagers from saved funds. The story of Village Kawas is also published as a case study on GWP's IWRM Action Hub, where you can read the socio-economic impacts of this action, like addressed village migration, increased girl-child education, women participation, water dispute resolution between industries and farmers, and many more. Apart from both above structures, we have developed several more techniques for aquifer recharge in villages, hills, icy regions, and cities. Government of India, Government of Gujarat State, and District Administration of Surat has appointed us in various committees for developing a total rainwater management program for the district Surat, where we have targeted to conserve around 262 million cubic meters per year using all the techniques. Those techniques are rooftop rainwater harvesting, borewell and the well recharge structures, stormwater management system, 1 cubic meter canal network, continuous contour trenches, CCT, artificial glaciers, earth coolers, and water garden. By not wasting much time, let me share a small video of continuous contour trenches, CCTs, we developed in a hilly region of the district Dans near Gujarat-Maharashtra border. You can see these trenches dug on whole hill having surface area around 24 square kilometers, accommodating 3 villages. This technique will stop the runoff rainwater in these trenches, which will percolate the rainwater to groundwater tables, which will allow the percolation of rainwater to the groundwater tables. The excess water is diverted in a pond developed nearby using civil engineering structures like check dams and walls. Now this activity will help us to recharge billions of gallons of rainwater, and these villages will not suffer the shortage of water in summer. We have a rough calculation about the projection in this global rainwater management program gets implemented successfully. We have a rough calculation about the projection. If this global rainwater management program gets implemented and we get an opportunity to convert at least 1% land area of the planet into a rainwater catchment. The area of land on the planet is around 148 million square kilometer. That is 29% of total surface area of the planet. If we convert just 1% of total available land area into a rainwater catchment, it comes around 1.48 million square kilometers. Now the calculation or the assumption, assuming average global rainfall as 10 inches or 250 millimeter per year, where the actual rainfall is 3.5 times greater than this, but we are assuming it as 250 millimeters per year. That comes to 10 inches rainfall multiplied by 1.48 million square kilometer multiplied by 25 million, which comes around 37 trillion cubic meters, which is 8 times higher than our annual global water pooling each year. More details about our overall action can be found on UN SDG platform, Act for SDG portal, our social media handles, and you all can connect us directly on WhatsApp and Telegram on this mobile number.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Daval, and thank you for DEFRAM International for this innovation. But before we move on to the other innovation, I heard that Mr. Kanananda for UNICEF Indonesia is already joining us. So yeah, Mr. Kanananda is the Chief of Water and Sanitation and Hygiene Program in UNICEF Indonesia country office. Yeah, he brings over 27 years of experience in the developmental and humanitarian context across the urban and rural environment, spanning across Asia, Middle East, and Africa. So 21 years already with UNICEF and 6 years with a premier engineering firm in India. So he has led also and managed a large team in complex and challenging environment, including high-level policy and strategic engagement with government, supporting scale-up community approaches, including expansion of social services, strengthening governance and accountability, and promoting humanitarian development peace nexus. While with the private sector, Mr. Kanan also led the planning. Yeah. So, but Mr. Kanan, can you hear us?
Ya, selamat siang Pak Feni. I can hear you.
Selamat siang Pak Kanan. Thank you for joining us. Yes, so this is a team of the safe acceleration of safe waste access. So we invite Mr. Kanan because Mr. Kanan's expertise on waste also. So we would like also to hear from you, Mr. Kanan, your insights about these challenges on accelerating waste access. Please, Mr. Kanan, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to share my screen. Which, can somebody allow me to share the screen?
Please wait. I think now you can share the screen, Mr. Kanan.
Okay. Yeah. So just a second. Okay. So can you see the screen just to confirm?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, and thank you to all the participants. It's I think looking at I would have really be happy to have been in person, but unfortunately could not make it. So I'm trying my best to be part of these discussions. I had to look at the agenda, seems very interesting. A lot of interesting conversations already might have happened. So I thought to also contribute to the discussions to advance the SDG agenda for the region. So in this particular presentation, I will specifically focus on the Southeast Asian region in terms of the situation, what are the emerging issues, what are the key issues that plague access to accelerated safe wash and some points to consider in accelerating access to wash. I am mindful of the time and also mindful of the workshop, the meeting objectives. So I will particularly relate to those the innovations that will be subsequently also shared. So just to quickly give a sense of what is happening in the region. So this region with a population of about 680 million represents a third in terms of the size of the population, is doing economically reasonably well, had an current economic growth rate around 5.7%. So really has come out of this COVID challenges and doing pretty well. And if you also look at the access to water and sanitation over the years, Southeast Asia has also made considerable progress. Open defecation has been significantly reduced. In fact, where I'm speaking from, Indonesia happened to have one of the highest rates of open defecation in the past. So we can see a good reduction, but still we have 22 million people practicing open defecation, especially in some of the countries like Laos, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, and Myanmar. Of course, Indonesia also. Then when we look at the second slide tries to talk about the access to basic and safely managed sanitation. And we can see that still access to basic sanitation remains a challenge. We still have 80 million people in the region without access to basic sanitation. And of course, if we talk about the aspirations of SDG 2030, SDG 6 targets on 2030 for 6.2, we are far below. Excuse me. So that's the context. And then also when you have to look at the sanitation in terms of facility, you will see that nearly 75% of the sanitation is based on decentralized systems, mainly relying on septic tanks and very low sewer coverage. So this is also important as we talk about accelerating safe access, is to make use of existing systems and really move forward rather than invest in new capital investments, which would be more challenging. When we look at the access to water, same thing. We still have challenges with reaching everyone with access to basic services. We still have about 39 million people without access to basic water. And again, when you talk about safely managed, the challenges are huge, except for Singapore and Malaysia, are doing reasonably well. Most of the countries have a relatively low access and need a lot of work. So basically, we are talking about looking at another 400 million people, both for access to safely managed water and safely managed sanitation, which is a daunting challenge. So it's important that we build on existing infrastructure and facilities and find creative solutions without taxing too much on the public funding. Now, when we talk about access, of course, we should not also forget about disparities. A lot of disparities are there. Unfortunately, I could not get more data from the JMP platform. But just to say that when we look at the disparities in terms of the disparities are overall remain similar for both water and sanitation. Usually between rural and urban, you find that in the case of water, it is about 1.5 times. In the case of sanitation, it's just about 1.1 times. But I think the important point is there are more disparities when you look at the wealth quintiles. And we also know from data of individual countries that women and girls and people with disabilities are among the most deprived. So just to not to forget, when we talk about accelerated access to wash, there are also people who have deprivations which are much more amplified than the average population. Now, this region is also quite prone to climate effect. In fact, these are some data from the recent UNICEF publication over the tipping point, which showed that, for example, Philippines had a major typhoon in 2020, affecting nearly 70 million people. In central Vietnam, major floods in 2020, affecting about 1.5 million people. Again, in Thailand, coastal flooding. So you can see a lot of climate related events, which one way or the other impact the sector, because wash sector is affected the most, bulk of the brunt of the climate impact. And over the last 50 years, if you look at the East Asian Pacific region, there has been a 11-time increase in the in floods, almost 4 times increase in storms, and twice increase in the number of droughts. So basically, as we think of accelerating access to safe wash, we also need to keep in mind the vulnerabilities, and we need to factor in those elements of risks, especially from floods, and also the aspect of storms, and keep taking into consideration water scarcity and drought aspect as we plan, so that people continue to get access even during a climate event. Now the slide, the picture below, it shows the countries that are vulnerable from multiple overlapping climate and hazards, climate and environmental hazards, which includes coastal flooding, water scarcity, air pollution, and so on and so forth. So you can see that a number of countries, especially Myanmar, Vietnam, I'm sorry, and some countries here also have more vulnerability with more than four hazards, shocks, or stresses. So the more the number of hazards, shocks, or stresses, the people are more vulnerable. Because when we talk about systems, we also have to look at the vulnerability of the people. At the end of the day, the services are for the people. So whatever services we are putting in place, we should make sure it is accessible to all the public. Now, I just want to relate to also a recent study that we did for Indonesia, particularly looking at the impact of climate on sanitation. And this looked at actually 4 different parts of the country, which had different climate vulnerabilities. In one case, it was coastal flooding was an issue. Another case, drought was an issue. Another case, huge rains were an issue. And you can see that when there was a climate event, it actually affected the whole service chain, right from access to toilets, to desludging, to treatment and disposal. We also found that there was an increase in the number of open defecation, because people, when they first lose access to toilets, they try to make use of neighbors' facilities. If not, especially men, you find there's an increased tendency for open defecation. We also saw that a lot of contamination, septic tank was opened. As a result, you find that these climate events exacerbate the quality of water, drinking water. And in fact, data in Indonesia shows that 70% of the water sources are contaminated by feces. So what does it all mean is that it impacts on the SDG progress itself. And in some cases, we can see a downward progress. And it affects especially the women and the disabled the more. Now, coming back to what are the key issues plaguing the sector. Now, I've tried to organize this into 5 major blocks. I will not go into the detail because I'm sure many of the people are familiar with the sector, but I will just relate to in terms of the subsequent session. So basically, there are 5 major points. One is in terms of low financing and investments in WASH. But traditionally, in the development agenda, WASH continues to not to get the investment as it required, especially for sanitation. And as a result, you find that access to services, especially for the last mile or the far off population, always remains a challenge. The WASH sector has also been unable to tap the large climate funding. So most of the funding, the green climate funding, is going towards mitigation, but less on adaptation. And WASH sector has not really benefited much from that. So this is one of the issues around the financing. Financing is also because of low political will. So it's important that political will is also important. It is good that UN Water Conference happened last year. The sector ministers meeting happened in Indonesia. All these will continue to reinforce WASH as central to the development agenda. And hopefully with the World Water Forum that will happen next year, this will be further strengthened. Next is in terms of governance and institutional challenges. We know that across countries, there are multiple ministries dealing with WASH sector. As a result, there are fragmentation across ministries, overlap, duplication, and so on and so forth, which means that there's low accountability. The big issues, particularly from the subsequent, from the innovators' perspective, are issues dealing with poor operation maintenance regime, inadequate data management, the paucity of data, especially in the context of safely managed water and safely managed sanitation, low capacities, and it is more so if we were to look at higher levels of services. Then the next thing is about the inadequate public awareness and community engagement. I think this is another area where we have seen lack of community engagement could lead to several failures, especially in the rural areas. And also, when we have to deal with water wastage or poor sanitation hygiene, community awareness plays a critical role. Next comes to the inappropriate choice of technology and innovation. I think the sector has faced a relatively low, less innovation. Of course, there have been innovation more so in the water sector compared to sanitation, but less so, I would say, for dealing with household management of sanitation, as well as in rural areas. So I think the technologies have not really kept pace, especially in terms of affordability or climate resilience or use of green energy, nature-based solutions. I think we are still not there. And particularly sanitation, a lot of opportunity for circular economy, which need to be, there are a lot of inefficiencies in the sector, especially in terms of energy, in terms of even type of technology that is used. And lastly, low limited partnerships. I think partnership is key. Clearly, the global SDG funding needs are huge, and this cannot be met with the domestic financing or government financing alone. It needs a variety of players, including private sector. And private sector need to really play a dominant role. And I'm glad to see that these conferences that are going on are bringing more and more private sector engagement. Hopefully, it will see more and more contributions. Lastly, so this is, so what does all this mean in terms, so when we look at the situation, when we look at the issues, what does all this mean in terms of accelerating access to safe wash? I think the one of the first thing is we need to have a two-pronged approach. I think we should not forget that we still have large number of people or the last mile population who still do not have access to basic services and who still practice open defecation. So I think as we plan to accelerate access, improve levels of services, we need to make sure those last mile population are also taken care of. We also need to make sure that as we accelerate access to safely managed water and sanitation services, we build on existing facilities. When we know that there's already a sound decentralized systems in place, especially for sanitation, we need to think twice about putting sewer infrastructure all over the place, because not only it is expensive, but is it also efficient? So I think those kind of considerations. In case of water, we also have quick wins. We have facilities with small investments in water quality. They can immediately be converted, move into the higher levels of services. So I think these are some of the things that need to be considered. Next is we need to make sure that new investments in WASH are climate resilient, promote green energy, and foster inclusiveness. We have seen that the WASH infrastructure are the most affected when there is a climate event. We also know that the especially women and people with disabilities face the largest challenge. So what can we do to make sure those investments also address those issues? And the texts that are highlighted in yellow are particularly relevant to the innovators. The other thing is a lot of technology has been, there's a good development of technology and digitalization in the Southeast Asia region. To what extent can that be tapped, to develop affordable solutions, technological solutions to address the last mile and also the safely managed challenges that we have that can reduce carbon footprint and also promote circular economy. At the same time, how these digital tools can also strengthen monitoring. We have a lot of interesting applications that have been developed across different countries that help to track progress, help to monitor public awareness. But can we do more, especially to foster accountability, give more voice to the citizens, encourage more transparency of investment? So whatever investments are planned, they go to the right places. And of course, create conducive environment for private sector to invest in infrastructure and also contribute to solutions and raising awareness. Lastly, engaging public and community along the way is critical to ensure their buy-in and contribution, because if you want to accelerate access to safe wash for all, we need to have a whole of society approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, yeah. Round of applause for Mr. Kanananda. Thank you, Mr. Kanan.
Thank you.
Several things that you have already mentioned, especially the one at the last point on the digital tools to have this monitoring, because I think it's important also to know who we have to be targeting, because we have to target them accurately. And as the 2 points that you mentioned in the last slide also, that we need to prioritize those who are still practicing open defecation, so to make sure that we leave no one behind. This is also can be linked to the digital tools on the monitoring, because then how can we know if we don't do that monitoring before? So thank you, Mr. Kanan. If you allow me, then we can go to the next innovator to present. We have 2 more innovators to present. And then if you can stay with us, maybe later you can also join the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Kanan. Appreciate for your keynote speech. Yeah, another round of applause. So for the next innovators, we would like to invite Mr. Auke Ijenga. Mr. Auke Ijenga is from ITV Philippines. The innovation that Mr. Auke is going to present is about pumping water uphill to change life in waterless communities worldwide. So Mr. Auke, please.
Good afternoon. No, this is too official, and this is even more official. Thanks for the organizers for selecting also the Philippines, and we are covering one of the areas for the milestones for the covered in the mountainous areas. So my presentation is about pumping water to waterless communities, and by that changing. Okay. Don't look at me, look at the small miniature, because if I look at the picture, I look at the miniature, which is a marketing tool for us. That's a working miniature. Does anybody know the RAM pump before coming to the conference, to the summit? So it makes sense that I came over from the no? So I'm Auke Ijenga. I'm a Dutch. I'm a marine engineer. I moved to the Philippines at the age of 23. I decided to use my little knowledge on low-cost technologies for the poorest of the poor. Don't ask my age, but you can see that I'm there for a long time already in the Philippines, since 1985. So next. ITV is engaged in the manufacturing of low-cost technologies for basic needs. And we have been working on many different technologies in the past, but our flagship became the hydraulic ram pump. I will explain more on that. The situations in the uplands in many areas in Southeast Asia, especially also in the Philippines. I mixed a little bit agriculture, irrigation as well, because our technology is cross-cutting. So it's not just limited to WAS. Let me read it, otherwise I will go out of time because I easily get lost in slides and my story. That's the problem with social entrepreneurs who are passionate. So in the Philippines, it's around 55% mountainous. There are more than 23 million in the mountains. Many of those areas actually are waterless. Most of the farms are actually rain-fed only. The upland areas are neglected in many ways. I think I heard that also this in terms for political, economic, or other reasons. Yeah, the farms are mostly rain-fed, so they only have one crop. And because of degradation, erosion, the age has become 50. With many young farmer kids living for the cities now. In the Philippines, we have already around 50% of the Filipinos living in the cities. By 2050, we need an increase in food production in order to serve all those people in the city with food, with 70%. So where does the food come from? So there are two main challenges. This is on the drinking and also related to sanitation. So this is a common side that young kids are also engaged in fetching water. Yeah, maybe we can go to the next. And then the other one is on farming, where mostly the farmers are engaged in subsistence farming with only one crop. And this is very much affected by the changing climate now. So with sudden droughts, there's a very big risk in farming. Okay. A short video. I do the same as my colleague from India, because you haven't heard of the technology, you should see a little bit how it works.
There are hundreds of thousands upland waterless villages without easy access to drinking water in the world. Water is carried manually over distances and elevations at an average of 40 liters per day per household, resulting in enormous challenges, especially for the women and children. Fortunately, IDFI, a passionate Philippine social enterprise, revived the forgotten technology of the hydraulic ram pump with its own aid fee model. This pump can bring up water without the use of electricity or fuel and emission of greenhouse gases from lower springs to much higher elevated villages. To make the water system sustainable, AidFi created a holistic program around the ram pump, covering organizational, technical as well as financial aspects. This is done to create sense of ownership. Lately, AidFi invented the mechanical water kiosk, which is integrated in the system for distribution and now instrumental in guaranteeing regular income for the associations. It releases 20 liters for a token. After the turnover, AidFi continues to monitor the volume of water delivered, fees collected, and maintenance undertaken through a monitoring app. This app is now being upgraded to accommodate impact data. AidFi also provides technical and organizational backstopping. When water is brought up at hardly any cost and available in tenfold, the lives of the villagers are changing, diminishing skin diseases, no more waterborne diseases, time and money saved, lessened neck and spinal problems, improved sanitation, laundry near the houses, increased nutrition and income through vegetables grown and animals raised. The empowered associations through mostly female officers trigger other kinds of developments. AidFi installed ram pump systems in 600 villages benefiting 300,000 people, but envisions the AidFi ram pump to spread around the world and help reach the last milestone of SDG 6, the uplands.
Next, please. Yeah.
There are hundreds of thousands upland waterless villages.
So what is a ram pump? It's a very old technology, more than 240 years old. Only through the digital period. I also had a hard time in the Philippines when I arrived, 1985 to 1997, around that period, to really promote the technology, because it was very difficult to buy books, to find research materials, even to pay for a book where you don't even know what's inside from any country. And so that was very hard. Now, it is only now with this huge potential for the technology that we still have to do a very big job. But in this digital period, that's going very fast. So it's a device. Can we go back? It's a device which brings water from lower to higher elevations. It was already said, everything actually in the video, but let me just repeat. And bring it to a much higher elevation without electricity or fuel and without the emission of greenhouse gases. So it's water powered. It are complete systems, no? So it's not just a pump, but yeah, we have built also other technologies around it. We use ferrocement, circular tanks, which are earthquake and waterproof, and we built, for example, also the water kiosk for fair distribution, no? And for sustainability, for income of the water associations. So it's also our idea to bring the technology completely under the control of the beneficiaries through the water associations, and from the water associations, those are trained local technicians, village technicians. So to be it really sustainable in very far-flung areas, also in indigenous people's areas, it needs to be under the control of the people. Next. So on the left side, you see a commercial model, and those are still being produced, are super expensive. It's very hard to import them because there are no distributors. And then maybe from the last 4 or 5 decades, there were a lot of do-it-yourself units. You can make your own ram pump from YouTube, of course. But we decided to really make a very good working model, as efficient and as rigid as the commercial ones. So we can go as high as 235 meters or maybe higher, based on local materials, so they can manufacture in any country, and based on local spare parts. And my invention was to do that with an ordinary door hinge that you can buy from any hardware. Next. We built a whole holistic approach. Let me read it because it goes all in my mind if I just do it myself. So we do manufacturing of the ram pump and components. We have a big shop. We are a social enterprise, not for profit, but we have a big shop of 650 square meters complete with machines. So it's very professional. Then community facilitators come in the area before our technical teams come. come in and they do all the social preparation. That's the formation and training of water associations, arranging legal papers for where the infrastructure has to be placed, where the pipes have to pass. Of course, we train officers of the association. As you heard, 70% or 75% of the officers are actually women. They are very much engaged because water is very important in the household for women. No? Then we encourage very much the community to be involved in the actual construction, from hauling, pipe laying, and also other activities. Then I already mentioned the training of local technicians. We don't keep any secrets, so they are like buddy-buddy during the whole construction. And our technicians really, who are also from the grassroots actually, are relating with them. Then we introduce the associations to local government units and local government agencies, so that also after the water is being brought up in a much higher volume and near to the households, that this is a triggering point. The water is just a triggering point for further development through the empowered association. We also do distribution of water filters, because the water we are tapping, this can be springs or streams or small rivers, is not guaranteed safe. No? Even though people have been using the water, of course, also before like that, we add a filter. If the funder can afford, we add a filter, like the same ceramic element which is in the one from demonstration outside. Then we do a 6 months project assessment. I will show you quickly later. I can talk more about that, but maybe can that come to the question and answers. But we do impact assessment at the moment, and we are developing an app to really see what it does. We can dream all the benefits. If you ask me what are the benefits of all those systems, I can dream all those, but we need evidence-based material to prove and to promote the technology. And only lately we have been doing the impact assessments really. We did monitoring and keep in touch with associations, but we did not do impact monitoring. Okay, next slide, please. A lot of benefits, they were all mentioned: an increased volume and easier access, it's very much on health issues, less neck and spinal problems, skin diseases nearly disappear completely. Waterborne diseases disappear because of the ceramic element in the filters. Then also people have opportunities for building toilets. Many in the mountains don't have a toilet because they only have 40 liters a day before the ram pump came in. So you can see that immediately a lot of toilets are being built by themselves. They grow vegetables, and they can also have animals, or they can use water for water related livelihoods. For irrigation, if you have only one crop and it is rain-fed with the sudden droughts in this changing climate, you can completely lose your crop. That's why a lot of young kids are not interested in farming. And with the ram pump, if you use them for irrigation, you can have this crop survive. You can add a crop cycle, but you can also diversify to high-value crops. So farming is becoming very interesting for them at less cost, because the water doesn't, the ram pump doesn't use any fuel or electricity. So we also see that young kids are getting interested, because a ram pump, if you have that on your farm, it is also something to be very proud of. And then if you use farming techniques like erosion control, like you saw in the video of from India a while ago, if you combine those things, the farmers are also getting proud, no? Because they have a very low self-esteem if the farm is eroded. Next, please. You don't have to look at all those pictures. I just got those. Those are our first 3 sites where we have done impact studies. You just see the difference between the first column and the second, that there is a big difference. No need to know exactly what it is all about. It's about toilets, it's about people having now animals, increased crop production. So there's a huge difference only in a period of 6 months. It was even for me, I have been in this since 1992 with ram pumps, but this was completely astonishing. When I got the first result, this is unbelievable. So yeah, so how important is data gathering to support the work we do? Next, please. It's the same. Yeah, so this is the result. As of today, we have done 600 villages and farms. We have reached 300,000 people. And what we see is by the integration of our water kiosk, where people pay a pace over 20 liters, that money comes in for the association, and that the association gets more money for operation and repair and maintenance, but also to start new projects. And for through all the benefits, we can see that there is income increase of 2 to 3 times. No. Next, please. We are a very innovative organization, always continuously looking for new ideas. We work with Coca-Cola, actually. Coca-Cola is not around there, but I campaigned in the past against Coca-Cola, but it's another story. Now we work with them. It's being taped or no? It's on live online? No, we are good friends with Coca-Cola. We recycle also their cups from their plants into material in the spare parts, recycled gaskets. Actually, it has purpose. It's not to piece Coca-Cola, but because it really is better than rubber gaskets. We have developed a monitoring app, which we are adding all those impact data right now, together with the Miller Center in the US. And then the mechanical water kiosk, which we developed during the pandemic. There's a whole story behind that. It's mechanical, it doesn't use any electricity or any other form of energy. It's a gumball, you know, the mechanism for a gumball machine. You can just put in a Philippine peso or a token, and the coins are being collected by the water association. There's a huge income compared to the system we had with public tap stands, and people were paying a monthly fee. This is more than 2 to 3 times also income for the association, which triggers a lot of other developments. Next, please. We won a lot of awards, but let's go through that. It's not for bragging, but I wanted to show that we need this kind of recognitions and awards also to further the promote the technology. So many people until now haven't heard of it. No. Next, please. So that's our management team. 4 out of 6 are women, and they are all managing the departments. I'm just the driver, if no. And then my son is actually also, I try not to bring in my son, but he's very good, so he's the CEO. Next, please. Okay, quickly, scaling. Our plan is to green the manufacturing. We can also deliver electricity to, on grid to the company. They pay for it. And so, yeah, it will create green manufacturing, but also save cost for us. For the Philippine scaling, we can do the installations ourselves. We can also produce all the ramp pumps needed by others, so private and independent installation teams, which we use also if we cannot manage the number of systems. And international, we transfer the technology to other countries, but that has to be a very serious interest. We have done that to Afghanistan, Nepal, Colombia, and Mexico, and I'm working on Ethiopia at the moment. Next, I think. I just wanted to show this. I'm not advertising really him, but if there is a technology already, he was inspired by 8V. He wrote, "Lord Auka, you're my inspirator." I said, "Don't." But he is an university student, engineer, and I will be visiting him after the conference, so it makes sense to spend for the tickets now. He makes beautiful ramp pumps. He does a lot of experiments. He didn't want to completely copy our model. I said we can do that, but then we have to come to the Philippines. We need to partner, and not for money, but for promoting the technology. But he does a wonderful job. If you look at him at the Facebook, then so you have very good ramp pumps in the Philippines. What we'd have to do is to maybe create more installation teams, and we have to do a lot of promotion because there's a huge potential in the uplands, actually. No? Next, I think that's it. No? Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Those are my...
Thank you, Mr. Auke. Very inspirational presentation and innovation. I believe many also have a question later. And then this is also touch base on what we have discussed this morning with the ATEM regarding the capital, and then also Dr. Chang Wahu regarding the scalability after beyond this innovation that is being shared with everyone. So now we should move to the next innovators. This is from Yayasan Solar Chapter Indonesia. The innovation is called Water IQ. So Ms. Mustika Wijaya, who is the founder and the executive director of this Yayasan Solar Chapter Indonesia, will present to us. Yes, please.
No, I think here it's okay.
Slide.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mustika Wijaya. I am executive director and also founder of a profit organization called Yayasan Solar Chapter Indonesia. And maybe we can move to the slide.
We have a. Is it there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Please, Ms. Mustika.
Okay. Question for us is, how long does it take for you to get clean water? That's the question today. So next, in 2017, back to 2017, when I started this nonprofit organization, I was a student back then at University of Illinois, and I traveled back to Indonesia, go to the eastern part of Indonesia. That's where I visited a village called, sorry, it happens. That's where I visit a village called Ubud Nana, and I met a man named Pak Roti. I asked him, "What's your dream?" He said, "My one and only dream that one day my grandchildren do not need to walk hours for water." Fast forward today, we see hundreds of thousands children still walk for that water source, and we cannot even call it clean. Walking for hours for water, it's not only the issue, but it's also contribute to malnutrition, lack of education, and also poverty. Next. So for rural Indonesian communities, clean water is a long journey. It takes hours to get the water. So we need a sustainable solution. That's where Solar Chapter came in. Next. So for the past 6 years, we have built solar powered pump systems. So it's similar to what IDV work, but we use solar energy. So from the water source, we use solar powered and then pumping to the highest elevation to the reservoir and then distributed to the village through public faucets. And so far, we have built 15 solar power pumps in East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, impacting more than 16,000 villages. And we do this with the community. It's a community-led solutions because they are involved from the design, engineering, implementation to monitoring. They even contributed to almost 50% of the capital cost. And they're gonna monitor the project and also maintain the project itself. And it saved 34,000 hours per day during the dry season. And what does it translate to? It translates to 151% villagers' income. So I can really relate to ITV, like how clean water can change people's life. So their income previously was $13 per month per household to $28 per month because they can sell and plant the commodities in front of their backyard. Next, please. So what's the next problem, right? We identified that there are a lot of abandoned systems and short lifetime pumps, and we aim to change that. This is what the innovation we want to share today, and it's still in the pilot process. Next, please. The problems is, Indonesia is really big, and with the geographical problems, we also have a high monitoring cost problem. To send a person to a region, it takes a lot of effort and accommodation costs. And we know, I think everyone here can experience that. The second one is the sustainability issue. With the lack of communications, there's a lot of number of abandoned pumps was not identified. And it turns into a blame game. Like, we blame the technology, it's not working. We blame the communities of not being able to serve or even stole it, And what it leads to? It leads to a lack of trust from the government to invest in the solutions, in the water systems, right? So the third problem is also inaccurate data. Every time we go to the village and want to get the data, it's inaccurate, and we cannot even improve our pump or improve our future water systems. So that's the problem we want to tackle. Next. So now we are introducing Water IQ. This is our first actually presentation. And we got funded by AVPN, backed by ADB and Google.org. So now we want to share it, and my colleague here gonna share about it.
Okay, thank you, Ika, and hi everyone. So maybe let's imagine that you own an organization that have 15 water projects in 3 different islands, like Solar Chapter, or 600 water projects like 8.5, or even like governmental bodies who have 23,000 of water projects. It will be a hassle if you want to monitor all one by one through different islands, to different places. And imagine if there is a remote monitoring system where you can see all of the data, all of how your pump works, and even the water usage from the villagers in one single dashboard. That's why we are building Water IQ. Next. Yep, so we're building what is Water IQ. It is a one-stop monitoring platform where we have real-time data on water system performance. And not only that, it is very easy to install and very scalable. So our sensors is really, really compact, and we can implement all of the sensors easily. And our the raw data that you already have within the platform is translated into actionable insights and also alert notification, like, oh, your village here have some problems in the pipe, in the pump, or whatever it is. It is very data oriented and can be translated into actionable insights. And next. Yeah. Sure, no worries. Yeah, so actually we have a 2 business model. Like, the first one is software as a service, like any other startups. We are not startups, we are NGO, but we do implement the SaaS. So our users, like government bodies, like NGOs, can subscribe yearly to access all of our products, and it will be used to develop more of our product. And the second one is subsidies or loans from private institutions and also foundations. This is not only a subsidies or loans, but also strategic partnership, so we can have a really good growth in the future with this partner as well. Next. Next slide. Yep. Oh, sorry. I think the slide has been an error. So yeah, this is our product architecture. So this is the water resource. We pump the water to the reservoir at the uphill of an area. And in the reservoir, we implement sensors. And we will have three kinds of data: the inflow water from the pump, the outflow water that are being used by the villagers, and the water level. And all of this raw data will be sent through the cloud network, where we analyze it and create actionable insights based on that raw data. And we translate all of them into beautiful graphs and also alert notifications that will be sent through the website, through the SMS for the villagers and the NGO or governmental bodies. And next. Yeah, so we have 4 key features right now. The first one is the intelligent remote monitoring, as I mentioned earlier. We equip local leaders with instant access to water flow and water level metrics through IoT technology. And we also have a streamlined setup and enhanced scalability. Yeah, as I said before, we have less than 7 components for the sensors, and it is very compact, so it can be installed into every water project system easily, like plugging your phone with a charger. And next, we have data-driven insights. We have our in-house algorithms to translate the data into the actionable insight, and it all will be implemented in one single web app dashboard. Yeah, and if there's any issues arise in the alert with the alert notifications and other features, the well-trained local water committee will undertake the maintenance easily and in real time. And next, we will have the community training. Tuika.
Sorry, I think it's a bit messy, the format, but we have a community training for water sustainability. So not only technology, but we also need to equip and involve the community, right? So we use this data for change, and we use the data to give them a power. But we also need to equip them with community strengthening and technical maintenance training, and also mentorship for them. So every village that we have, we facilitate to create water committee and water fund, and also these types of trainings. Next. So maybe we can see the video first, what it looks like. Oh, I think probably it's not available. I hope it touch screen. I think if it is not available, it's okay. Yeah, I have the Canva file, right? No website. Yeah. This is actually the last part. Okay.
So yeah, after you log in into the website, you will be shown by these several graphs. We show the data of the volume water, like the inflow and the outflow water, and we have a map like where our sensors are placed, and then the alert notifications. So in this village, the pump isn't active. In another village, the reservoir water is really low, or and any other alert. And this is the details of it. You can see like the activity history, like the graph details, and you can also see like in this hour how many water in the reservoir. So it can have like the a more detailed and historical data of every sensors. So that's basically the overview of our web app dashboard.
So that's also our next. So our so as you can see over there, our system is very simple because we collaborated with the local government and making sure that they can use it too. So it's basically simple and also easy to understand. So my last note is we believe walking down hours for water should not be passed down from generation to generation. So we need to make sure that the water runs through the grandchildren. Thank you.
Please. So thank you. I think this is also inspiring innovation, and of course, we can see also that there are already some a possibility also maybe that even between the innovators can work together. So, but in order to continue with the session, I would like to invite Mr. Lim Sinpo to as our panelist. So, can we have the bio of Mr. Lim Sinpo? Please. Yeah, so Mr. Lin Simpo is the co-founder and managing director of Global Water Consultants in Malaysia, a water consultant in Malaysia and Indonesia. He is the steering committee. Oh yeah, sorry, steering committee of Malaysia GWP Malaysia. He is also the co-founder or executive secretary of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, and recently converted into International Water Association, right? So a special group of sustainable coastal and estuary development. He's also a subject specialist for DOE and a certified professional in erosion and sediment control. He has more than 30 years experience in engineering and consultancy and specialized in hydrology, hydraulic, and water resources. He oversees the company business operation and performance management of the company and overall coordination and management of the project. So he's been involved more than 200 projects in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia and Singapore. So, Mr. Lim, after hearing all these innovations, what would be your comment? Yeah, please.
First of all, I would like to congratulate GWP for organizing such an interesting conference. As compared to other conferences where we always fall asleep, we've listened to all the long paper. Here, after 30 years of service, it's the first time I heard about RAM pump. So there you are. Sometimes the old science with the new innovation can be also beneficial to a lot of people. I'm not sure, even in Malaysia, like for example, in the Highland, Cameron Highland, perhaps many of you has visited Cameron Highland, one of the tourist attraction in Malaysia. Most of this water, they're bringing up by gravity from the headland by the pipe traveling a long distance to the water demand point. So here you are with the RAM pump. Maybe we can, be used in places like Cameron Highland, in Genting Highland, where it is. But one question I want to ask you is, so far in your record, how high you have been pumped in your record? The water, the elevation that you have elevated, how high? That's the first question. So definitely, and of course, the first presenter, Utilizing the water from the roof all the way is not something new, but it is just not being done, even in Malaysia. Why? Because of the water tariff is so cheap. In Malaysia, nobody going to invest in rainwater harvesting because the tariff is simply too cheap. Nobody care because every month the household's water bills is not talking about probably less than a cup of this a Starbucks coffee. So why care to harvest the rain? So there you are. So it need a lot of this push from the government. If you really talk about, we know you can harvest rainwater. If every household, if every, factories and every agencies with a large roof area are doing that, or potentially, of course, you can reduce the runoff to the cities and reduce the flood risk and things like that. But to do that, you need strategies so that people will use it. Similarly, like in Malaysia, we have promoting the solar panel on every household's rooftop. So if the electrical bill is so cheap, the people will not invest on it. So it's talking about dollar and cent. And of course, one thing very encouraging is we have young people like Mastika here and the gang who having vision, a mission to change, to solve the problem. That's where perhaps this gives hopes to a lot of people. Walking long distance to get water is not common in Malaysia, but I traveling to places like in India, in the highland like Bangalore and things like that. People are drilling 300 meters down to get water, and the housewives are walking long distance still until now, which not supposed to happen. I think under the present kind of, the civilization that we have, it should not happen. So I think it's very encouraging to see young people like you to get involved in this kind of innovation. And of course, when come to this stage, you always highlight the beautiful things. I would also like to listen some of your challenges that you face. Like for example, when we're working in the remote area, we often face the challenging of vandalism, having no internet access, and maybe you would like to listen some of your challenges and how you overcome that. Yeah. Thanks.
Maybe we can have a response from the innovators. Maybe starting from Mr. Auke and then Dafal and then Ms. Mustika, please. And you, yeah.
Challenges.
Yes.
Funding. Yeah, we easily spend billions for any war coming up tomorrow, but we don't spend money on water projects. So one of the challenges is really we spend too much time. We are supposed to spend our time on all those villages who are waiting for us and not on writing for awards and contests and all kinds of different kinds of funding. So that's a big challenge that could be, we could do much more actually. On the technical side, it's very important to empower the community. You also started discovering that immediately. So that's why we have a holistic program. Our program is not new. So yeah, we have gone through all those things, of course. The water kiosk, for example, the mechanical water kiosk came up because we had public tap stands. So the same, you pump up water to the highest point in the village and then distribute it to faucets strategically placed in clusters of households. And yes, there is not really vandalism because people need the water, but maybe children who don't know how to close the right direction of the faucet. Also, people who have money, they put a hose, and because they were paying a monthly fee. And so if you put a hose, you have the money for it, and you have, for example, more pigs. And the other people start complaining because there is not enough water, all those things. So unfair distribution. and unfair distribution resulting in non-payment of monthly fees. People easily pay for a bottle of whiskey every day, but when the same amount or half of the amount has to be paid for water, then it becomes a problem. So all these kind of cultural, technical, community problems. So our water kiosk is really I think it has a huge potential. We have already installed quite a few. It immediately takes care of fair distribution, because if you throw in more coins, you can get more water. So, and the money is being collected by the water associations for sure, and so they don't have to quarrel with all the households every month. They just collect. And people don't feel also that they have to shelf out immediately a bigger amount in the month, but they just do it for every 20 liters, like they buy cigarettes by piece and so on. They are used to do that. So yeah, that was one of the challenges we have lately, hopefully, not hopefully, but we see that it is, while we had a lot of years struggling with that kind of unfair distribution. Another short thing is I think you mentioned that there are technical problems, but mostly the technical problems can be traced back, or the roots of the technical problem are community problems. So when we see, for example, a ramp pump not working, it doesn't mean that the ramp pump is not okay or there's a huge problem, but it's more really on the association maybe, and then the association doesn't have good collection, the association doesn't pay the local technicians, so that's a whole a chain reaction. So yeah, you have to look at all those things, but that's actually exciting. But people don't want to go back to walking for 3 to 4 hours, so even rehabilitation of the organization or rehabilitation of the technology, they are always open for that, for new ideas and new innovations to be incorporated. Yeah,
So yeah, I actually can relate a lot about the unfair distribution, and it's surprising from like the Philippines. It's also the same in Indonesia, probably the same also in other part of the world. So yeah, one is I think social jealousy that you mentioned, and I think the second one for me is political change within the village is also a struggle, because every time the village chief change, the whole like community fund is not working. The whole community committee is also the whole water committee is not working too. So we need to invest a lot again in the training and making sure people pay again. So I think it's a lot of investment that I didn't think when I started this. So now we're kind of like negative like negative investment, because like we didn't think all this costs before. But yeah, I think it's something that to take into account in the future project. Because sometimes when during the political change they said, oh, water gonna be free, right? But it's not free, and then we need to re-educate again. So I think that's pretty exhausting. Yeah.
Yeah. Apart from funding, yes, the challenge is to handle government officers, because when I am going to implement a rainwater management program for whole village, I need a lot of permissions, right? I need, when I want to implement it on district level, then I need a lot of permissions from district administration, state administration, and the main government at Delhi. Okay, so these processes take time, and the constraint of my project is when you do it in a quantity, then only you can see the change. That is the main problem with the global rainwater management program. A single household doing rainwater harvesting, it's good for that family. Okay, but when you want to see a great level impact on climate change, on SDGs, you have to do it on a larger scale. And for that, yes, we do need government intervention, and those processes take time. Yeah, but in promoting rainwater harvesting in India, our Prime Minister Modi is playing key role. He is like a chief marketing officer of my company, I feel sometime, because he has done some great awareness campaigns throughout the country for managing rainwater. So that helps. That really helps. But yeah, funding, government can say good things about your work, but don't release money easily. That is the challenge.
Yeah, there is a question for Mr. From Mr. Asad.
Yeah, this session is really, massaging my heart. Thank you for that. It's amazing. It shows entrepreneurship, innovation, and I just get it done despite all the problems you're facing, and it's a learning by doing process. Now, if you can do it, right, the way you do it with all the problems you have, we know that, right? What role is there left over for the government except being a pain in the water, right? I would really like to hear each one of you commenting on that. What role is left for the government? The second question is, of course, to scale up and do your, your dream, your ambition to make that more perfect and more servicing. You need money, sure, but what else do you need? The second thing on that role. The third question, as we are here with the Global Water Partnership, Southeast Asia region, I'm in the Global Steering Committee. I'm one of the big fighters in the committee, but also in the whole GWP system to push for innovation and not keep doing the same thing we have been doing for the last 25 years. I know I'm not making myself popular to people like Hanif sometimes, but no, he's a great partner, by the way, in innovation. You guys have done a fantastic job here by bringing this kind of presentations here. What is your message to the Global Water Partnership in order to support you type of entrepreneurs and change makers? What do you expect us to do for people like you to do this more? Thank you very much. 3 questions.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks for the massaging. It's the same. For us, it's we are not based in Manila. We are on one of the middle islands. So if we would really go for the permits, we could never do 600 villages. So we always say, don't wake up sleeping dogs. And because they don't do all those things themselves to supply communities with water. Just last week, for example, we were in one of the southern, this is outside, but this is the issue of not restricting. Let us do our work, not restrict us. The best would be to stimulate us in different ways, but please don't restrict us, no? So, for example, we are driving around with the car and we have properly registered it, and it needs a roof on it for the pipes and so on. And it is registered on our island properly, and we are being catched on one of the other islands and stuck up for how many days and have to pay like 200 euro for a fine from the same agency. This kind of, this is corruption issues. Challenges or what we would like to see is, for example, promotion of the technology, because for us it's also not for a profit, even though we do make some profit when we work, for example, with Coca-Cola. The profit is reinvested. So it's to spread the idea of the technology, and your network is better than ours. For example, we tried a technology transfer from Philippines to India. From both ways, us writing a lot of letters and so on, didn't work because they wanted to put a consultant on top of it, and we know how to do it. We just need the $50,000 for going back and forth, scouting in India, doing the training in Philippines, even doing a complete in India, and we can't get the money, around. So yeah, maybe the money is there, but maybe we don't have the right connections because we are based on one of the islands. Yeah, basically it's that. It should, I heard your frustrations. I heard many other frustrations. I don't want to add on it, but For if you for us it's easier because we work on this kind of project. We see the effects every time we have done it. If you see a ramp pump, you know exactly how it works, what's going to do. But every time you see the changes happening immediately in the village and how people are happy when the water comes up, that keeps you going because if you dive on only on policies and on these conferences with continuous research and asking for money because we need more research and so on, then that would be also frustrating for me. So for me, it's a mix. I do advocacy. I spend also time for that kind of things, even not without immediate expectations. But I think we have to do that in order to sustain that. So for me, it's a good mix, a very nice group of people.
Yeah. To your first question, I think we had a personal discussion about that. We are going on public-private partnership basis. Even the project I saw in the presentation, that was under public-private partnership where government has given us permission 30% of the project cost, and we raised the 70% money through CSR, that is corporate responsibility funding, and through villagers they contributed with the labor. So that's how we save the cost of the labor in the project. Okay, so this is how these projects can be handled. Even we want to remove government role completely, then of course, as you asked, Global Water Partnership, UN Water, UN, and other CSRs can combinedly replace the role of government in the system to develop more projects, because after that we don't need government in any project except just informing or intimating them that we are doing XYZ project in XYZ village. That's it.
Maybe I'm gonna answer the second question about what GWP network can do, and I really love like when people ask, "Oh, what can I help?" You know, so I think I started this really young when I was a student 6 years ago. So I learned everything by mistake or by failure sometimes. So I think it's really great if we can get more advice or network to actually learn what is the best practice out there. And I think that's really helpful for me.
As you can see, always is a good product, obviously, like what you have. I think being GWP can be a good platform to scale it up. Maybe, Funny, next time you should also call for funding, not only call for paper.
Yes. Yes.
So we would like to see the second conference that you organize. In addition to the innovator, you have also the financial people down there.
Yeah.
So that is a dream that always we know people like three of you on the stage, you have a big heart, you want to contribute, but often because you need some help to scale it up. Yeah, so that good things can be shared to more people, that to solve what you have seen here, that people will not traveling long hours to get access to the clean water. Perhaps three of you can combine together, become a new product. Yeah.
That's why I said in my speech that my project has sizable space for all the innovation showcasing in this event.
So thank you very much. Please, a big applause for all the innovators. Oh, we have one more comment or question. Please, Ms. Kusum.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that everything that the three of you said resonates not only in Southeast Asia, but very much from South Asia, where I come from. And especially I'm very interested in that rainwater harvesting program because we do water harvesting ourselves. But I mean, let me go back to this the Dublin Rio Principles, which seems to be the foundation of GWP, and the third Dublin Rio Principle on the management of women in the management of water. Now, we are here at every meeting, that women and children are the disadvantaged. But in all these 30 years of, sitting in on these meetings, why is it that we are unable to raise the funding for financing advocacy programs for women and girls? Because we have to understand we come from South Asia, and probably not many differences with Southeast Asia. The prevailing gender ideology is a constraining factor. The prevailing, the conservativeness of societies, especially those who are most affected in the rural communities, can be a constraining factor. But to do the advocacy, especially the iterative programs which are needed, not going to, these solutions cannot be sought by doing a one-off, saying we are going to do a program. Yes, we have done a mindset change. We really need to have that iterative training, and we have plenty of money for billionaires to invest in space travel. But we do not have money for women to be supported in getting sanitation.
So thank you for the comment, Mrs. Kusum. Mrs. Kusum is the chairwoman from the Global Water Partnership South Asia. Thank you for joining us. Okay, anyone want to like to respond? Mrs. Kusum, yes? Please.
Yeah, sure. As ma'am asked, the woman, my project have special mention in that particular village where I have done this job, where girl child used to go out of the village to bring the water along with their mothers. Obviously, the half day was spent in water gathering for the household usages. So after the planning whole the village with the rainwater management, they have their own water supply system in the village. And apart from that, yes, Government of India provided with a scheme that is Nal Se Jal, that is you can get tap water to each household. That scheme also joined the hand with our project. So now village has self-sustainable water resource through our project, and Nal Se Jal, that is tap water, through a government program. And now women are at least free. So girl child can go to the school for primary education, and women now they have time to think that what they can do in that free time, and that adds in more say social activity increased in women, and even women in entrepreneurship. Yeah.
Thank you for the great session, and also thank you for the comments and questions. So again, we would like to give applause to everyone here, and then we would like to also move to the next session. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everyone here.
Thank you very much. We are also very sorry for the time. We are almost 40 minutes behind the schedule. We are very sorry for this because maybe it's too interesting, so I hope everyone is still okay with this. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ibu Ati to be a moderator for the next team. Can you please show? Yeah. Dr. Dr. Ati is the head of Master Program in Infrastructure and Environmental Engineering at University of Pancasila in Jakarta, Indonesia. Her current research interest is on water availability in river basin and also in terms of green infrastructure. So she feels her roles with integrity, devotion, and enthusiasm toward a more sustainable water resources management. It's very inspiring. So without further ado, Dr. Ati, please.
Thank you so much, Mbak Luis, and good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Really, this is make me thrilled, according to Ms. with this event. Even though we are only a few, but I know that everybody focus start from this morning until this evening. Thank you so much. So in this, don't forget, we still have the inventors. Will be present their invention this afternoon. Please welcome Mr. Eric Homberger. I'm sorry. What about oh, it's still a oh, it's still in. Okay, okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, I would like to please, please, Dr. Lee. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Dr. Valentin H. to give us a keynote speech in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. I wish I could be in Bali with you. Unfortunately, I cannot. So I'll share my screen and then I'll start talking. Just a second, please.
Valentin, we can also share it for you, whatever you're comfortable
Yeah,
for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did some slide changes, but share it from there. That's easier. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, first of all, thanks a lot. Of course, I'm honored to speak there with such a great panel. I'm not speaking just for myself, but on behalf of the Associate Program on Flood Management, APFM, which is a joint program between the World Meteorological Organization and the Global Water Partnership. I'm also based here in Geneva at WMO, and yeah, I would also like to highlight my colleagues Giacomo and Ramesh who contributed to the presentation. I'm happy to speak about integrated urban flood management from our experience. Next slide, please. So APFM is already quite a mature program. So we are working on floods since over 20 years now. It was founded in 2001, as you can see there. And the new innovative, speaking about innovation, at the time when APFM was founded was to really not speak about flood control anymore, but about flood management and even more integrated flood management. So the idea is to integrate the land use and the water management into risk management. And this means that we still can benefit from floodplains, for example. We are maximizing the benefits there, but we are minimizing the risk of life or the risk of damage. And of course, that was at the time a huge paradigm shift from flood control to flood management. But we can still see a lot of this habit that we first think about gray infrastructure and these kind of structural measures when we talk about flood management. But IPFM is like integrating all of those, even the nature-based solutions and so on. But that's just as a background. Next slide, please. So when we speak now about urban flooding, perhaps first clarify a little bit what's so special about urban flooding. Why do we not just talk about flooding itself? Why urban flooding? And when we look what's so special about urban flooding is that we have, of course, always these three drivers for climate change. You're all aware of this. This is on the one side, the climate hazard itself, which is driven by climate change. Then the vulnerability. On the other side, how susceptible to the risk are the people, and then the exposure. And I just want to shortly look at these three components of risk in this urban context. So climate change in itself, of course, you can see the statistics from the last IPCC report. Many of you might be aware of that. So you see here in the second column under the 1.5 degrees, this is the best case scenario we can hope for in the Paris Agreement, that we will stay below 2 degrees. Hopefully with 1.5 degrees. I mean, there are a lot of doubts, but this is the best case scenario we can hope for. And even under this scenario, we know that there will be a substantial increase in the frequency and in the intensity of flooding around the world in areas that are already prone to flooding. So this is the best case scenario. Way more realistic is something like a 2-degree scenario, or perhaps even more. And then you can see here the numbers are even worse. So this is alone if we look into the climate driver of the hazard. Then of course there are other drivers. Next slide, please. That and this is of course what we are mainly speaking about when we speak about the urban context. That the land use is completely different there. So if we compare, for example, a city and urban area, and I'm speaking now about the gray figures there, we seal almost 90 to more than 90% of the area. And this means the runoff, the rain that comes, goes directly into the precipitation that falls goes directly into runoff, and then can easily very quickly produce flash floods. If we look into forests, for example, or other areas, more than 90% of the precipitation usually can infiltrate. So that's the main change. Of course, there are other effects of land use change within an urban area that affects the generation of floods, but due to the limited time, I won't go into detail there. Looking into the exposure, you see the figures there. In 2019, I think I can hardly read it, but I think half of the population nowadays lives in cities. And when we look into 2050, and this is not so far actually, it's just 25 years from now, there will be 2/3 of the population, and the population will grow in general, and mega cities will grow even more than average cities. So this means the exposure will increase dramatically as well in urban areas. Way more people live there, and they will be prone to more floods. And then when we look into the vulnerability, the last component of the risk, also that is, of course, way higher in an urban area. First, of course, all the people live there all together. So it's way more affected than in rural areas. And then there are also, if we look into the damage that is caused by floods, all the major assets, companies, and so on, they're all around urban areas or cultural heritages like museums and these kind of things. They're all in cities. So we see that we are most vulnerable in the cities, and they are also most prone to flooding. Next slide, please. So what can we do? Of course, we are aware of that, and a lot of cities have already reacted and have very good plans in this. When we look who are actually the stakeholders of of urban flooding, we can see that first of all, there is the general public, of course, there are municipal authorities, and I don't need to read everything, you can read it there, but there are a lot of players that are very important. For example, the civil defense authorities and water supply, sanitation, and I think these are like the general areas that are dealt with in an urban area when we speak about flood management. And in the row below, you can see the urban area characteristics. And I already alluded to that. There is, of course, a low soil storage capacity. There is a high population density. There is high unrunoff, and there is high vulnerability. I already mentioned that. And unfortunately, due to bad management, what we still see a lot, these already negative factors can be exacerbated. So, for example, if the city isn't planned with keeping in mind that there could be flooding in certain areas, if we don't try to not seal all the areas, but also keep some green areas, or if we don't clean our streams, for example, within the city often enough, then we are aggravating the risk even more. Next slide, please. And that brings me already to the objectives. What do we speak about? What do we want to achieve when we speak about urban flood management? So, of course, the first main goal is to improve the safety of the population and the quality of life, of course, the livelihoods as well. And second, when we look into the damages, into the economic values, then we want to reduce these losses of vulnerability, these losses. And at the same time, of course, there are other co-benefits. And when we manage floods, we can also conserve the environment with certain measures when we speak about nature-based solutions or cities that are greener than other cities that keep in mind this flood aspect. And of course, we want to, and that's closely connected to reducing the losses. We want to reduce also the uncertainty in economic sectors, so they can better plan and understand their actual risk. But yeah, it's obvious that we have these objectives, but how can we achieve them? And there are challenges on that path. And you can see these 6 challenges that are as examples listed here. Of course, the climate change is driving it. There is a lack of financing. We heard that with the innovation as well. The governance is often not very perceptive for flooding. because it doesn't occur regularly, and politicians then rather look into things that for them seem more important in their current situation. And of course, the demographic growth. Then next slide, please. So what are the actions then that we can do within the urban flood management to actually reduce the risk within cities? And I already mentioned that there are structural measures. Often we speak there also about gray infrastructure, but here in structural measures, it's really meant everything that is kind of concrete construction. It can also be to reduce the runoff by reducing the sealed area of a parking, for example, with more green space. And then there are non-structural measures when we speak about forecasting, for example, proper flood land use planning, the insurance, that there will always be a residual risk, that we can cover this with insurances, for example, that people are aware and there are contingency plans established. All of these kind of things that you are all aware of, these are the non-structural measures. And we need both of them to increase the resilience against urban flooding. Next slide, please. And this is the cascade. This is one of the most famous, I think, figures from APFM, this integrated flood management cascade. This is not just looking into the urban aspect, but this is the overall way how floods are managed in a landscape, including cities, of course. And there, this land use and urban planning is a very important component. So we speak about the reduction of the flood hazard, we speak about the flood protection, land use regulation, raising preparedness, and then to mitigate the residual risk through different contingency plannings. And I just wanted to have this slide to show you the overall aspect when I go now to my kind of final and most important slides. Next slide, please. So I think what we need to keep in mind is when we speak about reducing the risk of urban flooding in this landscape, that we cannot just look at the city itself, but of course we need to look at it with with different scales. And one of the, for me, most important aspects is the landscape scale itself, because there we can do, as I said, things like nature-based solutions. We can increase the forest plantation around the city in the upper catchment, where the most of the water then will actually come from, and we can build dams and reservoirs upstream and so on. So it starts already way before a certain river reaches actually a city. Then when we look into the city scale, into the bigger, large scale, there's of course very many things that we can do, structural and non-structural. There can be reservoirs and lakes as well. There can be relief channels. There needs to be proper evacuation planning. There needs to be flood defenses. If we look into also, for example, flooding from the coast, coastal flooding, like in Venice, where they did these massive dams that can be used against storm surges. And then when we look from the city landscape, from the city scale into the smaller scales, next slide, please. We see there is the neighborhood scale and then the building scale. For time's sake, I won't go into the neighborhood scale, but perhaps just to highlight the things that are usually done in this is that you have solid waste management there, that you have local flood defenses and community measures in general. And then on the building scale, I think this is with the landscape scale, one of the most important one as well. You can do a lot that if everybody is doing it, that can increase the overall flood risk in a city. With the building design, that we try to seal as little as possible of surface, but also that we will really build with the risk in mind, that there are safe havens in case there is still a flooding, that people at least don't die, that we have a flood warning system that people can actually reach in their houses, and then they can move their most important assets to an upper floor, for example, things like that. And so on all these scales, it's important when we think about urban planning that we keep these risks in mind. And then next slide, please. And this is just to summarize somehow how such a plan then looks like. You need the policies, you do the assessments, you do the structural and non-structural measures, and what you want to gain at the end is an overarching strategy. It's not just one of the components that is important, but all of them. You need the right legislation, you need the management institution, so the capacity in regard of administration. Then you need long-term programs that raise awareness, that teach people how to react as well in the case of an emergency. And then you need these structural action plans, including where we need reservoirs, where we need dams, and these kind of things. And all of this is fed, of course, with hydrological data, physical data. We need the right legislation and the management, and we need all these plans that are integrated, that are not just silos and speak to themselves for water resources, for example, but all of these things, wash and so on, need to be integrated into this overall integrated water resources management plan. And then for the last actual slide, I just wanted to explain that with WMO, we have this FFGS flash flood warning system. And it's, for example, also implemented in Indonesia, in Jakarta, and used by the Met Office there to warn in case of the risk of an approaching flash flood, so the local authorities can take measures. And I think that's a very good example how this is also integrated into a broader landscape. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to go into detail there, but I think that's worth highlighting. And then for the next slide, if you can go to the help desk slide, just as a self-advertisement a little bit, we have this help desk with APFM, where when you go to our website, floodmanagement.info, you can directly request our support. We are, for example, helping in raising funding for certain flood-related measures or projects, and we give technical advice, and we're there for any aspect of flood management. And next slide, we are not there alone, but we have over 30 partners, including, for example, famous players like the Asian Disaster Prevention Center, I think it's called, and Preparedness Center, and other important players around flooding in the world and also in your region. And so I just want to invite you to really check on floodmanagement.info. We also have this catalog of services where stakeholders can then see where can I find training, which of our partners is providing something that we need. And with that, if you can go to the next slide, please. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, these are the partners I was speaking with, and this is the catalog of services. And yeah, with that, I thank you very much for inviting me, and give it back to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valentine Aids, and I'm so sorry to Mr. I'm so sorry for Mr. L for this position. Thank you so much. Would you like to have time still with us in this session, Dr. Valentine?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you clearly.
Still, okay. Please welcome Mr. Eric. Welcome to the stage with me. Okay.
All right, thank you. And thank you to all of our hosts as well for putting on this conference, and certainly for the recognition of our... Yeah, there we go. So the KITE team is made up of 3 separate companies. The K in KITE is Kestrel Technologies. You see their logo down in the bottom, I guess left. The I is for Imaginet International. It is a Philippines-based company that is our partner on IT security and communications. And then the TE in KITE is True Elements, which is the company that I represent, and they are a US-based company. So we have brought forward a solution around water monitoring for assessment, water intelligence for monitoring, assessment, and alerts. And that's what we'll be presenting here today. If we could go to the first slide. Thank you. So I think this sets up well from the conversation throughout the day on integrated water resource management. What we'll start with is some of the problems that I think have been well discussed throughout the day today, that we are that we solve with our solution. I'll introduce you a little bit to the three companies that I mentioned at the beginning there, and then we'll spend the majority of the time here on the solution itself. So for sake of time, let's jump right in. So when we talk about integrated water resource management, and I think what you see on the slide up here, and I'll talk about, I don't think this will be a surprise, because I think we've talked about all of these topics today, is the promise of IWRM and the desire to really deliver on the promises of IWRM over decades has been hindered to some degree by a number of things. First of which is big data. When it comes to water, I know we've talked a bit today about not having relevant data or not being able to get data, but at the same time, I think we might all say there's an immense amount of data when it comes to water. Both hydrology information, topography information, sensor information. Dr. Wu, you mentioned the ubiquitous amount of sensors throughout the world. So we are also, at the same time that we're dealing with not finding relevant data, we also at the same time have an immense amount of data, a lot of it being stovepiped and in a lot of different databases under the control of different organizations. So how do you pull that together? Oop, let's go back. Yeah, the second is missing information. So while we have a lot of information, there's still relevant pieces that are missing. Maybe things that are only in analog form, or databases we can't get access to, or things that we just aren't collecting in various places that still need to be solved. Data fusion, how to bring all of that together in a way that is useful. And that's the core of what we'll show you today. And then data is great, except that you can't do anything with it until you turn it into information. So once you fuse that together, how do you turn that into something that people can use? And then finally, once you can use it, how do you guide the decision process? Automate the decision process where you can and help people move quickly in their time of need. So those are the problems we're trying to tackle. So if we can move on to the next slide. These are the three companies that came together. We all have unique capabilities. So if you could just push that forward one more. So I'm going to talk about each of the three. So the first one's True Elements. I think when we go forward, you'll see a little bit more about True Elements. This is the company I work for. There we go. So what we do at True Elements is we aggregate literally millions of data points every day on water. Various different types of water data, hydrology data, topography data, crop data, socioeconomic information, sensor data, static, dynamic, that we pull together. We normalize that to make it useful, process it. Where we can, we index that information to turn it into scores, relative ratings, to make it understandable. We uniquely forecast forward information, especially around climate risk, but also water quality. And then we deliver everything that we deliver comes out visually. So you see some screenshots here. I know they're kind of small up on the screen, but happy to engage with anybody one-on-one to dive into the platform while we're here together as well. And then in the top, that little rectangular box allows the user to define the scenario that they want to look at going into the future. So what do you think climate change is going to do in your area? Do you believe in RCP 2.5? Do you believe in RCP 8.5 or 8.6? I always forget. So you pick the scenario, you pick the year that you're looking at to, and you pick your location geolocated, and then we will return back what that risk looks like. And we'll show you a little bit more as we go. If we go to the next slide, Kestrel Technologies, if we're the engine behind the solution, Kestrel's the fuel. So when I talked about big data, we obviously are aggregating that information and fusing it on the True Element side. But where Kestrel comes in is they have a product that allows us to crowdsource information or to directly pull information from field tests that we can supply some of that missing information. So I talked about that second box of missing information. They help us fill those gaps. But then on the other side of the solution, they also have a workflow process. And you see that box on the far right meant to represent workflow. where you can predetermine when certain alerts are hit, what happens. And Kestrel will work with us to say when a threshold's met within our system, it will send an alert all down to somebody's cell phone to say, now it's time to take action. Maybe that's informing a populace, maybe it's a communication that needs to go out, potentially it's a test that needs to be taken, something of that nature, all right through that communication. And then third, if we go forward one more, Imaginet. Imaginet is based in the Philippines, have a couple decades worth of experience, and they help us secure the data security behind the entire solution. They drive the communication protocol. A lot of water data, I was talking about this at lunch, a lot of water data is in very rural areas, or maybe you have sensors that are in far away places. How do you get that data communicated in real time and pull it into the system? That's where Imaginet comes in and is extremely valuable in helping us with that. And together, that's the Kite team. So if we go forward, here's those big problems detailed out a little bit more as to what we're doing. So when it comes to big data and missing information, what we like to say is we're perpetually fusing the data. So every piece of information that comes in gets geolocated and tagged, processed, and pulled into that platform so that we can visually display that coming back. By doing so, we're creating a digital hydrology universe. So I don't especially love the term digital twin. I prefer digital hydrology universe. Sounds a little more complicated maybe, but I think it better explains what we're doing here. Is we're really trying to show all of the different factors, because it's not just about water. It's the topography. It's how water flows. So if you're trying to figure out what's going to happen to you, most times you have to go to the watershed or basin above you to figure out what happened there. It's socioeconomic information. It's sensor data. It's static reports that you can pull in from folks like WWF or WRI or Risk Filter and things of that nature that you can access all directly right here in the platform as well. And then once you have that base understanding of your hydrology universe, then you can go into that decision-making process, which was that third box. But let's see it instead, because this is more important. So first you start with quickly assessing your location. So we do this work with multinational companies mostly, but I would love to engage with the folks in this room, as well as to how we do this on a more broad-based scale with governments, with NGOs, with all sorts of the different groups that we all represent here in the room. So you would start by uploading your location. That can be coordinates, it could be an address. You can upload hundreds or thousands at a time. And in seconds at scale, we can return what your risk factors are across 11 different risk factors or risk categories. Some on quantity, some on quality, riverine risk, coastal risk, precipitation risk, things of that nature. Once you know where your hotspots are, or those red boxes are, you can dive into that digital universe. And this is our digital watershed, where you can pull together hundreds of different types of information and layer them together into a digital picture of what's happening, so that you can dive in and really better understand that risk that you have. If we can go forward one more, once you have that picture of today, what we like to work with you on is then how do we model that out to the future, all the way down to what we would call a river reach. So a very small section of a tributary or river for what your risk is there from things like erosion, stream bank erosion, which is the #1 cause of contaminants getting into a river, or flooding risk at that site. So there's a number of different things here that we can work with you on. Again, you are picking the scenario though. So you're picking what you think the RCP factor is, where that location is, where your sites are, along with a number of other variables that are at your disposal. And then finally, once you have that, it ties it back into that Kestrel system that we then display back for you, that workflow. So once you hit those real-time monitoring thresholds that have been set, or that risk analysis level that you've determined is beyond what is acceptable, it will then drive into what are the actions that need to be taken, and alert the person or people that you've determined ahead of time, that, hey, a communication needs to go out or a action of some sort needs to be taken. And that thing gets delivered as well visually. So just to wrap up here, in minutes up here, you can really only scratch the surface of what the capabilities are. But I think the key to, well, your phone goes out right when you say key message, right? But the key message I'd like to leave everybody with here is that a platform that can support an integrated of water needs is here. It's here today. It exists already. And what we've found is when we work with an organization, they need an ROI to support making an investment, right? That's obvious, and they should. But what we find is when people invest with us in whatever their use case is or their program is, it ends up having a continuous ROI, because once they see the digital watershed and they see that ability, they think of that next use case and that next use case and that next use case. And that's a lot of fun in a corporate environment, but in the organizations that everybody in this room represents, I think it has such utility to really bring back to a much larger audience. So you had asked a question a minute ago, what could Global Water Partnership do for the innovator? This is one where if we can see governments invest in this type of infrastructure to really pull together all of their data across departments and agencies and be the driving factor behind putting this type of program in place or this platform in place for their country, it would drive private sector and public sector investments because of the utility and ROI that the companies, NGOs, and frankly the public citizenry would get out of it and the value there. So, so just wanted to say thank you for once again the recognition of the platform that we've put together and the solution that we've brought forward. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for hosting the conference on behalf of my collaborators. You saw their pictures as well from Kite and Imaginet. I know they're online watching in now. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Eric. His invention will help us to make analysis and planning process easily and quickly. Is it right? Okay, thank you. Now for the second presenter, we invite Mr. Gipi Chap Kaman Kumsap. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Group Captain Chamnan Kumsap, and I'm very pleased to share with you the flood simulation system for public participation of local administrative organizations in Tha Vang Pha district, Nan province of Thailand. It is the result of hard work and collaboration between Defense Technology Institute and Chiang Mai University of Thailand. The activities leading to this innovation were funded by National Research Council of Thailand. And private sectors since the date of the establishment. Basically, we look for the cooperation in a number of tangible forms, such as to establish or to jointly form a legal entity for joint ventures or holding shares with domestic and foreign partners. Next slide, please. The system sets a very good example for the agency cooperation. The R&D product was used as the knowledge sharing medium, where 50 representatives from 7 administrative organizations became engaged with the activities. We also involved provincial disaster prevention and mitigation officials from Chiang Klang branch. And recently they had a chance to use the system and to compare simulated scenes to reality during the flood that took place on the second week of this August. Next, please. With the knowledge and technology to transfer the flood simulation system and the assessment achieved via a series of questionnaires, we concluded that 88% of participants will apply the gained knowledge and technology to flood preparedness. More activities were recently organized to transfer the knowledge and technology to pupils and teachers at the district school, and in the future to heads of government agencies of the district. Next slide, please. We strongly believe that our system drowns out the crowd because we integrated knowledge, technologies, and people. We engaged several government agencies through formal participation with our knowledge and technology transfer activities. And last but not least, we ensure that the public with all-time availability and 100% accessibility of the simulation system. Next, please. With public service as the underlying principle of our solution, we helped the local government officials to use the innovation for flood simulation preparedness to gain sufficient knowledge and skills to use the system for flood risk reduction, to maximize benefits and seek value-added opportunities in other areas of frequent floods, and to encourage the attitude of local government officials on application other than flood situation. Next slide, please. Since the introduction of our system to the participants, we directly and indirectly benefited 50,519 people of Thabangpa district of Nan province, helped them with flood preparedness early warning announcement via community radios, facilitated current 5 officials of Nan Provincial Disaster Prevention and Mitigation Office at Chiang Klang branch for technology to deal with flood situation. We aim to advocate heads of government agencies to implement guidelines on the next round of activities. We already extended the use of our system to pupils and teachers at Thabangpa Pithayakom School to help their parents prepare for flood situation. Next, please. We have 5 plans to sustainability to apply to 5 other districts under responsibility to complete 10 local administrative organizations in Thabangpa district to create a complete network of school cooperation for use of the flood simulation system within responsible areas of the Nan Provincial Disaster Prevention and Mitigation Office at Chiang Klang branch, to engage heads of other local administrative organizations in Thabangpa district with the plan, and to engage all heads of government agencies in Chiang Klang district, Phua district, Thung Chang district, Song Khwae district, and Chalerm Phraket district for the plan. Next slide, please. In the next fiscal year, we plan to implement English for foreigners living in or tourists visiting Nan province, to use up-to-date land use maps from UAV, LiDAR, or even satellite images, to link details of genuine family members for individual damage assessment and rescue plan, and to strive for near real-time user system interaction. Next slide, please. We also have an ambitious plan to expand the flood simulation system. We adopted the military concept of operation for disaster management and training for disaster risk reduction, as we have illustrated on the slide. Some stations were fully researched and tested, and some are expected to receive budget from funding agencies next year and open to collaboration and further exploration. Next slide, please. It will be the last slide. With the QR code, you can access the system, but you need to also read and understand Thai. We thank Global Water Partnership Southeast Asia for this opportunity to share our innovative solution to the audience here in the room and online. We anticipate foreign cooperation and collaboration to further expand this concept of public service. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Mr. Captain Chapman Kumsap. Please welcome to the stage. I would like to invite the third presenter, Dr. Saravan Mariavan. Please present your innovation. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. And Patan. I'm sorry to be the last presenter, and I hope to finish very fast so you all can enjoy a good sunset. You know, Bali is beautiful. You know, yesterday I went for one sunset dinner. It was awesome, actually. You know, plenty of activity. So I tried to do it as soon as possible. Please ask me any question later. And slide. So my name is Saravanan, and actually I'm a consultant by profession, and we are actually involved in flood mitigation and water resource management. My background is basically in civil engineering, but I got involved in flood mitigation for actually. Yeah. So this innovation actually came out from a simple problem. Because in our country, flood is also a serious problem and it's becoming a big issue. And there was one time in 2017, there was a small flood, not a small flood, a big flood in Penang Island. There was a chief minister of Penang was virtually crying because he could not help the citizens. People are dying and the properties have been damaged and nothing can be done. So when he was crying, our prime minister sent the army to rescue the people. When the army went in, also army couldn't do anything because the storm surge was too high. The seawater was coming in very fast. The flood water was not able to go out. So people was helpless, and many people died actually. So as an engineer and as a consulting firm, we wanted to do something. So we come up with some ideas, and the ideas, and we believe the idea can solve what's happening in the world, which is global warming, seawater rise, and extreme rainfall. Next slide. A simple introduction about our company. We've been in the industry for past 25 years. Our specialty is waste management together with flood mitigation and water resource management, and we also do project management projects. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we come up with some ideas. So that idea, some or other, we managed to get it patent. So, and we wanted to introduce to many parts of the world, and hopefully we can successfully do it actually. Got 5 patents right now. So our business model is actually basically project management and flood mitigation and water resource management. We've been doing few projects on that. We try to engage with the local authority and government agency, which have some issues with water actually. Surprisingly, Malaysia got a lot of water, but still we are shortage of water for next 25 years. So there has to be an alternate source of water. So what they do, they engage us to try to find how they can solve the water problem. And on top of that, of course, we have to do flood mitigation. And when we do flood mitigation, we try to maximize the flood water to be utilized for water resource. And engineering consultancy and patent licensing. Next slide. So I don't have to tell so much of detail. Actually, we are actually screwed actually because the temperature went up more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Everybody knows about that, right? So there's a threshold limit. So we are already exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius limiting. Okay, so this caused a lot of heavy rainfall. So if you look at this chart is very simple chart from one of my projects in Penang Island. We see this is the green line, is the average rainfall pattern. So we have very rarely exceeded the average rainfall pattern, and it was constantly flooding once in a while. But after 2007, 2007 onwards, it's constantly exceeded the average line. So what's the meaning of it? So for 120 years or 200 years, we've been actually designing drains and our irrigation system with certain sizing. And that sizing is based on this average rainfall, annual average rainfall. So now the sizing of drains are not adequate. That is the reality. So that's caused an urban flood, which is flash floods actually. And then if you can see here, from 1993 past 30 years, it's a linear line, increase in seawater intrusion. Seawater rise of 100 mm will have a direct implication of intrusion of about 1 kilometer. Certain areas like, if you look at Amazon, even in city of Chennai, the gradient of river at delta is 1 in 10,000. When in 1,000, 100 mm raise is 1 kilometer inland of seawater intrusion. So that means now you have to push extra 1 kilometer of seawater to the sea before the flood can actually go away. Next slide. Okay. This is a scenario, if you can see, this delta is about 1 kilometer width, and everybody knows when the river comes to the delta, it spreads out wide. Why it spreads out wide? Because there's a sedimentation and seawater, so you have to spread out wide to release the quantity of water which comes in. But due to urbanization and human intervention, we don't believe in Mother Nature's work, so we only believe in engineers' work. So instead of 1 kilometer, we believe only 61 meters is enough. Is this enough? So we are actually trying to engineer Mother Nature, but obviously it's not enough, and it causes still water. So what happens is, this river, when they start to do this, the water become black because there's not enough pressure to push out the water, to flush out the water and make the water clean. So the water become dead and still water, simply because you also extend the gradient. Additional distance, water cannot flow. Water flow by gravity. Seawater comes in by moon gravity force. So you cannot challenge moon gravity force with normal flowing gravity. So that's the problem we face. So urbanization is a serious problem. I didn't put one more slide. This is 1984. We still have green patches. This is the state of Selangor in Malaysia. In 2003, you can see almost 80% of the land is converted to development. So we know the fact. Slide. We know the fact is, this is the natural peak flow. Urbanization peak flow is very, very high. So it's very fast and very high volume. So it causes serious flooding. Okay, so what we do actually, all this while, past few hundred years, we've been actually working on flood mitigation also. All the government handle flood mitigation. None of the governments actually let the citizens suffer and don't do anything. We have done river widening, deepening, strengthening, tunnels, diversion, weir, and all that. So all these components have one thing in common. They have limitation in terms of storage capacity and discharge capacity. So it's finite, not infinite. So we need something infinite. So we cannot depend on finite because the rainfall is beyond our conventional design. So we have to go to another one level into infinite, sorry. So that is where we come in and we develop we call it a third generation techniques for flood mitigation, simply because the first generation is where our great-great-grandfathers did. They always dig the river, widen the river, and divert the river. So this is done before the technology of concrete. When we have a technology of concrete and machinery, we did a lot of detention pond, we did a lot of diversion, and we also have a lot of tunnels and all that. So all this 1 and 2 are inward level based. So if your inward level changes, if the seawater rises, your whole inward level cannot work anymore. Do you agree with me? So it goes to sea, then sea is higher than your existing level. So you have a less discharge capacity, and you also have a limitation in storage. So that is why actually we decided to embark in something called third generation by doing 3 important components. First component is to fight the seawater intrusion. Seawater intrusion, we can only fight it by, we've been doing by installing barrage, gates and all that. But barrage, gates and all that requires a lot of maintenance and a lot of energy. So we don't have to maintain. Maintenance is bad word for a lot of government authorities and stakeholders because it costs money. Same time, it fails at times. So we want to have something maintenance free, and we install a weir, and the weir have fingers. I'll tell you later why I have these fingers. This is basically to prevent seawater intrusion inland, increase efficiency of discharge. So if the seawater intrusion is 20 kilometers inland, if I can stop the seawater intrusion at only 5 kilometers, I have 15 kilometers of fresh water, which not only I can use it for river water resource management, and I can have more flushing capacity of the river, so much more efficient flow of flood. Secondly, just now I told you the drains are actually undersized because of 150 years or 200 years of data that we have. Based on the data, we designed for 100 ARI, 50 ARI rainfall. So now this cannot be used anymore because we don't know what's the capacity, what is the norm in rainfall. It's extreme rainfall which have no idea what's the norm. So in order to increase the existing capacity of drains, we install something called aqua tree just under the road or a suitable location where when the drain exceeds its capacity, it flows into the aqua tree, and aqua tree just takes it away. So it solves the flash flooding, increased capacity of existing drain for sustainable township and urban development. So you don't have to panic, oh my God, my drains are not working, what can I do? Actually, as I mentioned, inward level controls everything. You cannot deepen the drain anymore. You only have to widen the drain. When you have to widen, you have no space to widen because so much of infrastructure, utility and all. So that's a problem solving by using aqua tree. Thirdly, aqueduct. Romans have built 2000 years ago, Romans have built huge numbers of aqueduct. If you can read the articles, they have built about 600 kilometers, 500 kilometers of aqueduct to transfer clean water from the mountain to the cities. Because when along the river, when the water comes in, it gets contaminated and people get sick. So instead of, in order to protect the city, they do aqueduct. So similarly, we wanted to divert the flood water direct from the dam or the mountain. When the dam releases the water, people die fast because the flood water comes in very fast. We all know the fact. First 2-3 months, we know dam release causing so much a problem. In our country also, when the dam released, people die. If it's not released, we do not have any loss of life. So we connect dam to direct to the city. So it has an uninterrupted, infinite. So that means there's no limitation in capacity. Keep flowing, keep flowing, keep flowing. And as long as it flows, there's a way to solve problem and there's a way to rescue people from danger. So this schematic. So I brought the idea of Mother Nature, which is a very widely spread distribution of water, to the river itself. The river is very narrow. If I block the river by just a weir, it will cause a backwater effect, which will cause upstream flooding. So we increase the flow path. Like example, this is about 30 meters. We increase it 10 times, 300 meters or 350 meters flow path, and we'll have a smooth flow until it doesn't have a backwater effect. So it has continuous flow. During the pre-storm stage, it has an efficiency of 63%. And during the peak, it has an efficiency of 23%. So 23% is a lot of percentage of clearing flood water quickly instead of getting trapped with flood water. So Mother Nature teaches a lot, and this water behind the weir can be used as a for water resource management. Next slide. This is a simple concept of arteries where we connect from the existing monsoon drains to the sectional aqua arteries and bring to a pond. And this is a project that we did in Malaysia, where flash floods was happening very commonly because the drains not able to cater. So when we install these aqua arteries, very easily we solve the flood problem. So urban flood problem can be managed. It's not something that we cannot manage. It's how we do it actually. So this is a concept of aqueduct. It's also I'll show you later. Next slide. A simple concept from the mountain direct to the sea. And here, this is what happened to my country, where the flood water is like this. We don't know, we can't even see where's the river. It's overflowing. So what we propose is, the army came in and they bring a lot of pumps and boats and all that. They can't even pump to anywhere. Nowhere to pump, you know. So we allow a pathway to install simple pumps to pump it rapidly and to prevent loss of property, loss of life. Simple. Jakarta can use this, you know. Bombay can use this, you know. A lot of places you can use this idea to do this actually. Next slide. So this efficiency of it, if you can see without aqueduct, it can carry about 3355 meter cube per second. With aqueduct is lesser, the river is carrying less water, but that doesn't mean the efficiency of rivers drop, but it has the ability to carry another 33 meter cube. So we have a total 55 again plus 322. We have a total carrying capacity of 465, which is about 43% efficiency. So almost 40% of water can go fast, quickly. You know, so discharging water fast is super important during flood event. So to conclude, in a way, first step one is stop the seawater intrusion. Step two, collect the water, the flash flood water. Step three, discharge it fast. A simple concept. Stop, intrusion, collect, and discharge. So that is what our approach is all about. And it has nothing to do with inward levels. We don't depend on existing inward levels. We don't depend, there's no interruption of a storm surge, no interruption of seawater intrusion, no problem of sizing of existing monsoon drain. All that can be addressed with a simple solution of this. Next slide. So this is a project that we did in Penang Basin, Sungai Penang. This is about 53 kilometer size. This is all the total component. We can have a first generation river improvement, detention pond, diversion tunnel is still there. I'm not saying that the first and second generation cannot be used. It has to be used also. Together with our proposal of aqueduct, we have no flood actually. So the challenge is the cost. The total cost for this is about, in Ringgit Malaysia, is about 8 billion ringgit. But then the government don't have such a big money. They approved about 250 million. 200 million, phase 100, second phase 150 million ringgit. So with that, what we did, we worked very hard to maximize the budget and maximize the flood reduction. So we implemented this nexus weir together with river improvement along the Sungai River, Sungai Pinang. So we managed to reduce the flood up to 20% with a very little budget that given to us. But I strongly believe the government will come in come forward and give more allocation to do the further implementation. Next one. So our challenges, we do have a lot of challenges because the innovation is something new, and a lot of people have a lot of skeptical. When I started in 2017, nobody believes me. Nobody wants to even come near me and listen to what I say. But somehow or other, when we did the Sungai Pinang Basin, the department actually somehow or other believed and liked the idea, and then they approved it for construction, and they are looking into solving it together with us, and we are moving forward. But of course, we have the challenges of cost, land acquisition, research and development, growing urbanization, and all that. Now, that's still we're having the challenges. So this is the sustainability plan. It's a very simple concept. As I mentioned, some countries, the seawater intrusion goes up to 60 kilometers inland, so they cannot harvest the rainwater or river water at all because of salt water. So if you do a simple weir at a suitable location at about maybe 30 kilometers or at about 20 kilometers or so, you have a lot of fresh water that can use for harvesting. This is an example of our project. The seawater intrusion is about 3 kilometers inland. We installed the weir at about 1.8 kilometers actually inland because we couldn't find a suitable location to place it, because we have to do the feasibility study, which location is suitable to place it and have a maximum capacity or maximum discharge capacity of the river. And as for the aqueduct, you can use it as water transport or highways, or you can actually divert it like what the Romans did. You can divert it to a storage pond and the water. So we can learn a lot from our great-great-grandfathers. So we can just implement it. It's only our willpower right now. So right now, sometimes we believe the modern peoples are actually, we are more stronger, more smarter than our great-grandfathers. But actually not true. Our great-grandfathers are more smarter than us actually. So we only have smarter because we have a computer actually. Next one. Okay. Finally, the last slide. We can have a massive reduction in flood impact, prevent loss of life, and improve water quality. That is very important. And enhance existing water quality and water management, and reduce economic burden. Every time floods happens, you know, in our country, the people are very poor. People live in flooding area. You know, the rich people always stay in a hilly area, so they never get flooded. You know, the rich die because of landslide. The poor die because of flood. You know, so that's the scenario in my country. So every time a house is got flooded, they just bought a TV, they just bought a sofa, they just bought a fridge and all that, so all get destroyed. The government comes in and give them a 2,000 ringgit or 10,000. It's definitely not enough to buy back the utility back again. So it's the economic burden for the people. And when the father is in economical difficulty, he will find it difficult to raise a child. So we have to release the burden of the parents in terms of natural disaster, so that a child can grow faster and better. So introduction new innovation in flood resource management is something I find it is an uphill battle, so we are still working on it. And expansion plan, basically we want to engage with the government agency and relevant agency and public engagement, as many people as possible. We would like to work with a lot of people and form a team and develop this idea and implement as well as possible, reduce the impact of flood, and engage with university and doing R&D. Next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. The sunset here is at 6 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosado. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we already have a presentation from 3 inventors. Already share their insight, experience, and innovation solution to reduce the risk associated with urban flooding. Allow me to invite Dr. Lee Van Min, the chair of GWPC Vietnam, to come to the stage. With respect, I hereby invite you to begin the discussion as a panelist. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good. I think that we heard already three presentations dealing with the flood, in the urban areas. The reason, the cause of the urban flooding in our region is very different. For example, in my country, the reason is the heavy raining. The second is the high level tide, land subsidence, and the upper regulation sometimes also affect on the city flood. And we also, talk and dealing with three phases. Awareness, preparedness, the first before flood coming, and we also the response during the flood coming, and after that, very important for the country is recovery mitigation. So that from the presentation, I observed that, more or less, the innovation solutions dealing with all of this issue, especially the also related to flash floods, related to the how to organize and manage for the damage, the assessment. This is very important for any flood. If we would like to start from recovery, we need to have very good damage assessment. So that the one of the important thing that, for example, in the case of Vietnam, we consider how to mobilize more, participatory from the all stakeholders, so that the in these presentations, I think that they read some more or less they deal with that, and this is very important enough for our region. That I think that these innovative solutions could be, enhance some support for our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Min. Is there any questions? What? Mbak Luis?
Yeah, again, amazing presentations. Thank you for that. I have a question for the water resilience, that information system out there. This is exactly what I meant when I said, let's democratize data. Right? For the last 3 years, we have been talking about it and trying to push through inside the GWP, and you guys just did it. So that's really a big congratulations, and I would say, let me push that that facility that you have further, because when I say democratize data, I really mean that citizens, people, corporations with risk of losing millions, let alone lives, right? Local politicians, they're gonna vote for and pressurize them, make that change, get that budget to do the structures are needed out there. Because I have that concept that politicians of today, from United States to European politicians to Asians and Africans, they are not there to serve your interest. Now, black and white, but they are not there to save, to work on your interest, right? So your tool, and if we can help spreading that and improving it by connecting citizens all around the world on such a data system to add, can you build a facility that is not only putting a red dot or a red color in high-risk areas with the technical data, but is there a way, and you don't have to solve that problem right now, but is there a way that you could add a facility that basically would empower citizens or stakeholders using your system to immediately send a message and share that with an action to their local government representative? Right? Think about that. You're going to make a lot of money with that. The other question I have for Aqueduct is I find the things you presented classic civil heavy structure. Heavy. Is the kind of things when I was a student in civil, that's the kind of stuff I would see in the Netherlands, where I grew up as a student in civil engineering, hydraulics. Now, would there be space in your concepts and design to do two things? Because where water moves, kinetic energy is available. Can you use it? Can you integrate the systems with generating or storing energy? Number one. Number two, in the Netherlands, we graduated from or made that evolution from heavy civil, costly billion-dollar structures to nature-based solutions for floods, for managing floods. In the Netherlands, we don't build those structures anymore, right? I do get the point of dense urban population. So do you see opportunities for more nature-based and lightweight, less costly solutions? Thank you so much.
All right, well, I'll go first. Thank you for the question. And I'm glad you mentioned the democratization of data. When you said that earlier today, I actually wrote that down because that's at the heart of what we do, is really pulling together that information. And I spent some time with somebody this morning who was asking about, well, in Asia and in some of the countries represented here, we have a much harder time getting data than you do in the United States. So I think it's a different issue here. And my response to them was, in the US, we have 31 separate agencies in the federal government of the United States who produce water data, and nobody has the mission or mandate to pull that data together. So we've actually had customers from the US government who have then asked us to pull different data from a different agency of the same government. So the same issue exists all around the world. And when you pull that together, it does create that new picture. You can start to see correlations of things that are unimaginable or things that you couldn't, you just didn't even know were there until you can layer information on top in that way. So we produce water quality data. I didn't get a chance to share that today, where we score water quality, drinking water quality, surface water quality, and then surface water broken down into its component parts of industry, ag, stormwater, and so forth. And we score that in a way to show what the score is for human health reasons. And we provide that free of charge, the drinking water data in the United States on any geolocated area. So to some respects, we are at the very beginning stages of what you suggested there, and providing that data out back to the citizenry so that they can use that for their own decisions. Hopefully part of those decisions is creating that political will and going back to their representatives to drive it forward. But we'll take your challenge. I like the idea.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. That's the most important question everybody asks me. Why is it too expensive? Okay. Actually, we have many versions of it. Actually, so aqueduct is basically, the idea is to elevate the flood water and then discharge above the seawater or storm surge. So you can easily do it in pipes also. You can connect a pipe also, or you can do it on top of existing dike. Japan have a lot of dikes, I can just use it on top of existing dike also. So it becomes very cheap and manageable as compared to what I've shown. What I've shown here is because it is in an urban setting, and they already have existing bridges. Actually. So we cannot do a dike or bund and do aqueduct on top of that, which is very cost effective. We have to do in a structure base. So we have to really elevate it very high, so it clears all the bridges and still able to go to the sea. So it's very challenging system when it comes to the urban flood mitigation using aqueduct. But nevertheless, we have to find a suitable location to discharge it effectively, and the method of construction based on land availability. If the land is available, then we can just do a earth bund or a dike and use it as a aqueduct. Hydro, obviously, love it so much. It works beautifully with this subject.
Let me relate to the comments from the commentator. We used UAV in order to scan the whole study area, 40 square kilometers, in order to get the resolution down to 10 meters, in order to get the real damage assessment close to reality. And then we use the GIS to make an interval each 20 centimeters in order for the villagers or the participants to simulate the flooding level each 20 centimeters in order to get the very close damage assessment. And we evaluated our system during this previous flood in August, just a few months ago, and it is close to what really happened in the field.
Thank you. I'm going to ask maybe two potentially opportunity questions there. The first question is to Eric. I'd be curious, actually, sitting on this panel, listening to your peers' presentation, in particular the case from Thailand and the Nan province. What are your key takeaways there? Because obviously the Thailand, sort of a case really emphasizing there's a people element there, which is not that much highlighted in your case at the moment. So that's the first sort of curiosity question, potential opportunity question there. The second one, COP28 is coming up and soon. And I think as we all realize, actually at the UN level, global level, climate adaptation has been becoming more and more sort of emphasized. And as part of the obligation, many countries government started to commit to national climate adaptation or resilience strategy. I know China has already rolled out this 2035 strategy plan already there. So with the plan, all the cases you presented here today definitely going to be major part of the solution to deliver that. I'm curious actually about countries in Southeast Asia. What's your thinking about that potentially this opportunity, because there is going to be money theoretically committed by more developed countries, donor countries, to support Southeast Asia, other developing countries actually to enhance that sort of capability. I would be curious about what's your this opportunity potentially, there literally, and how do you see that, impacting your sort of a field of work down the road? Thank you.
You want me to go first? Okay. Yeah. So both questions, and I think I'll probably answer both of them in concert because I think they relate. So if I start with the second, though, on climate mitigation and climate adaptation, for that matter, that's really where we foresee the system that I showed you being used the most, and that's why we've leaned so heavily into risk modeling. Is that the human aspect of what my colleague up here spoke about? certainly you don't see that when you talk about a digital hydrology universe, right? I mean, there's no people in the digital world, right? So, but the way you impact that is by planning and by pulling together the appropriate level of planning in terms of what do we see as in the risk models going forward on a very specific geolocated area, so that we can make the proper plans ahead of time, so that we can do what we plan to do at COP28, right? Which is to build that climate mitigation, climate adaptation, or as I'm building new sites, not just mitigating the current risks I have, but as I go build something new, let me do that in a very informed and confident way because I have the data to support that. So that's that. That's how I would bring the personal aspect into that. In terms of COP28, I mean, we do see the mitigation and adaptation as a big opportunity because we need to be driving that planning. I think the message that everybody here in this room needs to take back, though, is to make sure that when we talk about climate mitigation, that we don't spend all of the time talking about carbon, because that is still the overriding discussion, I find, in anything we talk about mitigation, transition, acute and chronic problems. Everything starts, and hopefully doesn't end, but starts with carbon, and it should start there, right? Because that is the driving factor. But we all live with the water aspect of the impacts that climate change has caused. So since we live with that, that's where we all need to really focus on what those solutions are. Because even if we got to a net zero economy tomorrow across the entire globe, we'd still be dealing with the impacts of climate change for at least the next couple generations, or at least the next couple decades at least, right? So we need to adjust our world, mitigate and adapt to what we're living in by taking the right planning steps. And that's what we hope that our solution delivers the way for people to make those plans.
Yeah. In addition to Eric mentioned the data sharing, we have the same painful experience in our country, whereby we took probably 6 to 9 months to get the data collection for our IWRM study, which is a subset of IWRM. So it's kind of very painful exercise to get data across the agencies. So this is one thing. I was wondering also, for example, if you are doing a modeling, coastal modeling, or water quality modeling for Strait of Malacca, for example, we will have doubtful result because we only have half of the bathymetry from our side. We don't have it for the Indonesia side. Similarly, when we model the Strait of Johor, we don't have the bathymetry from the Singapore side. So is there any roles that GWP can play in coordinating this in terms of data sharing, I suppose?
My advice is to get started. So, because if we wait for having perfect information to be able to do everything, then we never start, right? So start with what you have and start to make decisions off of that. And that creates the clarity of situation for the people who don't have the data or who haven't invested to say, well, why does somebody over there have that type of information, that type of system? They're making these informed decisions. They're confident in what they're doing. Well, then you start to see that investment flow in, right? So I'd say start with where you have good information, and start where you don't have good information to start pointing out where those gaps are. And if it takes 3, 4, 5 years to run through an entire project to pull all that together, then I'd rather that clock start ticking right now than wait 3, 4 years to start. I heard somebody say, when's the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago, right? When's the second best time? Today, right? So get started, and just because you didn't start 5 years ago doesn't mean you shouldn't start right now.
Yes, because I don't know, maybe up to now we tend to manage flood when the problem occurred already. But is there a good way, like we predict or we try to assess the future risk of flood or drought in the future long-term scenario, so that we can proactively take action or to address those that is going to happen in the future? Maybe this is also a good way by not waiting until the damage occur, we can proactively take action.
Yes, absolutely. So the four areas that we focus our efforts are water quality, water quantity, long-term events, so climate change, and disaster events. So either an industrial spill or say a hurricane or something of that nature that causes water issues. And then we try to forecast forward around those areas. So I think in your comments here a minute ago when you talked about flooding is caused by a lot of different things, right? So you have storm surge, you have tides, you have precipitation change, you have the urban environment has changed. So when we look at flooding, we look at those on a multiple factor basis because you can stack them. I mean, what happens if you have storm surge at the same time that you have a high tide event, right? Now you have a double impact. You have to understand that when you're building that into your flood model. The same applies though on drought or what we would call water balance. So what we're endeavoring to do in our forecasting model is by basin to go through what the water availability is within that basin out to 2100 under the different variables that somebody picks, right? So that would include drought. Under the definition that we heard earlier today around drought, but that also water balance also is water stress from having too much water, right? So we talk about the Philippines often in our business because we've done some conversations there. The Philippines we would talk about being rain rich and water poor, right? Because of how that infrastructure has been built, how quickly some of the water runs off, what the water balance situation is in a lot of those places. So absolutely, you should be looking at both of those, quantity, quality, and then the factors you mentioned there as well. We must be having that much fun, right? There you go. All right.
Okay, thank you so much for our presenter and also Dr. Min as panelist. So the important keyword is how to implement the collaboration because 10 minutes, okay. So anyone to add the questions? Please, we invite the
Thank you. One thing sort of really missing in the conversation is really the capability, capacity, expertise in the region, including policymakers, regulators here, because this is a new trend. This is a pivotal moment for this region. Of course, guys, as the leading innovators, you are the leading expertise already, but don't forget the majority of this region of people, organizations, governments are not there yet. So that's why I want to bring up this sort of the aspect that why you definitely say, I have solutions, just to deploy, invest in my solutions. Please be patient and also make sure you spend some time and efforts and resources to help build up a capacity, including on the decision makers' perspective. That's a huge gap there. And so that's something I had not really heard much during this particular session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's very important. So I don't want to limit anyone actually. So I don't know because the boss said it's okay. So please feel free to.
Yeah, I would spend only a few minutes because I'm from the public organization under the supervision of the Minister of Defense. And actually, we are working as a public service organization in terms of the research and development. And we have been working close with the local people, and we have access to the high level in the Ministry of Defense. So we quite certain that our solution or our innovation can be implemented. And our study area is the Nan province, is the constituent area of the party that formed our recent government now. So we can have access to the policymaker. So you can be assured that our solution will be implemented soon. Thank you.
A little bit. But what, from our experience for past years, wherever we go, the government agency or the stakeholders, some or other, they like the solution and then they are looking forward to implement it. Only challenges is some authorities are still in old school and taking new innovation, new ideas to solve a certain problem, taking time actually. So the infiltration, the penetration or the what you call the movement of idea is slow actually. And some of them do not believe climate change is real. No? They still believe that today's storm and it's not going to come tomorrow. But actually tomorrow's storm is going to be worse than today's actually. And I always tell that we are like a frog, you know, you put it into a clay pot and then you slowly heat it up. The frog will now never jump out from clay pot because it can adjust the body temperature and then stay there. And when the temperature becomes so hot and it becomes so weak, it cannot jump out and it dies. So I hope that we don't become the frog actually, because the temperature is slowly getting hotter and hotter. The mother nature is getting stronger. So we have to be prepared for what is coming in the future actually.
Okay. Is there anyone to add question or input? No? There is no, yeah. If no one want to add or give like a very final key takeaway maybe or summary of the sessions, then maybe I think I suggest to move to the next part. Yeah?
Okay.
Is there anyone from the participant want to add? No?
Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you very much, Bu Ati, for moderating the sessions. I just have like one request for the innovators to please stand in front of the stage. Also from the previous teams innovators. Mbak Mustika, are you still here with us? Yeah, please come to the front. Bu Astria. Who else? I forgot to. Maybe, and Mr. Mr. Auger, please come in the front.
Yeah, we would like to ask, please come here. We will provide with a token of appreciation and also certificate. It's not much from us, but we appreciate very much the innovation that you have brought. And for the online innovators that could not join us, we will of course keep it, and then we will, when we have the opportunity to meet, we will provide to them. So I would like to give this to all the innovators. We have the flag and the certificate. Please wait. So today we have a special session on the transboundary tomorrow, but today we have the, how to say, the honor to receive 30 global youth movement. They are coming here. So if anyone would like to stay and join to discuss with them, because they would like to discuss with us about what they can bring for the preparation of the World Water Forum next year. So if anyone would like to join us in this room, please, we will appreciate that. But for the innovators, maybe you can also share with them later. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for today. Thank you for the innovators. Thank you for the participant. Thank you for the participant online. And also thank you for the innovators online that couldn't join us. Thank you very much for your attention and your inputs. I hope all the inputs also from the participants can also help to refine your innovation, because this is like a two-way street, right? So we also try to improve also. So thank you very much, and see you in a couple of minutes with the youth. I hope they have already come. But also tomorrow, please join us, because tomorrow is a transboundary session. Very interesting also. We will hear from many experts also tomorrow. Thank you very much. And yeah, have a nice evening. A certificate we will share with you later. Yeah, okay. So, okay, thank you very much for today. Thank you. And yeah, we are very sorry if there is any technical glitch and everything. I hope tomorrow we will don't have such thing. Yeah, tomorrow. Thank you very much. Yeah, have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you. So, okay. So this we have this youth coming. Hopefully, I was expecting.